Welcome all of you to be a part of the most influential gathering in Kerala's AI ecosystem, where ideas become actionable impact and innovation meets real-world implementation. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We begin with the opening session of today's conference. To welcome the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, may I invite the Director of the Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS.
Good morning all. Honorable Speaker of Kerala Legislative Assembly, Sri A.N. Samseer Sir. Respected Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, Sri Ram Sambasiva Rao Sir. Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission, Srimati Kavita Bhatia Madam. My colleague from the IT institution, Santosh Babu Sir, Anup Murliji, esteemed representatives from Government of India, the India AI Mission, and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, senior government officials from Kerala and other states, representatives from industry, academia, startups, participants from SHGs, farming community, students, media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege on behalf of Government of Kerala and the Kerala IT organizing team to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to Kerala AI FutureCon 2026, the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference, being held here today at Kovalam, one of Kerala's most iconic destinations. This conference assumes special significance as a regional pre-event to the India AI Impact Summit 2026. It reflects Kerala's strong conviction that artificial intelligence must move decisively from experimentation to execution and from isolated pilots to measurable, inclusive, and citizen-centric impact across sectors. Kerala's engagement with digital technologies have been long-standing and purposeful. Over the past 2 decades, Kerala has consistently positioned itself as a national leader in e-governance, digital public infrastructure, and citizen-centric service delivery. Initiatives such as statewide connectivity through KFON, universal digital literacy, paperless service delivery have laid a strong and reliable foundation. Kerala's readiness to adopt artificial intelligence is the outcome of years of sustained investment in digital public infrastructure, institutional capacity, and data-driven governance. Supported by globally recognized innovation and talent ecosystem across Technopark, Infopark, Cyberpark, Kerala State Startup Mission, Digital University Kerala, and deep tech hubs such as Maker Village and the Digital Science Park. Kerala today possesses the foundational elements essential for the responsible AI adoption: quality data, connected institutions, skilled human capital, and citizen trust. Artificial intelligence, therefore, marks the next phase in Kerala's digital evolution, enabling more predictive governance, smarter service delivery, and informed decision-making across the sectors. Kerala's approach to artificial intelligence has been deliberate, responsible, and firmly grounded in governance needs. Over the past year, the state has followed a structured pathway, beginning with consultation and ideation, progressing through evaluation, and now moving confidently into implementation. Through the KAI program led by the Kerala State IT Mission with the support of the Kerala Startup Mission, we have established a centralized, transparent, and outcome-driven AI governance framework. The KAI portal enables government departments to systematically identify AI use cases, collaborate with the startups and research institutions, and evaluate solutions through a rigorous multi-stage process. Through Vidya AI program, we are extensively training our government employees, and more than 1,400 employees has been already trained, and we are scaling up to cover most of our employees. AI for Kerala is not an end in itself. It is a powerful enabler for better governance, evidence-based policy making, and inclusive development. The theme of this conference, From Innovation to Impact, Realizing the Potential of AI Across Sectors, captures the critical juncture at which we stand today. Globally, AI discussions have shifted from feasibility to deployment, scale, and measurable outcomes. This conference brings together policymakers, administrators, researchers, startups, industry leaders, and investors under one roof. The carefully curated sessions, panel discussions, technical talks, and investor roundtables, spanning governance, digital public infrastructure, skilling, startups, cybersecurity, agriculture, health, climate, and manufacturing, reflect the breadth and depth of Kerala's AI ambition, as outlined in today's comprehensive agenda. Now I officially welcome Honorable Speaker of Kerala Legislative Assembly, Sri A.N. Shamsir, sir. Can we have a big round of applause? We welcome our respected Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, Sri Sriram Samasva Rao, IAS. In organizing this program, we are collaborating with India AI Mission, and support from India AI Mission and Ministry of Electronics and IT Department Government of India has been very much essential. We are joined by Chief Operating Officer, CEO, India AI Mission, Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Madam. Heartily welcome. I welcome Santosh Babu, IS sir, MDK Phone, and IKM. We are also joined by Sri Muralidharan Maningal, CEO, ICT Academy, Kerala. Please join us in welcoming our Kerala Startup Mission CEO, Anupam Bika. As we move closer to the National AI Impact Summit, the deliberations and partnership emerging from today's conference will play a vital role in shaping Kerala's AI roadmap, scaling successful governance solution, and positioning Kerala as a credible and responsible AI hub within India's broader digital transformation journey. I am confident that today's discussion will not only showcase Kerala's progress, but also contribute meaningfully to India's evolving AI ecosystem. On behalf of the Government of Kerala and the Kerala IT, I once again extend a warm welcome to all the participants. I wish you a productive, insightful, and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS Director, Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, for that warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next speaker, may I invite Shri Sriram Sambashivarao, IAS, Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, to deliver the summit address.
Honorable Speaker, Shri Shamsir sir, Kavita Bhatia Madam, Sri Santosh Babu sir, MD K-Phone, my colleague Sandeep Kumar, Startup Mission CEO Anupam Bika, and Muralidharan, and all other dignitaries who are present here. Warm welcome to all of you to Kerala. The real summit address will be given by Honorable Speaker. He is a real summit speaker. Sandeep just wanted to give some prominent, he just wanted to use some word, so that's why he used this. But I would like to take this opportunity to communicate where we are, where Kerala is in terms of technology growth in this particular state. I would like to take this opportunity. However, let me begin by placing on record sincere thanks to MITI for choosing Kerala as one of the 6 regions to host AI Impact conferences in the run-up to the India AI Summit. We see this not merely as a recognition, but as a shared responsibility. When we were told about this, we took the design of this conference very seriously. This is not a ceremonial event, this is a working conference. That is why we deliberately structured it into multiple tracks. Deep dive sessions on governance, skilling, infrastructure, and emerging technology were planned. You can actually see it in the schedule. Roundtables with investors focusing on real investment pathways in AI sector were planned. We are conducting roundtables in every conference possible. Startup industry collaboration platforms to move ideas into adoption, and an AI expo to showcase solutions that already work and not just concepts. The response has been overwhelming. We are very happy. We have over 80 speakers, 22 investors, 12 AI startups, and 33 exhibit partners, and nearly 900 participants. This tells us one thing very clearly: AI is no longer a future conversation. It is a present-day priority. Globally, AI is redefining how economies grow, how governments function, and how societies solve problems. Even conservative estimates suggest that AI could contribute to over $15 trillion to the global economy by 2030. For India, this is not just about growth, it is about resilience, self-reliance, and leadership. India's parallel push in AI and semiconductors is strategic to secure supply chains, to retain value within the country, and to ensure that the next wave of innovation is built within India. And I say this with conviction: India can be among the global leaders in this space. Kerala enters this moment from a position of strength. For decades, state has invested heavily, quietly, and consistently in human capital. We can see high literacy, strong public education, and deep institutional trust in Kerala. Our focus now is very clear: convert knowledge into high-quality employment, convert talent into innovation, and convert technology into public value. The government is focused on creating high-quality employment through skilling and investment promotion. We declared responsible investment policy. Priority sectors are identified and incentives are declared for the first time in the history of Kerala. Many organizations like CASE, ASAP, ICT Academy are now totally focused on creation of industry-relevant skills. Even many departments like fisheries and agriculture are now focusing their efforts towards attraction of investments. Mission mode programs are started by these departments. Among all sectors, IT and emerging technologies stand out as the most prominent drivers of this effort. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly outline the key focus areas of our department. Since there is no time, I cannot go into details. First, to create model digital government solutions. We are focusing on this. Very soon we are going to come up with best-in-class digital government solution in the country. Our second effort is to position Kerala as a major tech and GCC hub. 3, to build a stronger startup pipeline with high-value outcome. 4, to drive AI, semiconductor, and emerging technology adoption in governance and also to promotion of industry. And to create future-ready digital infrastructure and connectivity. Towards this, we have declared a very detailed action plan for the IT department to achieve these objectives. This action plan was declared recently, and all IT organizations are reoriented to work on mission mode to achieve these objectives. AI and semiconductors, in particular, represent huge opportunities for Kerala. There are several reasons, very practical ones, why Kerala is ready. One, Kerala is India's first fully digital state. We made all services online. We are now moving to the next stage, designing digital government around citizen experience and citizen participation. We hope this particular solution which we are coming up will become a model in this particular sector. Second, we have rich high-quality public data across departments. In almost all basic sectors like land, health, education, environment, and local government, we created best-in-class models for the country. Because of this, we have a lot of data, and we implemented the solutions over years. We have a lot of data piled up in almost all departments. We can leverage this, and we have started to work towards that. AI is only as good as the data it learns from, and we take this very seriously. Third, Kerala has one of the highest mobile internet penetration rates in the country. This enables large-scale adoption even of edge AI solutions. Fourth, we have Kerala fiber optic network, our own state-owned fiber network, which is a unique strength, which is not seen in any other state. This gives us the ability to run bandwidth-intensive AI-driven governance applications securely and affordably. Fifth, AI has already entered our school curriculum, a first in India. We introduced AI for school children. We are not preparing people for yesterday's job, but for future jobs. And finally, we have an extremely robust startup ecosystem and very strong academic institutions producing high-quality talent. Simply put, we have everything required to focus seriously on AI and to be amongst the leaders. So we are not starting on a blank slate. We already initiated quite a bit on AI promotion. Sandeep spoke about it, so I will not get into details of this. He spoke about KAI program. Program has done really good with the help of all the departments. We identified a lot of use cases. And many of these use cases, 22 to be precise as on date, have entered POC stage. Very few states have attained this kind of a maturity in AI adoption in the country. An innovative Vidya AI program is started by IT department with the support of IT Mission and all other organizations to focus on AI-enabled skilling and education. We are training all our government officers in AI, and we trained already more than 1,000 officers in AI. A dedicated AI mission is in pipeline under Kerala Digital Technology Mission. This has been a dream of our Honorable CM, and very soon, hopefully, this mission will come in place. But IT Mission already initiated work towards this mission. We are now actively encouraging research institutions and our universities to build domain-specific LLMs, develop AI solutions for governance, health, climate, and justice. Work alongside startups and departments and not in silos. On semiconductors, we are being very deliberate. We are not trying to do everything. We are focusing on our strengths. Kerala is positioning itself strongly in fabless design, chip design services, and niche manufacturing. A Kerala semiconductor mission is in pipeline. Our institutions, especially IIITMK, have already started work and are actively engaging with global semiconductor players. I'm happy to share that initial engagements have already converted into concrete interest, and we are confident that many more will follow. All organizations under IT department are on a path of transformation. There is a clear shift from activity-based functioning to outcome-driven missions. New missions are being shaped in AI, semiconductors, emerging technologies, tech investments, and scale-up finance for startups. In this context, I must place on record my appreciation for Kerala State IT Mission. IT Mission was created to promote digital adoption and innovation in governance. It was named IT Mission as IT was the only mature digital technology at that point of time. But technology has evolved, and so must institutions. I'm happy to say that IT Mission is reorienting itself with clarity and purpose through initiatives such as Nammade Keralam, the Digital Kerala initiative, which has a slew of initiatives to create a model digital government solution, which is going to be declared very soon in the next 1 month. It is going to give some real good results. IT Mission also initiated work in emerging technologies by starting programs called KI, KIoT, and they're going to start many more in other emerging technologies as well in near future. This transformation would not be possible without the strong support of line departments in Government of Kerala, and I thank them sincerely for partnering in this journey. Let me conclude with a simple thought. Technology is powerful, but technology without trust is fragile. Kerala's strength lies in combining technology with trust, innovation with inclusion, and growth with purpose. Our vision is clear: to make Kerala a place where AI serves people, where innovation creates dignity, and where technology deepens democracy. I invite all of you, industries, startups, researchers, and investors, to build this future with us. Thank you. Welcome once again to Kerala. I hope all of you will have an enriching experience in this FutureCon event. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Siram Sambashivrao, IAS, Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Speaker of the Kerala Legislative Assembly, Shri A.N. Shamsir, to deliver the inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting the Honorable Speaker to officially inaugurate the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026 by lighting the traditional lamp. Inviting all the other dignitaries on the dais to join the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kerala Legislative Assembly, Shri A.N. Shamsir, officially inaugurating the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026 by lighting the traditional lamp. Joining him are the other dignitaries on the dais. May I now invite the Honorable Speaker to deliver the inaugural address.
Respected President Mr. Samba Shiva Rao, dignitaries sitting on and off the dais, and my dear friends. As per the schedule, the inauguration time was on 11 or 12 a.m. in the afternoon. But Sandeep and Samba Shiva Rao has conspirated with the government and the opposition. So today there is no assembly. Government and opposition has decided not to conduct assemblies today. That's why I'm here on time. So first time I'm quoting Oscar Wilde, the old believe everything, middle-aged suspects everything, young knows everything. I hope that I am a young and you know what is the fact really. So it's a pleasure to inaugurate the AI conclave in Kerala at a time when AI is moving from conference hall into classrooms, hospitals, offices, farms, homes, and even in the everyday sessions of governments. Earlier, Samba Shiva Rao in his presidential address has mentioned how Kerala is moving forward regarding AI. With pride I can say Kerala is going ahead day by day regarding AI with the support of government. So I think I had a strong, being an optimistic, I think there will be a fruitful discussions today. I'm not an authority to speak about AI because the whole delegate sitting here knows more than about AI, more than about me. So AI today is not just another technology. It is a powerful force that can reshape the way society functions. It is not enough for us to only discuss what AI can do. We must also discuss what AI should do and more importantly, who it should serve. Technology had value only when it improves human life. And in Kerala, our progress has always been measured not only by growth, but by social development, inclusion, and dignity of ordinary people. Proudly, I can say, compared to other states, Kerala is far, far improved in the case of social development. That is our tradition, and that must remain our direction even in the age of AI. Friends, AI can bring efficiency. It can bring speed. It can create new industries. It can make services smarter. But we must be honest. It can also create inequality if it is controlled only for a few, owned by a few, and accessible only to a few. So the real question for us is, will Kerala adopt AI? Kerala will adopt AI. The world is moving that way. The real question is, can Kerala adopt AI in a way that strengthens democracy, protects citizens, and benefits the common person? That is the Kerala model challenge in AI era. I think the question that has put forward by me will be discussed in this session, and there will be a fruitful result will arise in this session. Kerala model challenge in the AI era. Kerala has a unique advantage here. We are a state that invested early in people. As you may know, Kerala model of education, Kerala model of health, local governance and social justice. I think the delegates, those who had assembled here across the country, may know about our silent features. So we can speak about AI. We must speak the same spirit. AI must not become a tool that concentrates power. AI must become a tool that shares opportunity. And as a speaker of this legislative assembly, I want to underline one key principle. Technology must serve democratic institutions. Democratic institutions cannot be replaced by technology. Once again, I am underlining, democratic institutions cannot be replaced by technology. Governments will increasingly use AI to support decision making, whether it is in welfare delivery, health planning, disaster response, education support, and over even law and order systems used wisely. This can help citizens used carelessly. It can deny citizens their rights without them even knowing why. A machine can reject a form. An algorithm can mark a person as not eligible. A system can quietly decide who gets attention and who doesn't. So we must insist on something very simple. When AI is used in government, there must always be human responsibility, transparency, and the right to question and appeal. So once again, I am underlining a right to question, transparency, and the right to question and appeal. Because for us, governance is not a customer service. Governance is a social commitment. Let me share a simple thought. The biggest innovation Kerala needs in AI is not merely a better software. The biggest innovation we need is public trust. So I'm quoting Samba in his last line of speech. He mentioned about the public trust. I'm underlining that trust again. We need a public trust. People must feel safe that the data is not being misused. In future, data is valuable. How valuable is oil? People must feel assured that AI will become surveillance. People must believe that new technology will not deepen discrimination. And that is where regulations becomes essential. So there needs some regulations. Why? Because it can be misused. Some countries are regulating AI. So this is a conclave. You should discuss about the regulation, whether it is need or not. I think, as per my personal opinion, there needs some regulation regarding the AI. Why? Because if any politician, if any film actor, after his death, he can be reused by AI. So if there is no regulation, it will be misused. So there will be a serious discussion regarding the AI. If there is a regulation needs or not, I think this session will discuss about the regulation. Innovation cannot mean free for all. When technology becomes powerful, society becomes more responsible. So Kerala must encourage AI growth, but with strong safeguards. We need a clear framework around data privacy, cybersecurity, and algorithmic accountability, especially when AI is used in public systems. If AI influences any decisions about citizen, whether it is a service, a benefit, or an entitlement, then people have the right to know why the decision was made and the right to correct if it is wrong. That is a democratic approach of technology. Technology needs democracy. Kerala can be a model by adopting practical safeguards such as human in the loop oversight for public-facing AI, periodic independent audits of algorithms, bias checks before deployment, strict limits on sensitive data use, and clear responsibility when errors occur. There need clear responsibility when an error occurs. Because in a democracy, accountability cannot be automated away. Underlining the word, accountability cannot be automated away. Now, what are the areas where Kerala can immediately apply AI for a public good? In healthcare. As we know, the Kerala model of health is well renowned across the globe. So, we can use AI in healthcare. AI can support doctors, nurses with early screening, faster diagnosis support, better public health forecasting. But AI should never replace human judgment. There is a serious discussion among the medical fraternity. Which sector, which specialist will affect AI first? When I'm traveling the train, I met one radiologist. While talking with him, he told me, I will be replaced by AI in a short span. Within a short span, AI can replace a radiologist. Likewise, radio diagnosis, So, in future, there will be serious discussion in the health sector whether the doctors can be replaced or not. If you're asking AI, I have some problems while sitting in this conference, the AI will be reply. So there is a serious question regarding healthcare, whether we can trust or not. So that area should be discussed, and we need a serious discussion and decisions regarding that area. In education sector, Samba has mentioned something regarding his presidential address. AI can help personalize learning, support teachers, provide learning resources even in Malayalam and accessible formats. I don't know how the teacher community will adopt AI. That is to be discussed in future. But those who are not adopting AI, they will be outdated. There is no question regarding that, whether they will outdated or updated. If you are not ready to update, then they will be outdated. Likewise, we are also politicians. If we are not updating, we will be outdated. If I am speaking in this session regarding AI, then after going to another session, I am speaking the same topic, you will laugh by looking not my face, you will look downwards. And you will speak yourself, look, what is that person speaking? He is always speaking the same thing. So my personal opinion, the politicians are the person who has to update in a daily manner. Otherwise, we will be outdated. So likewise, in education system, we need an updating process regarding AI also. So how can Kerala can adopt AI in education sector, and how to bridge the barrier? That is to be discussed, that is to be addressed in this session. I hope you will do so. In agriculture and fisheries, AI can give better advisories, disease predictions, market intelligence, and supply chain planning. But the solution must be built with the realities of our farmers. As you know, farmers are the strength of India. Farmers are the strength of Kerala also. We used to call us agriculture. Culture means, what is mean by culture? But some new generation are withdrawing from the agriculture sector. But how we can use AI in this agriculture sector, that is to be discussed. And also to aim to protect the livelihoods, reduce uncertainty, and improve income security. So we have to discuss how AI can resolve these issues. That is to be addressed this conference. And in climate resilience and disaster management, down south is very vulnerable regarding the climate. We can't predict anything. When will the rain comes? You can't predict. As far as my state is concerned, for the last 7 months, continuously rain is coming. We are going to face the election. If the infrastructure is not good, they will blame the local MLA, the government. Oh, look, why the roads are like this? Because there is no technology how to make roads in a rainy season. Technology has so far not developed. If the roads are not good, they will blame the local MLA. They will blame the local members. The roads are very bad. How can we travel? So how to make roads in this rainy climate, in the monsoon season? So monsoon in Kerala, you can't predict when the rain comes, when the rain will go. In Kerala, in the last April, rain starts. Till December, rain is here. So in the AI sector, in the climate resilience and disaster management, we had faced 2 floods, 2018 and 2019. I think the delegates who had assembled here had support Wayanad landslide. It was very disastrous. Lot of them has lost life. Landslide across the hill area. And the flood in the sea area. The coastal belt is facing sea threat. And the hill areas facing the landslide threat. So in that sector, how it can be used? Is there any serious warning that can be used or not? So that is to be discussed. The state like Kerala has to address regarding the climate session, how AI can do work in that area. That is to be seriously addressed. And in governance, AI can reduce delays, improve grievance handling, and make services more efficient. But let me say this clearly, the citizen must ever feel the government is hiding behind an algorithm. Technology should make administration more human, not more distant. So in the governance sector also, AI can reduce a lot of things. In the presidential address, I am quoting again Samba. He has mentioned regarding the K-Smart projects. And Kerala has made all services in online system. We are far, far ahead regarding the online systems. So Kerala is a model regarding that. Now I also want to address a concern that many people rightly have about the future jobs. It is a very serious topic that has to be discussed by you. There are a lot of anxiety across the globe, anxiety across the state, whether we will lose the jobs. That is to be addressed by you. AI will automate tasks. Some jobs roles will change. Some traditional jobs may reduce, but new jobs will be created in new areas. The challenge is who gets access to that job opportunities? That is the question. That is to be addressed. We will get new jobs, but who gets that jobs opportunities? We cannot allow a future where profits grow, but people are left insecure. We cannot accept progress that pushes workers into uncertainty. As you know, the entire India, that there is a serious insecurity feelings among the workers. Lot of industries are getting shut down. The traditional industries are in big questions. How can they survive? So there are a lot of experts sitting in the dais and off the dais. They should discuss how to survive, how to renovate the traditional sectors by implementing AI. That is to be addressed in this session. Our responsibility is to prepare Kerala's workforce, students, employees, and even government staff to work confidently in AI age. We need a large-scale skilling, reskilling, and AI literacy. Look, Kerala is a literate state. With proud, I can say, in 1987, we started Saksharata Mission. Through that, we had already given how to write and how to learn. But with the help of Kerala IT sector, with the help of Knowledge Mission, we are making our people in the AI literacy scheme how to use technology. So with proud, we can say the people of Kerala is now very familiar with technology. Not everyone needs to become an engineer, but everyone should understand AI enough to use it, question it, and not fear it. That is empowerment. What is empowerment? That means everyone should understand AI enough to use it and to question it, not to fear it. And finally, I want to speak about something close to us, our language, our culture, our identity. If AI is trained only on a dominant language, so you know there is 22 languages across the country, but AI is only trained in dominant languages and dominant narratives, smaller languages and local realities, it will be pushed and margins. You know, there is a lot of dialects. The people using some words in Trivandrum, that can't be understood by the person who is coming from the north. I am from north. So there are a lot of dialects. Kerala must ensure the technology includes Malayalam, includes local context, and reflects our society. Because technology that forgets people, language eventually forgets people. I'm again repeating that sentence. Technology that forgets people's language eventually forgets people. Kerala's always believed in balancing progress with justice. We have always insisted that development must be inclusive, and that approach is even more important now. AI can be a tool of liberation or a tool of exclusion. It can widen opportunity or it can concentrate power. Our duty is to shape it in the direction of equality, democracy, and social good. So let this AI conclave be not just a celebration of technology, but a commitment. Once again, I'm repeating that sentence, not just a celebration of technology, but a commitment that Kerala will adopt AI not as a fashion, but as a people mission, public mission, guided by trust, transparency, regulation, and people's welfare. I am congratulating the organizers and all participants. I extend my best wishes to innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, and students here. Kerala is proud of your talent, and Kerala is ready for the future, but in our own way. I'm not speaking for a long time. Why organizers selected the speaker? The reason, the speaker, the person who can't speak, the speaker, the person who can speak always. I am underlining the first sentence, the speaker, the person who can't speak. By these words, I declare this AI Congress as being inaugurated.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for inaugurating the conference, and we are sure that all the topics you've pointed out will be discussed in the upcoming sessions. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present a memento to the Honorable Speaker on this occasion, and I invite Shri Siram Sambashiva Rao, IAS, Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, to present a memento to the Honorable Speaker, Shri A.N. Shamsir. Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the Chief Operating Officer of the India AI Mission from the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Ms. Kavita Bhatia. May I now invite her to deliver the keynote address.
Honorable Minister, Special Secretary, esteemed dignitaries, and member of the AI ecosystem conference, which aims to explore how AI is reshaping governance, industry, healthcare, societal development, education, and sustainability, serving as a catalyst for dialogue and collaboration. This gathering serves as a critical stepping stone towards the India AI Impact Summit, which will be held in New Delhi on February 2026. This summit will bring first global AI impact summits, which is convened in the global south, making a decisive shift in the global discourse from action to a measurable real-world impact. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, India has embarked the Ambition India AI mission to transform India into a global AI powerhouse. This mission is working towards democratizing and catalyzing domestic AI ecosystem with a focus on providing access to critical AI infrastructure such as compute, datasets, building indigenous and local AI foundation models and application, and accelerating the development of AI safety tools and frameworks, and enabling skilling for AI age. To share the learnings from our journey with the world and to steer the global AI policy for all, India is set to host AI Impact Summit 2026 from February 2016 to 20th in New Delhi. Building on this momentum of major international forum, the UK AI Safety Summit, the AI Seoul Summit, and the France Action Summit, the India AI Impact Summit aims to strengthen global cooperation and set to share a vision for AI that benefits all. The summit positions India as a global agenda setter on AI, shaping global norms, standards, and cooperation frameworks on responsible, inclusive, and development-oriented AI, particularly for the Global South and emerging economies. At the heart of the Impact Summit are 7 thematic working groups that translate AI vision into concrete outcome guided by 3 sutras, which is people, planet, and progress. The 7 working groups are focusing on human capital and skill, inclusion and social empowerment, safe and trusted AI, resilience, innovation and resource efficiency, AI for science and innovation, democratizing AI resource, and AI for economic growth and public good. Each working group is chaired by Indian as well as international representative, reflecting the summit's commitment to shared leadership and global partnership. Till date, we have 350 pre-summit events that have been held across 60 countries, engaging more than 2.25 lakh participants, with an extensive participations from Indian states. Almost 25 states have been covered, 110 cities have been touched upon by this pre-summit event. Regional conferences like Kerala Regional Conference has been organized from October 25 to January in 8 states: Meghalaya, Gujarat, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Kerala, and Telangana, and are being conducted in partnership with state government, premier education institution, and the thematic ministries. They are designed as Jan Bhagidari, distributed consultation platform capturing regional, societal, grassroots perspective, which highlights AI innovation use cases and policy practices, contributing to the deliberation of the Impact Summit. The summit will shape the very knowledge base that will guide responsible innovation across Global South through the research symposium on AI and its impact, and 6 research-driven casebooks developed in partnership with leading international and domestic institutions focused on real-world, high-impact AI across education, healthcare, energy, gender, and accessibility. To accelerate innovation, we have launched 3 global challenges, which is AI for All Global Challenge, AI by Her, and UI/AI Global Youth Challenge. In fact, we have received more than 4,600 participants who have applied, and a lot has been participated from the global. Each is aimed at fostering AI solution to address critical challenges across sectors such as healthcare, education, finance, and agriculture, as well as many more sectors. We have received an enthusiastic response from all over the world, and we are shortlisting the application, and the results will be announced shortly during the summit. Advancing the global deliberation on AI, the summit will feature global leaders, diplomats, CXOs, academics, researchers, civil society. Participation almost from 100+ countries is there for the summit. It will feature leaders' session and ministerial dialogue that will convene head of state, ministers, and multilateral leaders. High-level roundtables will bring together senior representatives from governments, industry, academia, and international organizations. Running through is in parallel AI Expo that serves as a large-scale exhibition space highlighting AI innovation from India as well as abroad. At the summit, we look forward to the adoption of a leader declaration that reflects convergence of each working group and regional summit on a people-centric, inclusive, and development-oriented approach of AI. The summit will formally release a set of non-binding but operationally relevant deliverables developed by the working group as well as the regional summits. Through these impactful initiatives, the AI Impact Summit in India will be positioned as a bridge between developed and the developing countries in global AI development and governance. I look forward to the deliberations of today and urge everyone in the room to engage with the AI Impact Summit and contribute to an inclusive and a democratic AI future. Thank you.
Thank you, Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission. Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. We are moving on to the last phase of the opening session, and to propose the vote of thanks, may I invite the CEO of ICT Academy, Kerala, Shri Muralidharan Mandingal.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, dear participants. So what a day, what a great day is, what a great start. It's great to have our honorable speaker to get the perfect time to inaugurate the great moment to get a leapfrog on the AI initiatives in the state. So he talked about the potential areas where we can apply and the focus we need to have when we are adopting the AI, the regulations, that human in the loop, and the different sectors we can apply. So thank you, sir, for taking your time out in the busy schedule for inaugurating that. We are glad to have you as part of this great event. Thank you, sir. And our Honorable Special Secretary, Electronics and IT, Sri Sriram Samashiva Rao, IAS, he gave a glimpses of the various initiatives of the Kerala. It is only just a glimpses. He mentioned about the achievements of Kerala, the initiatives what we have in plan. I'm sure that these initiatives will take Kerala in an accelerated way forward. So great to give you a special address. Thank you, sir, for presiding this event. We're great to have the representative from India AI Mission. So India is taking a lot of initiatives on the AI front. So Kerala is lucky to be part of one of the regional center to be chosen for driving to hosting the AI India Impact Summit. So we are great to have Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission, to be part of that, to give the keynote address. We are grateful to have you as part of this event. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Santosh Babu, sir, MD, KFON. So we're great to have a part of the event. He's and his organization is playing a pivotal role in taking the Kerala in the a great journey forward in adopting the e-governance initiatives and enabling the various services, almost all the services accessible through online. So great to have you as part of this event, sir. And we're glad to have one of the vibrant startup community in India. We are glad to have Mr. Anup Ambika, CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. So great to have you as part of this AI Impact Regional Conference. And Mr. Sandeep Kumar IAS set the right context, welcoming all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, as part of the event, setting a perfect tone for the day. So thank you, sir, for the welcome address. And thanks to all the dignitaries from the Government of India, Government of Kerala, and the representatives from the industry, the investors, the academia, and the exhibitors to make this event a great, vibrant day. So this is just a beginning. I mean, we have started a lot of initiatives on the AI front, and I'm sure that today will mark another day with exciting and engaging, impactful deliberations. So thank you all and have an exciting day ahead.
Thank you, Shri Muralidharan Mandingal, CEO, ICT Academy, Kerala. And with this, we conclude the opening session of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the next session, which will be here in stage 1, this hall, the Ravis Convention Center Hall. Meanwhile, there will also be a session, there will be a round table with investors at the Roshni Hall adjacent to the main hall. Moving on to our next session here, we will have Vision India AI Mission by the team India AI Mission. For that, may I invite Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, the Chief Operating Officer of the India AI Mission, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, over to the desk for the first session. I also invite Shri Karthik Suri, General Manager, Future Skills, India AI Mission, over to the desk for the session, Vision India AI Mission.
Good morning, all. Yeah, let them. And where do I see?
Yeah. Can we have the video, please? If the team there can just help play the video first.
कौन सोच सकता था कैश के बिना पेमेंट हो जाएगा? कौन सोच सकता था एक टैप में पूरी दुनिया हाथ में आ जाएगी? इंडिया ने ये कर दिखाया। और अब नेक्स्ट बिग लीप एआई। पर एक सवाल है, एआई सिर्फ एक्सपर्ट्स के लिए, सिर्फ कोडर्स के लिए? बिल्कुल नहीं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन से शुरू हो रही है एक नेशन वाइड मूवमेंट, जहां एआई सीखेगा हर भारतीय।
हमारे लिए एआई सिर्फ एक टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के युवाओं के लिए अवसरों का एक नया द्वार है। भारत ने इंडिया एआई मिशन शुरू किया। भारत हर सेक्टर में एआई का उपयोग बढ़ा रहा। हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर एआई सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं।
बच्चे, युवा, प्रोफेशनल्स, हर शहर, हर गांव। इस मिशन का पहला स्टेप है युवा एआई फॉर ऑल। सिर्फ 4 घंटे का कोर्स, सिंपल, प्रैक्टिकल, पावरफुल। सीखिए एआई क्या है, कैसे काम करता है और कैसे एआई को रिस्पॉन्सिबली यूज करके अपनी पढ़ाई, काम और आइडियाज को नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जा सकते हैं। सब कुछ बिल्कुल फ्री, घर बैठे। कोर्स कंप्लीट करें और पाएं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का सर्टिफिकेट। लाखों इंडियंस को एआई रेडी बनाने का टारगेट। और हां, इस फ्यूचर का हिस्सा बनना ऑप्शनल नहीं है। इस फ्यूचर को शेप करना अब आपके हाथ में है। अभी एनरोल करें युवा एआई फॉर ऑल futureskillsprime.in QR कोड स्कैन करें और एआई के साथ विकसित भारत के सफर में जुड़ जाएं। सीखिए, सोचिए, बनाइए एआई के साथ। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much. Like the Honorable Speaker rightly mentioned, there was a lot of push on the literacy quotient for Kerala whenever you think of that as a state. But now we are out with a national AI literacy program, which actually pushes, empowering citizens in the country with learning more about AI. And this was a video more around the a 4-hour course of on AI literacy, which is called Yuva AI for All, which is available on the Future Skills Prime portal, and for every one of you to scan the QR code and access the content. Yeah, I would now like to request Srimati Kavita Bhatia, who's the CEO of India AI, to take us through the mission objectives. Thank you.
Good morning, all. In fact, world around the globe has been adopting digital technologies, transformation, and integrating AI, which is becoming a key pillar in the innovation. And because of a lot of data being available, the smarter decisions have been taken. So why AI matters to India is also very important to make sure that the AI which we adopt is improving our work and productivity. In fact, it was said that AI should not lead to loss of jobs. So we are making sure that AI improves our productivity. And India has a strong IT force, which is also being shown by the Stanford AI Index Readiness of 2025, that India is ranked number 2 in the Stanford AI Readiness Index, which is much above the US and China. So which we need to harness this opportunity, and we need to make sure that the talent is available for the AI innovation to come across. Also, as I said, that there is a lot of data being generated because we have moved from physical to the digital transformation. So we should use this data for the data-driven decisions so that we can have a better governance and we can make sure that we are giving public services in a transparent manner. And if we use AI, then it will help us to leapfrog. It will help us to leapfrog from the traditional development. So we need to also make sure that if we have started late, then we can make sure that with AI, we are able to show the world that how AI has transformed and how AI has impacted our country. And we can show to the world by leapfrogging to the next cycle of the development. As I was mentioning that the AI Stanford Index has ranked us. In fact, when we started in 2023, we were ranked 7 for the AI as per as the global readiness, AI vibrancy. Because into this, we looked into very of the parameters like the Niti Aayog's AI strategy. We looked into it, what all things can be done. With the consultative process, India AI mission was launched in March 2024, which actually democratized the AI resources and the innovation ecosystem, which leapfrogged India from the 7th position to the 3rd position. This year, the Readiness Index says that India is 3rd in the AI vibrancy. We are just behind US and China. So how AI has helped us to grow from 7th position to the 3rd position is with the help of the AI mission. Also, I wanted to just mention that we are number 1 globally in the skill index, and we are higher than US. In fact, our penetration value is 1.98, which is much higher than US, which is 1.9. And there has been a growth in the AI talent, which is more than 250% comparing to the talent worldwide. And it is also very interesting to see that it is not only a technology which only male community dominates. In fact, India is ranked 1. With the female being, a lot of female being participating in the AI journey. We have 1.9% female skills rate, which is actually higher than US, which is 1.7. And as I mentioned that we are number 3 in the AI vibrancy index, and our research output is also increasing, though we need to take a lot of steps to improve it much larger than this, but still it is improved year on year, and now we have reached 9.2% of global research outputs, which means that we are giving a lot of research. We are putting focus on research, but we need to put more focus on the research. So the academic institutions who are present here also need to support in the research so that we can have much larger research output. And our year-on-year AI hiring has gone up to 33%, which proves that the talent which we have are also AI ready. And the government is taking strategic steps to make sure that we will keep this edge of the AI talent, and so that our hiring can go year-on-year increase from 33% to a larger percent. So this is the best part of the technology. Every technology which comes with the challenges, and we should not be afraid of challenges. We should mitigate those challenges. The first and foremost challenge which we feel of the technology is that we need to have indigenous foundation models. Currently, everyone is using top 6 foundation models, but we should be aware that whatever we are using, the data we are feeding into the foundation model is going away from our country. So this brings more importance to the point that we need to have our own foundation model which should be built on Indian data sets, Indian cultural diversities, and it should also meet to the socio-economic realities of our country. In fact, the Honorable Speaker mentioned that though we have 22 official languages, but there is a dialogue which changes few kilometers when we go from one place to another place. So this makes very sure that we need to have our own indigenous foundation model. Second, we need to have, for any AI models to success, we need to have streamlined pool of quality diverse data sets. India is rich in data sets, but we need to make sure that the data sets are AI ready. So steps have been taken in that, and we need to make sure that every state of our country should also take a step to make sure that the data sets are AI ready. We also need to ramp up the access to the modern and hyperscale compute. When we started India AI mission, we had only 656 GPUs, but the government realized this will become one of the bottlenecks. So we have taken concrete steps, and I'm very happy to mention that as on date, we have 38,000 GPUs by taking those steps. Every technology has some plus points and some minus points. So we need to make sure that we need to have adequate guardrails, because I personally don't think regulations are required, but if we have a right guardrails put in place, then we can have the requirements which the technology can meet for any developing country. And we also need to make sure that we need to have more steps to improve our skilling, training, and capacity building, so that at any point of time, at least India has an AI-ready workforce. Also, there are technological issues which are like AI is becoming like a black box, because we don't know what enters and what goes out. So we need to make sure that the transparency and interoperability is also there in this technology. There are also a lot of IP issues, because as I said, these models need huge data to be trained on. So some data will have IP issues, some data will be open. So we need to make sure that how are we mimicking the copyright matters of the data. And last, the Gen AI technologies are also very difficult to distinguish by any human. Like we are not able, the people are getting trapped in this issue because they don't understand this is deep fake or this is misinformation. So we need to be very aware about it, how we are making sure that the people are not harmed by this technology. In fact, one of the course which he mentioned will demystify the course which was mentioned just few seconds back, demystifies the harms the technology can bring. And the people, if they go through that course, they will be aware how this technology is in fact very beautiful and important for us to go through it. So with this background, we at an India AI mission are building a sovereign stack. What I mean by sovereign stack is the first important is the compute, because the technology needs three important pieces to work on. The first is the technology. As I mentioned, when we started, we had only 656 GPUs. With a very different method, we have been able to successfully empanel 14 players who have helped us to go from 656 to 38,000 GPUs. So this piece is already put in place, which is the critical and the important piece. The second piece which the technology needs is data. We have already launched the AI Kosh, which is a data repository. It is not only the data repository, but it will repository which will bring data sets, model, and tech tools on this platform from the government as well as from the private players, which is also very useful for any developer or a researcher to work on it. The third piece is the foundation layer, which I mentioned that we need to have our indigenous foundation layer. A step has been taken. We are working very closely with 12 entities who are helping us in building our own Indian foundation layer. And we are very positive and hopeful that at least a couple of them will be launched during the Impact Summit. This is the layer which we have currently not been able to take a little more faster step on this. We are working on it. Once the application is built on the data, using the foundation model we have, and the models have been trained on the adequate compute. We need an operational layer, which we are calling as a UPI for AI, for that application to be interoperable and made it available to the researcher. We need an inferencing layer. We have already started working on it, and in few months we'll be able to crack this piece of the stack. And the last is, which is application and innovation layer. Over here, the applications which are G2C and B2C in the health centers, the citizen-centric centers, have been published and made available. We have already empaneled 30 applications which we are taking up for a national rollout, which is already a step in this direction. There are two other critical layers of the entire stack, which is the safe and trusted. This has been talked since morning, how important it is to have safe, responsible platform or the application which is making sure that we have no harm being caused to the user. We are working on the frameworks, ethics, bias mitigation, and security tools. Some of them have already made available on AI Kosh, and 13 more are work in progress, which will be shortly announced and made available on the AI Kosh. And the last, which is also very important, which cut across all the stack, is the capacity building. A lot of new courses have been worked on with the industry, what industry requires, because if some field requires a new course of AI, we have already started working. 2 of the courses have been done. My colleague will talk about it in more detail when we come to the skilling platform. So this is the entire India AI sovereign stack, and we'll take a deep dive into it. This is the whole way we are working on it, and I'll now take you to the AI Kosh. As I was mentioning, that this is one of the heart of the entire platform, because this is bringing the data sets, model, use case libraries, tools of the government and of the private players also. As on date, we have been able to bring 7,200 data sets, which are AI-ready data sets. The most important thing is that these data sets are AI-ready. There are 250 models which have been developed by government as well as from private. And the best part of this is that there are data sets, there are foundation models, and there is a small compute. The developer or the designer can come onto this platform, take the data set, train the models using the compute, and if the application is satisfied, he can scale up the application with the help of a larger compute. And also we are making sure that the data sets are adequate for the use cases he's building, and in case some of the use cases require much more data sets which are not available onto this platform, we are very closely working with the government departments at state and center to make sure that these are being brought onto this platform so that the researcher and the developer can develop an application in that domain which is citizen-centric. And the most important thing which I wanted to mention, that this is permission-based secured platform. So the government departments who are present over here should not worry that once the data sets are available onto this platform, that data can be given to everyone. It's not open, it's a secure and a permission-based platform. So I would urge all the government departments of Kerala as well as from the other states who are present over here to make sure that their data sets are also reflected here, so that we can very closely work with the government on those data sets and build an application which is useful for the citizen. We have also, in fact, recently added a community forum onto this, where we are giving access to the hackathon. So the department can bring their data sets and also allow on those data sets to have hackathons. And we have started this initiative very recently, and 1 or 2 government departments as well as a private sector player has started using this community platform for running an hackathon. The kind of data sets we have is a granular. I can just take you how granular the data sets are: the groundwater quality, village-wise survey data, district level daily data. So this is the kind of ground-ready data sets which we have, and the best part is these are all AI-ready data sets. So a lot of efforts have been put in at the background to make sure that the data sets are AI ready, so that the efforts which is required for any developer to convert the normal data into an AI ready is being taken care by the platform, which is the Government of India. The second one is about the application which was talked about, that AI needs to be used into a various domain applications like education, healthcare, finance, transport, so on. We as a part of the India AI mission, are helping the government departments to make sure that we can help them in bringing the relevant data sets for a particular application and making sure that the application can be developed at an MVP stage, and also we are helping the departments to scale up the application. The entire process is being done by the India AI mission with the help of the state government, and we have been able to help many of the departments, and one of the department which we have helped is I4C, where they did daily crimes of around 6,000 daily crime data, and it was very difficult for them as a human being to assess that crime data, allocate them a respective method to resolve it. So with the help of the AI solution, we have been able to categorize the problem and mitigate the problem based on if the similar kind of a problem has happened in the past, we have been able to mitigate how it has been mitigated, and in the new scenario where this problem has arrived again, we are able to mitigate. The second is that we have also worked very closely with the Ministry of Mines. They have given us the data of Telangana and Karnataka, where they wanted India AI mission to identify a model which can help them to identify the minerals, because it is in their interest so that they can dig that place if their minerals are available. We have already given them the solution, and they have found it very useful. Now they are taking it up to the other states. Similarly, in the case of health, agriculture, governance, assistive learning, and climate change, we have been able to identify 30 solutions which we are taking up for the national rollout, and some of these solutions are also working in multiple states. In fact, in the fisheries is working very closely with the Kerala state, as well as the governance solution. One of the governance solution in the legal domain is also working in Kerala. We are helping the state departments to leapfrog the process of identifying the solution and implementing the solution, because we have already done that exercise. I was talking about the India AI Cyber Guard, as well as the, one of the most important thing is that we have partnered with National Cancer Grid, and we had opened a challenge called Cash Challenge, where we have invited the solutions from the startup and the hospitals to build an application in the critical care of cancer. We have already identified 20 top solutions, which we are now taking up for the final rounds, and 10 solutions will be selected, and they will be given a total prize up to 10 CR, and they will be implemented in that respective hospital. So the best part is that the solutions are not only developed, but they have made sure that they have been deployed into the respective domain. So that's what we do in the application Innovel. Last, I will talk about compute, and then I will hand it over to my colleague. As I mentioned, this is one of the critical pillar. When we started, we didn't have much of a computer. This was very important. So we started a very innovative process where we floated an RFE, where we identified and we supported the players in making sure that the GPUs are installed in India, which meets our requirement. And with that model, we have been able to identify 14 vendors who have given us 38,000 GPUs, and out of which almost 2,200 GPUs have been allocated. And we have been able to bring down the price of the GPUs, because on an average, the GPU cost, if we go to the private, is $3 per GPU per hour. With this innovative process, we have been able to bring it to 65 rupees per GPU per hour, and we are also giving a subsidy of almost 40% to the selected players, so that the GPUs are made at a reasonably low cost and it can be easily accessible by the researchers. As on date, we have been able to allocate 1,000 crores of subsidy worth of GPUs. So which means that the government of India is investing so much into the infrastructure, which is very important for any of the solution developers who are present here to develop their application. And the whole process of GPU access has been streamlined. It's an online process. There's a GPU compute portal, compute.indiaai.gov.in. The developer or the researcher has to log into that platform, put his requirement, and accordingly the committee will take a decision and allocate him to a respective player, and he will be given a GPU so that he can start using on that GPU within a week of his submission. So the whole process has been made very transparent and online, so there is not much of a approach being required for accessing these GPUs. This will also, and also one more thing which we need to do, and we have already taken a step, that we need to build a sovereign cloud. Which, what I mean is that currently we have taken the help of the private players to develop, come up with 38,000 GPU. Already we have started working on the sovereign cloud, where the government of India will bring the GPUs, host in a government data center, and maintain those things for the critical application, because many of the departments have said that they have very critical data sets which they don't want to take it to the private players. So in that regard, we have already started taking a step, and we are very positive that within 7 to 8 months, our own sovereign GPU worth of 3,000 GPUs is available to all the departments who want to make sure that their data sets is available in the sovereign infrastructure. And now, this is all what I said, that the startups, students, and researchers all are the users who can easily access this through the compute.indiaai.gov.in. Now I'll request my colleague to take us through from here.
Thank you, ma'am. I think as users, we are all exposed to applications when we talk of AI and all. And if you just look a little deeper into it, so for any application to be developed, all you need is first the data, right? So the data sets. So AI Kosh is probably reflective of that in terms of the data sets that we already host. And like ma'am rightly mentioned, we obviously welcome, and we're working with a lot of state departments and the departments at the central government level, where we are sourcing data sets and onboarding them. So we'll be very happy to also make sure that a lot of data sets that come out from this state are also onboarded on AI Kosh. The second layer, which is very important, is for us the compute part, which again was touched upon, where we are looking at democratizing access to these resources at a much affordable cost for developers and researchers and startups and that ecosystem. So that's the second layer that we touched upon. The data is done, the compute is done. Then there is the innovation, layer, which is more about developing these indigenous large language models and small language models is something that, I'll touch upon. So we've already had a lot of partners whom we have empaneled who are actually working on these LLMs and SLMs for us across domains, or probably even domain agnostic. So you can see some of the names which are already there. We received a lot of proposals in multiple phases that we have called for, and we have right now empaneled them. So they are the ones who are actually working on building equivalents of the ChatGPTs and the Geminis of the world, more in the context to India, that front. Coming to future skills, this is again something that, that Honorable Speaker had touched upon in the morning, that jobs would change, the jobs would be rewritten, but who will access these jobs? So I think we are really working on 3 critical aspects within future skills as a thing. One is obviously on the courses. We tied up with industry partners to understand what are the demands right now in the job market, what are the courses that are required, and hence what should be curated. So currently we have curated 2 sets of courses. One is on data annotation, and the second one is on data curation. Both these courses are approved by NCVT and NSDC, and they're level 3.5 courses, about 120 hours of them. These courses, they have already been curated by NILIT, which is National Institute of Electronics and IT, and they're going to be made available for students, for learners. The third, along with those 2 courses, we also mentioned about the UI AI for All course, which I'll touch upon it shortly. The second element within the future skills vertical is fellowships. We are encouraging a lot of students from undergrad, postgrad, and PhD aspiring students to enroll for the India AI fellowship schemes, where they get grants for working on projects and taking up research in the field of AI. And the best part of the fellowship is it is really not really related to the STEM students, as in it is not restricted to students who are coming from a technical background or technical Even probably, for example, a student who is pursuing his BCom and wants to do a project in AI on fintech, for example, is also eligible for enrolling into this particular fellowship of India AI. For undergrad students, we And right now we have about 300 of them who have already been enrolled onto this. And in fact, if you look at Kerala as a state, we have students from IIST Trivandrum, and PG students who have enrolled for fellowships. There are students from IIIT Kottayam, and there are students from a couple of engineering colleges in Kochi who have also enrolled for it. But this is definitely open to all the research institutes, all the academic institutes. And if there are representatives from the academia, we would strongly encourage you to pass on this information to your student community so that they could apply for it. This is a little bit on the fellowship bit. Sorry, I just slipped one. I think if I just, yeah. So this is the, the URL, fellowship.indiaai.gov.in, where students can actually go and apply, check for their eligibility conditions. We offer about 1 lakh, up to 1 lakh grants for students pursuing their final year UG, up to 2 lakhs for PG, and the PhD scholars schemes are pretty much similar to the PMRF pay matrix, which is about 70,000 per month for the first 2 years, and then 75,000, and then 80,000 for the last 2 years, along with the research contingency grant that we also offer. These are some of the numbers that I just mentioned and some of the institutes that are already there. All the premier institutes, we have students enrolled into our fellowships. And we have more and more to offer, just to let you know. So we're more than happy to get more and more students from Kerala to avail this particular scheme. The third element is the data labs. What we're also doing is we're trying to set up about 570 data labs across the country, especially with a focus in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and with a focus primarily on the ITIs and polytechnics, not really restricting to them. We have reached out to all the states, and from Kerala, we are happy to say that we'll be supporting in about 30, rather in fact 31 centers where you will have these data labs operating. One of them is already operational. It's in NILET Center of Calicut. So if anybody would want to visit the NILET Center in Calicut, please do that. There's an operational data and AI lab that's already running there. With courses, the data annotation, the data curation courses being offered. There are 30 more that are getting, that we are going to establish in Kerala. Hopefully, if possible, if time permits and we have the necessary, permissions, we may also be doing an MOU signing ceremony today on that. We have about polytechnic institutes and the ITI institutes, and some of the locations are already mapped on the screen that you can see. And this is the UA AI for All course that I briefly mentioned. The objective is to empower about 1 crore of Indians around AI. 10 years back, many of us, or rather, I would say 10 to 15 years back, many of us were very, very new to Google Pay and WhatsApp. But today, you don't really need to teach anybody how to use Google Pay or a WhatsApp. We expect that AI is going to be like that. At least people should know how to use it and what are the ways and means to use and what are the tools available. So UA AI is a very, very perfect stepping stone into that. UA AI for All. It's a very, very simple course. It's absolutely non-technical. Anybody could actually go and consume it. It's available in English, and probably it's going to come out in a lot of other regional languages, including Malayalam, and across a lot of portals. We have it on Future Skills Prime, and for government officials, we also have it on the iGot Karmyogi platform, the same course available. Then I'll talk, the last part is about the startups. The entire thing is, there's a lot of conversation and buzz about the AI startup ecosystem. So what we have done on that phase is something that I would want to mention here. On the startup ecosystem, it's more about, identifying their products, what they would want to work upon, making sure that we are enabling commercialization or probably unlocking capital for them, and then helping them in growing and scaling up. We've had some of the startups participate in some immersive programs in Station F campus, and we've also collaborated with HEC Paris and Station F, which is an international acceleration program for these startups. Some of the startups are already available. You can see it on the screen that they were given this opportunity to go and be stationed there and have a mentorship with a lot of experts from there, and also network with a lot of investors. Within the startup thing, there's another sub-vertical, as I call, which is the AI Center of Excellence. This is again a program which is being driven from the center, but obviously in partnership with the multiple states. We have reached out to a lot of states for them to nominate the Center of Excellences. These you could visualize them as much larger spaces, which is not restricted to skilling. There could be capacity building. There could be incubation centers. There could be, they could act as an SPV for AI-led development, as it's mentioned here, and it's a pretty larger physical entity that's getting established across states. It's eventually proposed to be like a Section 8 company, which can, for sustenance and effective and agile governance, and it can also help start looking at solving real-world problems and all. If you've seen, in the earlier session, there was a lot of mention about the problems that were sourced from the government department and how they ended up solving it. I think for all the states here, including Kerala for that matter, and since they're already quite a step ahead in terms of the other states, it's very important for all of us to make sure that we are identifying the right set of problems. We have the right talent here, which is probably enrolling and working on solving those problems, and probably even participating in these COAs and probably able to skill themselves up. So a lot of this ecosystem can definitely be built within the state itself, where you have the departments giving the data sets, the departments giving the problem statements, you have the students actually solving for the problem statements, and then coming out with applications which can actually be again deployed by the government, right? So that's the best way to use it for any state. Like I said, it's used for enabling startups, talent development, research, and building solutions for local problems. Yeah, the last and definitely never the least of all the seven, it's equally important, is to make sure that whatever is being developed are developed within permissible guardrails and safety mechanisms. So the safe and trusted AI vertical pretty much focuses on that. It is working on developing a risk mitigation and assessment framework. It is a very pro-innovation approach. There was an AI governance guidelines that were actually launched, released by the ministry in the month of November, which clearly articulated the fact that it's very, very pro-innovation. As a technology, I think we should all make use of it to see how effectively we can innovate on using this technology. But be mindful about the perils and the dangers that could come across with. So make sure that all the guardrails and the perimeters are actually taken cognizance of while developing this. So the safe and trusted AI pretty much touches upon those aspects of it. There are also a lot of academia with which we have collaborated on multiple themes like machine unlearning, bias mitigation strategies, ethical certification framework, governance testing framework, deep fake detection tools, and you can see. So we'll hopefully have some credible outputs coming out of these projects, and trying to see how we can replicate some of these across the country. There's also an India AI Safety Institute that we are wanting to set up, which has a mandate of undertaking R&D of indigenous tools and technologies, establishing frameworks and guidelines, and supporting the relevant government bodies and standard-setting organizations, conducting regulatory capacity building and the training of the relevant stakeholders. And we are also collaborating with the International Network of AI Safety Institutes. It's going to be a virtual institute. This is still in progress, and we are still yet to identify who would be holding this. But this is something that that's in the works, I would say. The key governance guidelines and the mission objectives about building a balanced ecosystem and unlocking AI for inclusive growth and mitigating societal risks from AI and aligning AI with global standards, and thereby making sure that we have a thriving in AI ecosystem under the India AI mission. I think that's from our end, and we'll be happy to take any questions online here or probably offline. I would also urge all of you to please visit our stall, the India AI stall, which is right in the exhibition area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, and Shri Karthik Suri, General Manager, Future Skills, India AI Mission. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present a memento to both our speakers, and to do the honor, may I now invite Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS, Director of the Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, to kindly come over to the dais. Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS, Director, Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, presenting the memento to Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission. She is Scientist G and the Group Coordinator, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Inviting Shri Karthik Suri, the General Manager, Future Skills India AI Mission, to receive the memento from Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS, Director, Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala. Thank you. Here we conclude the Vision India AI Mission session by the Team India AI Mission. Moving on to our next session, we have a panel discussion here in this hall. Meanwhile, there will also be a panel discussion that will be conducted in stage 2, which is the Anantapuri Hall, adjacent to the pavilion. We also have a pavilion where we have the exhibitions and the stall, and adjacent to the exhibition hall we also have another hall where we have panel discussions. So the panel discussion here in this hall will be on the topic, the state of AI, global momentum, governance challenges, and what comes next. I would like to invite the moderator for this session over to the dais. May I invite Shri Krishna Kumar, co-founder and CEO of Green Pepper, inviting our moderator for the panel discussion on the topic, the state of AI, global momentum, governance challenges, and what comes next. Shri Krishna Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Green Pepper. Over to you, sir.
Hi, welcome all to this session, first panel conversation today. Let me introduce you the panelists, the wonderful set of panelists I just had a quick conversation with. It's wonderful to invite you all to this first session, which is going to have discussing global momentum, what's happening in the sector of AI, the governance, how are governments using this, and what is going to happen next, right? These are three things which we're going to discuss. Let me invite the panelists now. To start with Himanshu Gupta, Mr. Himanshu Gupta, who is a Commissioner and Special Secretary, Department of IT&C, Government of Rajasthan. Please come to the stage, sir. N. Subramaniam, who is the Executive Director of SETS. We have Karthik Adapa, who is Regional Advisor, Digital Health AI, also managing WHO SE Asia. Srinath Vijay Kumar, Associate Professor at IIT Palakkad. And Alok Srivastava, GDC Global Branches Head at NEC. We have Srinath Chakravarti, who is Senior Vice President with NISG. Welcome all to this conversation. And we're going to start now. As this is the first conversation, the panel conversation of the day, let me set the context first. So we have panelists who are working in the governance sector, to At the same time, we need to know how this is kind of arrived at, why are we doing this conversation today, right? To start with the global momentum, I'm sure that in the last 3 years you'd have heard about AI much more than ever because of the launch of the consumer AI, ChatGPT as a tool, which has reached like 800 million people across the world and has become a part of the mainstream conversation. Till then, it was like more of like happening in the research labs. And in the last 3 years, people have been using actively hands-on with these AI tools and experimenting with it and seeing the real magic of what it can really do, right? And that's in the perspective what even governments started noticing, that foundational models are able to intelligently do things, synthesize, summarize, extract insights, analyze, particularly tough things which humans probably might take a lot of time to do. And it got noticed by a lot of people. I'm sure that the reason why you're here at the AI Summit is also that you feel that this technology is worthwhile observing, watching, and catching up on things, right? So the global momentum has been particularly interesting. Like we have the, Jensen Huang says, there are 5 layers of whole AI stack coming in, one starting from the energy, then you have the infrastructure like the chips, and then you have the cloud computing, then on top of that you have the foundation models, and then you have the applications which are built upon the foundation models. Like this is like the 5-layer cake which we will be able to easily appreciate what AI is, right? Today we see these models are advancing. There is something called advanced reasoning models which have kind of made us feel that this is developing as a serious kind of intelligence which can be used, right? So today, let me start this conversation by kind of setting this context. We have the panelists who have been into of course, we've been using hands-on AI. Apart from that, they're also responsible leading important initiatives with the government, right? And how do governments see this? What is the reality right now? What is the friction they're facing right now? What do you think probably would be who is going to be ultimately responsible for if AI does well or AI goes wrong? And then how do you put guardrails for this? And what is ahead? I think this is the conversational structure which you're going to have. So first, let's start with what is actually happening now, like based on your lived experience. Like I'm sure that you have lived experiences, you have unique perspectives which have developed over a period of time. Maybe we'll start from you, sir. Yeah. You have the mic.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Karthik. So, in my opinion, in 2017, there was a computer scientist named Andrew Ng. I don't know how much of you are aware of that, but he mentioned that AI is the new electricity. And when I reflect back, I think now is the time when we can really say AI is the new electricity, from lighting a bulb to powering a aircraft. Everything has a relevance in context of AI. While electricity gives a physical power, AI gives the logical power. And with autonomous agents, it's agentic AI, generative AI, and all that natural intelligence is getting significantly complemented and enhanced by AI agents. And in that context, in fact, I'm coming from NEC. It's a Japanese 120-year-old Japanese MNC. A lot invested in technology and modern technologies. And what we are doing currently is having some serious intervention of AI in the way society can benefit responsibly. For example, the personalized cancer vaccine. We are building it, we are doing clinical trial of that in European region. And when I say the responsible AI flavor to it has a lot of serious implications if something goes wrong. If AI agents give some unpredictable behavior, who is going to be responsible for that? So in that context, I think Indian government has also done a wonderful job. Niti Aayog has laid out 7 principles for trusted and responsible AI. There is US body NIST, which has also unleashed governance and risk management frameworks for responsible AI. We are taking cognizance of all of that and ensuring that what we are building, there is accountability, there is safety, there is data privacy, there is explainability associated to it. So that when we say AI is enhancing human, it really happens in actual terms. It is no longer only an English word. It has a very, very deep and serious implications, because once a AI agent misfires or starts to give biased or unpredictable behavior, there has to be clear line of sight of what is the oversight, what is the level of control we are building in. So that is some of the steps that we are taking.
Wonderful. I think it's also important that as a leader, like you would have kind of developed some unique perspectives on observing. So more of like we would like to know the sense making you've done, like on what is probably ahead.
What is?
Probably ahead, like.
So it's actually happening. So only from say computing acceleration or productivity enhancement, it has taken a shape where the strategic decision making, the reasoning power is also getting complemented. And so all the enterprise and government sector, there are variety of use cases, maybe right from honorable speaker to India AI mission team, everyone spoke about variety of use cases that are unfolding and we are seeing it really happening. And in context of government sector, safe city, smart city, even I'll quote a very basic example of India National ID, which was a foundational identity for digital public infrastructure in India. It again was powered by NEC as one of the biometric service provider. But when it stayed for as a national identity for a long time, and then when DigiYatra came, it took a flavor of face as a passport. Again, all this is powered by AI, powered by biometrics. So these are only starting. Now, DigiLocker also gives an individual a lot of access to his ID documents. But can face become a passport to avail any kind of services through a self-sovereign digital identity so that data security, data sovereignty is ensured? So I think trust and AI goes together, AI and security goes together. And that is where a lot of innovation is happening, a lot of startups, big technology giants, government, everyone is coming together in making sure that a collaboration happens so that AI can take a scale and can really support society.
You spoke about trust, which is a very important conversation for today. Like, I'm sure like 80% of the people even today have high level of skepticism around AI, be it the media-led skepticism or like skepticism which arrived because they started using and they went on, had some glitches. Like, so on a governance perspective, how do you build large level trust? Like when you say like public utility services like this, the moment you say it's AI powered, will people feel, hey, they're stealing all my information? Or how do you build that?
Yeah, so there has to be right kind of a policy, framework, guidelines, templates, data security, compliance standards. So it all should come together. And trust is not an easy word. It takes a lot of layered controls to be established so that data right from the source, without the consent, no amount of data sharing is happening anywhere. So working in all AI-led model, and for AI, foundation is data. Unless there is data, AI can't recommend or predict anything. So it makes a lot of efforts to ensure that right kind of accountability frameworks, policies are there, and there is a governing body, there are right stakeholders, there is right accountability established, and then associated comes the tools and risk assessment. All the models uses some kind of a libraries. These libraries may have vulnerabilities. So whether we are checking these vulnerabilities at right stage, taking proactive actions, notifying the real risk for data leakage, for say error-prone judgment, biases in judgment, and taking a calculated call whether the benefit is outweighing the risk, or when the risk eventually materializes, what would be the next action plan. So all these comes together. It's a very, very broad and a deep topic, and it is, I believe, one of the founding reason and entry criteria for AI to become scalable and successful and impact masses if trust and AI is combined and is taken together as one layer.
Great. Let's move to our next panelist. Like, how have you felt like things have changed in the last couple of years, especially when AI became more of mainstream, and how is it impacting your work and the initiatives?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So firstly, my name is Karthik. I'm the Regional Advisor for Digital Health and AI at the World Health Organization. Now, at the World Health Organization, we are a normative agency. So we set the standards and guidelines to the world, and very clearly on those guidelines, World Health Organization has been essentially leading the world in terms of how should we use AI in a safe, ethical, and a sustainable way in healthcare. Now, that's of course a very broad guidance framework, but what we do for India more specifically, I'm also a serving IS officer. I was Secretary Health and Secretary IT for the Government of Punjab. I'm currently on deputation from Government of India to the World Health Organization. And we are now currently leading the development of a national AI strategy for health for India. Now, countries in the global north, the United States came with a consolidated national AI strategy for health in September. There are only 4 countries out of 50 other countries in Europe which have a sector-specific AI strategy for health. So all the guardrails that you talked about, one is the guardrails that you have which are sector agnostic. But how do you come up with sector-specific guardrails? That is something that the world is trying to now understand. So amongst all the countries in the global south, there isn't one single country which has a national AI strategy for health. And the World Health Organization is currently developing that for India. And this essentially includes how do you contextualize all those large AI governing principles that the previous speaker talked about and contextualize it to the cultural settings and the low resource settings in India. Because essentially when you want to use AI, it is not just using these external large language models, but how do you ensure that these AI models are not just piloted, but integrated into health systems and then implemented at scale? Because for me, the way I think about AI, I'm not excited about AI. What I'm excited about is, can we use AI to improve health outcomes? Can we use AI to help solve some of the specific health-related problems and priorities that are unique to our setting? So the essential goal is to come up with foundational work. So while it becomes extremely exciting to think about very sexy, glamorous AI tools, but how do you really deploy them in the real world? And that I think is a challenge. Now, I've been working on AI for about 15 years. I've done a PhD in computer science, specializing on how do you focus on explainability, interpretability, and transparency of AI models in radiation oncology. I'm a faculty at the Yale School of Medicine and the School of Data Science at University of North Carolina. So I'm an administrator, but I'm also a research scientist. And in AI, in health, the first and fundamental focus is on how do you make it safe. So it is almost like AI, thinking about it like a drug. So today, a sandwich in India is regulated more than AI, right? We don't have regulatory guardrails on how do we use AI. And if you think about it in healthcare, it becomes even more problematic, right? You do not want to use any AI tool that is not safe, ethical, and equitable, and also sustainable for healthcare workers and for patients and citizens in general. So some of these governing principles is what we have in the National AI Strategy for Health. But what is going to be very important for a healthcare sector is not just about the glamorous AI tools, but then how do you bring them and scale them into public health systems? Now, health systems will need a lot of integration. And so tools that really work in low resource settings across all parts of the country is what we want to do well. So to just give you 2 broad key takeaways, one is we want to ensure that India not only thinks about how do we deploy AI for impact, but also is responsible to ensure that every AI tool that gets implemented in the state, in the country, is part of a national AI registry. One is that major recommendation. Second, just like how we have patient safety events that get reported in every hospital, and every safety event that reaches a patient and causes harm gets today reported by every hospital. Similarly, what we are seeing globally is AI safety events have essentially increased by about 40% globally just between 24 to 25. So it becomes extremely important for a country like our size to ensure that we have AI incident reporting systems both at the national level, state level, and the district level. So these are some major recommendations that we have. So to summarize, at the World Health Organization, we're supporting Government of India to have a national AI strategy in health. And we've taken this strategy to different state governments, and we've tried to refine it, validate it, to ensure that this AI strategy not only works for the central government, but also for the state governments and at district level. Happy to answer more questions.
Great. I think health has been always a center of the conversation in AI. I'm sure how many of you have kind of actually uploaded a health report and asked for simplifying the whole health report on, say, like ChatGPT or Gemini. I'm sure like most of you have done this. Why? Because we believe that the results are like pretty interesting and can be helpful in a real conversation with the doctor, right? So just adding to that, because we have the audience who are more or less like consumers of AI, especially by interacting with it to make it easier for them to understand complex health things, right? Because earlier it was considered to be a knowledge boundary. Right now they have access to it, right? How do you see like on a consumer, so you're talking more on how structurally you're building the healthcare AI. Do you see the existing foundational models are pretty good when it comes to helping a user, like an individual user, know more about their own health?
I want to make this question a little more non-technical because it's a non-technical audience. So when we use a large language model, typically the way we would use in healthcare, and these are not the great users of LLMs in my opinion, in healthcare, the most important thing that we go to a doctor is to first make a diagnosis, right? And a diagnosis is by far an extremely complex process. I am a physician trained in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So people go to medical schools, spend years, decades to get trained first and foremost on diagnosis. Now, when we use large language models for diagnosis, we are oversimplifying this process, right? Typically, a physician would talk to you, have a conversation, take your chief complaints, examines you, takes investigations, both structured data as well as imaging data, uses all his training to make a differential diagnosis and a diagnosis then, right? But when we use a large language model for that, now today there are multimodal AI models that have come in, which are even open source like MedGemma. The problem with these models is they oversimplify the process of diagnosis, which is a specialized health-specific model. So whether the Microsoft's Orchestrator model or Google's MedGemma, none of them can really typically mimic the process of making a diagnosis in healthcare. But these large language models can certainly be helpful in a health information seeking behavior, right? Provided they're built with certain guardrails. Now, none of these large language models, if you place them in a classic American GPA system, across important principles of safety, explainability, interpretability, would even get a C+. I think Claude is the only model which has with great difficulty got a C+. All the other large language models are between C+ to F-. So which basically means to tackle hardcore health-related problems, none of the generic large language models are going to work, right? So therefore, the fundamental education that we need in our country, see the problem in India, in my opinion, is we tend to use large language models between Monday to Friday, which means we are using them for work and also health-related advice. But on a Saturday and Sunday, we don't use large language models. You still go back to Google search. That is primarily because we know the fact that these large language models, they hallucinate, they confabulate, they have internal biases, and they're certainly not health-specific related, right? So for me, I think this education of where are these large language going to be helpful, where are they going to be harmful, I think that is a major conversation, major education that we need, not just for medical schools or healthcare workforce, but also for a general audience.
Great, thank you so much. Let's move ahead to, you want to add something? Yeah.
I would like to maybe add to what fellow gentleman said. So there's one thing about diagnosis. There is another applicability of AI, which is a predictive element to it. So based on the lifestyle, based on the diet, based on my weight, based on my choices in a day, I can predict through AI where I will end up when I will turn 55, what diseases I would acquire, when I would turn up 60, what diseases would I acquire, and hence alter some of these choices in present to avoid those things. So that is where also I think lot of research, lot of real work is happening based on lifestyle, based on current, based on say genetic inheritance. What kind of things are going to unfold for an individual?
I think that's a valid point. I'm a scientist at the core, right? I look into evidence. So there's a huge difference between what you see AI in research to what you see in the real world. In healthcare, the problem is there's a lot of research that happens, and I do a lot of research myself, but what do you move from lab to a clinic, and then from clinic to the population level? So globally around the world, no country can even say that they've really been able to take AI from the research world to a large-scale clinical deployment to a real-world deployment. So scaling of AI is itself a fairly new concept for healthcare specifically. To give you an example, even Stanford healthcare system has been attempting to implement 4 large AI, evidence-based AI solutions from research into a clinical environment. In fact, Stanford Healthcare is the first ever large healthcare system in entire of the United States to have a chief AI scientist. Now, I happen to speak that very openly because he's a friend and a colleague of mine, and do look him up. His name is Nigam Shah. Nigam has only a 2-line job role, which simply is take evidence-based research tools from research and deploy them in the clinic. So this difference between lab to a clinical environment, and from clinical environment to real world is a very difficult challenge to cross through. So while we talk of the immense potential that AI has, I am a realist, I am a scientist. What is important for us and where we as a country need to focus specifically on health AI is how do you bridge this gap between lab to the clinic, and then how do you take evidence-based clinical tools and deploy them at the population level? And that, I think, is a big challenge for all of us.
Wonderful. Moving to Srinath, who is very interesting. He's a professor at IIT Palakkad, has been doing a lot of interesting research. Like he was with IIT Madras doing research, deep research, and also worked on sensors, and has also helped a lot of startups. So I want to hear from you, Srinath, how has been your lived experiences with AI, and what are your unique perspectives?
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Krishna, for that important point to be discussed. Hi all. So just if I say AI will help to enhance our decision, AI will improve accuracy, it's of course, all of us, we are aware of that. In my perspective, AI is enhancing the time. I think that is something which most of them may miss it in that type. What is the logic with enhancing the time or minimizing the time? I'll just give you a few examples. Maybe we'll go back to those examples or when we started internet, maybe in the late 1960s, maybe to be precise, 1969, when internet started as a defense project. But when it reached the public, it took almost 22 years, around 1990s, to reach in the public. Maybe some other examples, when Bluetooth, maybe simple example, Bluetooth invented in early 1990s. But what happened when public started using in different applications, it took almost more than 10 years. That is 2005, in that range. Then Apple released its first phone in 2007. And then, of course, other Android, many things came in. And then over the thing, the 22 years changed to 10 years in one development. And Apple development, the smartphone development again happened, the 10 cut to the 5. And then what other implementations like UPA, then what streaming platform, Netflix and associated things. Again, it cut down to what? That 5-year duration, the early 2000, it reduced to 3 years. And when maybe very recent example, ChatGPT, when it's launched in 2002, to be precise, November, it just took 2 months to reach 100 million. So see the gap in that time, how it reduction down. But however, we are talking about AI, it's enhanced something like that. I see AI as a tool. Maybe from a layman's perspective, I want to design a table. Okay, conventional way, carpenter will just, okay, took his mechanical tool, will just take the handmade kind of table, something like that. Maybe I have a machine that can be used. Okay, it will just cut the tool in so and so thing. So it's like a tool that by making it hand, maybe he might have taken some 3-4 days. With machine, he can just make it in 1 day. Suppose if still it matures, okay, I just command to a machine saying that make a table. I don't want to look into that. So entire system will be taken in what? Instead of just maybe one day, few hours to few minutes, it can happen in that like that. So that's what, if you look into that aspect, we have not seen the potential of AI yet. So in terms of what it is actually developed, with actual innovation that is happening in the real world, like how public is using it. So that kind of time reduction is something very important. I think that's what I look AI in that aspect. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think I really like the idea of like how it takes long time for a technology to really become consumer level. Like if you notice, AI as a term is coined in 1956. Nobody would believe that, like by a computer scientist called John McCarthy. And it took almost like, I mean, you can imagine the time it took to reach a level where it is really becoming reliable and useful to people like us, right? So being in the, I mean, you work with a lot of bright students, you work with researchers, you work with startups. How do they see the foundational models? Like, the idea of foundational models, like, so I was listening to Jensen Huang's Davos speech, like, on, I mean, basically this is a panel conversation just like us, and he was mentioning something called the whole foundational models are where most of the new products are going to come up, right? So if the foundational model itself is not great, all the products which are coming upon that, would that be reliable, or would it be only be a capital-seeking product, right? How do you see that? So where do you, I mean, first question number one is like, how do you see foundational models growing? Is it becoming more reliable, useful for building products? Is it really becoming, improving the reasoning skills?
Yeah, from a research perspective, I would say, of course, foundational model are enhancing day by day. But if you look at the adaptability in terms of public, I would say trust how AI can make a decision. It should be like the situation awareness decision should happen. I'll just give one example. Suppose I'm having a wearable and it's continuously monitoring my blood pressure or heart rate or something like that. So what happens? Okay, when I'm quite relaxed and all, my heart rate will be very low. When I'm tensed, of course, heart rate will be very high. So if you are just giving that one information of heart rate to a monitoring foundation model, okay, it's saying that your heart rate is too high, so that means you are test or you are about to go heart attack or something like that. But what happens if I'm jogging? Okay, again, jogging, it's naturally that blood need to be having higher pump rate. So of course, it's naturally to have the heart rate to be a higher number. So the context should be very clear on how you use AI, not just, okay, AI just depending on few elements, something like that. How to enhance the accuracy by looking the context, where I'm sitting alone, jogging or something like that. That makes it more adaptable in terms of public, and trust building is over the time it is going to evolve.
Interesting. Let's move on to N. Subramanian. He's Executive Director of SETS, and he works in a very interesting space of cybersecurity, secure digital transactions, and trust infrastructure. The whole conversation is all about. Right. How do you see this?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure being over here, and thank the organizers for inviting me for this event. So yeah, we work in the area of cybersecurity on multiple spheres, AI, quantum, and things like that. Now, I just want to touch upon 3 points more from the opportunities and innovation perspective. Number one, the sectors and use cases we all know. It has been said from the morning. Beyond that, if you look at the transforming possibilities from AI perspective on the technology itself, you can see it at the foundational technology level itself, what are the contributions AI can make. For example, India is very much embarking its journey in the semiconductor foundries and things like that. So you have a lot of EDA tools and hardware design element tools that are getting developed. Even there you see a lot of opportunities for AI space to add value to there. Similarly, when you look at it, India has done extremely good in the 5G space, contributing to the standardization and development of indigenous technologies. Again, AI has a very important role to play on the core element of 5G core towards moving towards 6G, or bringing in automation and intelligence into the network elements itself. Then, of course, all these applications that we talked about are all their sectors and things like that. From the societal context, if you look at it, there's a huge potential already AI is showing beyond these sector-specific approaches for something common across the globe, which is something like the assistive technologies. So when you look at the challenges of the differently able communities or the aging population, you see a lot of role of AI coming over there. So you have a lot of innovation that AI can put in over there. This is on the opportunity from the application and technology space. Now let me move on to the opportunities when you look at it more on the security and trust kind of a primitive. Yes, there are challenges, and we are aware of adversarial attacks, specific concerns that can, some kind of even a perturbation to the data can challenge a inference model. Even when you have a learning system, training data can be, disturbed or, poisoned. Then you have attacks against the model itself, like, model inversion attack, model inferencing attack, and things like that. So you have a range of threats more from adversarial AI perspective, and these are being well researched and studied, and huge opportunity is there to look at how do you build robust models against these kind of attacks and adversarial attacks and things like that. On the cybersecurity space, there's another opportunity is more from the data security side. So when you look at it, there is a large concern more not only about the securing the data and the storage as well as in the transmit, but also on the computational aspect, which is more pertinent when you have AI coming into picture. So you have a lot of privacy enhancing techniques, right? You have schemes like differential privacy, you have schemes like zero knowledge proof, homomorphic encryption, secure multi-party computation, and things like that. These primitives I see as more opportunities getting ingrained into the development of AI system itself, becoming more robust and securing and providing the privacy aspect. This is on the core cybersecurity aspect. Now, third part I would touch is on the governance aspect. So I think globally there is always a challenge when you have these advancements in AI, quantum, and all these rapidly advancing technologies to keep pace with it. But I think India has done extremely well in the financial sector, and we are leading in the globe in it. Taking the clue from it, I'm sure that we have agility in the governance mechanism, A, through policy prototyping, B, you can have a lot of sandboxing models and sandboxing framework that can be announced where application development can be rapidly done. And then you can also have opportunities for certification and testing. That's where the trust can be to a level guaranteed and things like that. So overall, the challenges can be navigated through the opportunities what we foresee is what I see. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think the larger public has an anxiety about how robust the cybersecurity infrastructure is, like considering that AI-powered attacks can also come, right? We have human attacks, which ethical hackers did for a long period of time. Now they have AI also. They have probably quantum computing also getting into their hands. So technology reaching good actors and bad actors, these are two different things. And you're dealing with technology reaching bad actors. How confident the overall systems are right now to handle this?
So that's what. So if you look at it globally, there are, first of all, in November 2025, we have India announced its, under the India initiative, they announced the trustworthy guidelines for going about building and deploying systems. If you look at global level, you have the NIST RMF framework, which talks about risk management framework. You talk about how do you build AI models from the securing the data perspective, model perspective, and roll out an operational aspect of it. So there are these, even the ISO IEC standards are there. IEEE has a separate body of work in 7000 series and various other aspects. So I think the standardization, testing, and certification is one way to see you have some kind of a view on robustness of a system. But yeah, as you know, it's a game that you catch up as you move further, and challenges will come, and we need to raise up and move ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm moving to Srinath Chakravarti, who is a Senior Vice President at NISG, it's the National Institute for Smart Governments. We had a quick conversation, and his expertise is on digital public infrastructure and AI strategy for governments. He's been advising governments on how to build AI strategy. So really would like to hear from you, how you think about this. and your perspectives while working with the government sector.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Krishna Kumar, and it's a pleasure to be here, really. I think Kerala being a very progressive state with high literacy, high IT awareness, very apt to have this conference here, very glad to be here. Let me start out by giving a very simple example that happened in my own organization. We advise governments on digital transformation, and increasingly AI, of course, is the buzzword. So my HR came to me, and we were in the process of revising our HR policies. Hadn't been done for a few years. And so they started revising, and then they kept sending it to senior leadership, and we were giving our feedback. And after a batch of 6 or 7, the thought occurred to me, do we need an AI policy? We don't have one. So I asked HR, why don't you draft an AI policy? They said, no, sir, you only draft it. So they lobbed it back to me. And then he said something that intrigued me. He said, sir, why don't you ask AI to write an AI policy? I said, no. You want to ask AI to write a policy about how to use AI? No, I don't want to do that. I was not comfortable with that. I said, no, let me have a piece of paper, and I want to apply my brain and actually write a policy on AI. So I did. It was about 2 pages long, and then I put and it was difficult. And the point I'm making here is that it's difficult because you have to have clarity on what you want AI to do. Today, a lot of my employees use email for using ChatGPT and other things. People who could hardly construct an email earlier, didn't even have a good flow of thought. Now you get beautiful emails and I know they're not writing it because when they speak, when I talk one-on-one, they never use the same words and the same vocabulary. You only see it in the writing, right? So obviously they're not writing it. But on the one hand, it's nice because you don't have to correct all these things and there seems to be a good flow. But are they really thinking these things? So it's difficult. Do we ban it? Do we allow it? Do we not? What do we do? So it's not easy to even write an AI policy. So many of you are in government, you're in government departments. I think the key here is for you to look at what you want AI to do. A lot of the conversations we have recently in the last year or two, I remember 2 years ago when I was talking to one of the ministries in Delhi and they said, it was like everybody's using AI. तो हमारे लिए भी सिस्टम बना देना, थोड़ा सा AI डाल देना उसमें. I said, no, it's not like that. It's not like chai में थोड़ा सा चीनी डाल देना. It's not like that. But of course, that was 2 years ago. Now the ecosystem has matured a lot. There's more clarity on what they want. But the thing is that we do need to have that clarity. We are in discussion with Ministry of Education. And one of the questions I ask, not just there, but in other ministries as well, and even with states, what do you want AI to do that your current technology is not able to do? Keep in mind that our current technology is very powerful. I worked on a predictive analytics solution 30 years ago, 1994, when it was the beginning of my career. We built a predictive analytics application for the state of California to predict, compliant taxpayers versus non-compliant taxpayers. We used SAS at that time. And since then, in the last 30 years, it has advanced leaps and bounds. So what do you want AI to do that your current technology does not? So with the Department of Education, one of the things that ultimately came out was we have the Right to Education Act, guaranteeing children education till the age of 14. If you go to a state and say how many of you are actually implementing it, they'll have difficulty in answering that question. They might be able to tell you who's enrolled, but to tell you the people who ought to be enrolled but not enrolled in school is very difficult. There is a lot of dropouts. Now, Kerala may not be a good state. You may not have much dropout. Your literacy rate is high, but there's a lot of states in the country where there's a huge dropout rate. In 3rd and 4th class, you have full classes. By the time you get to 9th and 10th, there's a steep drop-off in the number of students. So, one of the outcomes that they want AI to do is, can you take a cohort of 3rd and 4th class students, say there are 100 students in class 3, can you tell me which 20 will drop out by the time you get to class 9 or 10? Can AI do that? That's what they want. That is the outcome that they deserve. If AI can do that, then you can give special attention. You have 5-6 years to work with these students to make sure that they will not, because today the teachers don't have that level of Even current technology cannot. Can AI do that? So a lot of the places, what we are seeing is that it has to be outcome-based. You have to look at what you want. And some of you, if you are skeptical about AI, somebody was mentioning there may be people here even a little skeptical about AI, don't be skeptical. There are a lot of use cases, there's a lot of benefit to AI, it is here to stay. Telangana used AI for look at children again and look at health, this was in the health sector, to predict who might be blind in the future, who might have some eye problems in the future. They used an AI application to predict that and then took some preventive measures to address that to begin with. So I think this is one of the areas that we see a lot.
We have 5 minutes.
You have to correlate it to outcomes. And what the minister said, I totally agree, that it has to be for the social good. You have to look at outcomes. Yes, there will be models, LLM models, small models. There's a lot of technical stuff that will keep going on. But it's here to stay and focus on the outcomes. The last thing I want to quickly mention is on the regulation side and the governance side. It's part of our topic here. So I've been following this governance thing a lot in the last year. I've participated in some dialogues, etc. If you look at, there are 2 or 3 basic governance models in this world. The US takes the position that no regulation, very little regulation, because it's all about innovation and less government. The EU has taken a very different task, saying that no, we do need to regulate, and they have the AI Act, which some of you can go and study. And I think it's being implemented in phases. It's still going on. It's not completely implemented. And this was driven by the fact that there was a case in Netherlands where they used AI to detect welfare fraud. So what happened in this case is, it was all with very good intent, but biases developed in the system, whereby it was tending to identify those people and saying that they are likely to commit fraud who are from low-income neighborhoods, etc., etc. A lot of biases crept in. Some cases got filed, then it went to the court, and the court ruled that this was in violation of basic European fundamental human rights, however they defined it. So that led to Europe rethinking the whole thing and them coming up with this AI Act. So I would encourage you to study that. So now, where does India stand in all of this? So we've taken a wait-and-see approach. We're not going the US way, we're not going the EU way. Our Honorable Minister, even in Davos, he talked about it recently and this week, saying that we have existing regulation with the IT Act of 2000. We have now the DPDP Act, which protects personal data. And by the way, DPDP Act is actually silent on AI-generated data. But India remains flexible that if there are breaches of the DPDP Act on data that is not supplied by the data principal, but actually generated by AI, they will interpret that. They will interpret that. So, so we're taking this approach where I think some governance is required. The minister said we need regulation. I think we need some regulation, but sector-specific. And it needs to be looked at in a techno-legal standpoint, not purely legal, not purely technical, but in a techno-legal standpoint. So I think that is where our governance is headed. And finally, there's one thought I wanted to mention. In one of the dialogues 5 months ago in the Global South, the issue came up that is, if you have an AI application that causes disadvantage to the citizen, who's responsible? Can you blame the company that built that system? The company will say, well, we didn't ask AI to do this. It did it on its own. And therefore, I think this aspect needs to be looked at in terms of how we ensure that the guardrails are there to prevent the bias.
Great, thank you so much, Srinath. I think I gave a little bit more time because he waited till the end. Great. We've got some interesting questions here. Like, I don't know when to pick up, but a couple of questions look pretty interesting to me. So maybe something which I want to know as well. So this is a question on foundational models. Yeah, please. Sure.
I'm sorry to interfere. but we have a quiz that would be going on in between. So we have a QR code that is being shown in the screens around you. That QR code will be visible in all the screens that is placed here. You can scan the QR code, and we have a quiz running based on this QR code. So you can answer the questions, and the fastest, the one who answers first and the second, they do get prizes at the end of the session. So kindly scan the QR code that is being shown on the screen, and as quick as possible, if you can answer, you get a prize at the end of the session. And over to you, sir.
Thank you. The big question on foundational models, do we have our own foundational models? This has been the question which has been running for the last 3 years. So if you go to a website called Artificial Analysis, like you would see that almost 600 plus foundational models are being indexed, like how you see like the companies indexed in Sensex, like, based on performance and parameters. And you probably would not see much of India-based foundational models for obvious reasons, because it would require you to spend a lot of money, upfront to build a model like this, and a lot of data as well. We have been always a service-based use cases economy. And so this question is on someone asking, how and when will India create innovation in the architecture of foundational models, as there is a great stagnation in the architecture development? When will India have its own DeepSeek moment? So I found this question very interesting. I don't know, we don't have answers for it, but how do you see this? I want to pick Srinath for this. Like, I'm sure that being in the IIT ecosystem, I'm sure he is listening this almost every day.
Yeah, I like that question. So basically, when we will be able to make a DeepSeek replica. So again, we are thinking about the replica version of that. It's not about, I feel it's like we should focus on, of course, we can generate LLM models and many other things. It's like, even our core objective or our core skills, when we want to uplift the complete ecosystem, is what kind of different talents that we can generate from this space. Maybe we should think 5 year or 6 year down the line. I think that's where our thought process and our skilling should actually happen. A very simple example to that scenario is, what our current generation or the people around us is aware of how AI can be used. Maybe I will just give one example where our honorable speaker mentioned, when he was traveling in a train, he met a radiologist, and he just referred saying that, okay, his job will be vanished in maybe few years when AI comes. But actually, he is not aware how we can use AI effectively. Very simple example is like, okay, he is a radiologist. He can scan many images and he will interpret the data. Whereas, before having 10 images interpreting the data, AI let it run the data and just give inference to what his evaluation to be. So he is having someone already vetted. He is just superimposing into, okay, whether that model, what are the insights that are generating is correct or not. So still, our public is not aware how we can use that approach to widespread our technology. Likewise, in that scenario, academia have a huge role in giving an awareness on how this AI can be used as a tool to minimize their effort in solving a big problem. I think that's where I think we should focus at this point. And then if you try to make a replica of many things, I think we are just imitating someone who already made it. So we are again going back behind that race. Yeah.
Let me come in a bit. I think this question is also the fact that the one who asked this question hasn't heard the presentation from the India AI mission, where they actually talked about a large number of foundational models that are being funded by the India AI mission. In fact, I chair a committee that is looking at small language models for healthcare. And so there are about 530 applications which the India AI mission has received. And they've essentially given about 8 companies in India to build the foundational model for India. But what is also going to be important, sorry, I'm speaking completely for India AI mission. I wish somebody is here there. So there was, in fact, in the first session, there was Bhashini, which was actually running in, right? Now, what India really needs to do is not actually mimic and build a DeepSeek-like mechanism. What is going to be more specific and more important for India is to work on Indic languages, right? Essentially, the biggest problem that India is going to have is if you try and replicate more of these foundational models, what we will miss is the fact that we have a lot of diversity of languages with us, right? And the very fact that you don't have a specific Indic language model that is unique to our ecosystem is something which we understand this gap clearly in the government. Yeah. So what India AI mission has very characteristically done is try and focus that while these large language models, foundational models are built elsewhere, how do you build an Indic language model that is specific to the Indian ecosystem, to the Indian subcontinent, captures not just the linguistic diversity, but also try and think of what could be some health-specific use cases. For example, while the world has been building EHRs, what is going to be important is if you want ambient AI tools that can transcribe a conversation between a physician and a patient, what you will also then need is this conversation that happens between a patient and a physician gets transcribed, powered by a general purpose large language model, which can convert not just the language, but also the medical language, right? For example, something like diarrhea in Malayalam could be said by two different terms between the south and the north of Kerala itself. So we just don't need a linguistic translation, we also need the medical language to be translated between different regions. So there's a lot of contextualization that we really need to do. It is those layers that we need to invest in. And I think the India mission really talks about what is the work that is happening. And I hope amongst the 8 different companies that we've invested, I think it is very likely that 1 or 2, I don't want to speak for them, but 1 or 2 of them are going to announce that during the AI Impact Summit.
Very interesting. I think one of the examples, Sarvam AI, like the example we are seeing, the conversation is, real time getting, translated to pretty interesting Malayalam. I can read Malayalam, so I think it's good. So there are 3 questions to you, Karthik, on healthcare. I think one of the questions which I like pretty light, maybe I can read all the questions. How do AI deal with edge cases in healthcare? Like not the usual simple ones, like something which requires deeper things. Is AI really mature enough to handle that kind of use cases? When will probably it would reach? I mean, I'm sure that there is a lot of research going on. Foundation models are getting built. You have ChatGPT for health coming in for select users. So there is a lot of verticalization happening for the foundation models. How do you see the healthcare vertical improving in that sector?
See, globally around the world, when I want to make this very clear about myself, I am an AI realist, not in fiction about AI, right? There's so much about AI fiction that people read. So a lot of research, the blue sky models which China is investing in or the US is investing in, is essentially in a fiction space according to me. My first paper on AI is a decade old. So as you talked about AI, which has been there since 1958, the first AI conference was in Dartmouth, right? So since then, when I did my PhD in AI, I did not really think that AI will become the big bubble that it is today. So for me, if you use a classic Hyper-Gartner cycle, we're in the peak of AI, which will certainly come down, right? And that's true for majority of various technologies that mankind has ever seen. Now coming to healthcare, there are very specific use cases where AI can do well, because if you put on a 2x2 axis, an axis of value and an axis of risk, what we want to do is AI to create great value-based care while the risk being lower. And here, the evidence that is emerging across the world, and more specifically, the evidence that is coming from randomized controlled trials in US and China, because US and China together contribute 60% of the entire clinical RCTs in the world, is just threefold. One is clinical decision support tools. Second is the ambient AI tools. That's where AI is doing well. Third is when patients ask questions to physicians, physicians can use these large language models to generate their first draft. That is all. This draft has to be validated, edited, approved by physicians. So a large number of AI models are in very basic, fundamental health system applications, and not the super expected autonomous robotic surgeries that we talk about, right? So we're not really there where we think AI can go to edge cases, use cases that are in the fiction world, right? The evidence essentially shows that AI in a clinical environment has changed some workflows. For example, AI is doing well with 2-dimensional images, not in 3-dimensional again. So when it comes to X-rays, CT scans, MRIs, dermatology images, when it comes to predicting for, say, things like lung cancer. So in all those imaging kind of tools, AI is seemingly doing well in two-dimensional images. But that does not again mean that a field like radiologists are going to be removed or they're going to be replaced by AI. But what has certainly happened is, because radiologists are far and few in this world, what we are now trying to think is, can we use AI to train our next generation radiologists? If we can build models on how experienced radiologists, someone who learn about the brain, for instance, these are very rarely available, right? So those radiologists, how do they see once they see an image, where do they look into? So you put an eye tracking goggle to them, you put sensors on their hands and see what kind of tools they use. You can build AI models that can then mimic these experts. And so when you train your trainees, you can then use these models to do that. The second major place where AI is being used in high-end labs in the US, in cancer care, where I specialize is essentially trying to be a nudge in the room, right? So for example, healthcare physicians, healthcare experts, oncologists, when they do a peer review of a plan, so for example, as a radiation oncologist, when I build a plan for a patient, I expect other physicians to give me criticism of how well the plan can be improved. What is called a peer review done by other experts. So what we are seeing is, since COVID has come in, these conversations which were earlier in person have now moved to a virtual space. So this peer review process has dramatically reduced in terms of its quality of inputs. And that is where we are using AI now to say that AI can actually work out a model and come out and say to the physician, hey, this plan can be improved here. So it's almost like a nudge in the room. So AI is serving as a nudge to push experts have conversations on where the treatment plans can be improved. So in my opinion, the AI use cases are fairly fundamental in healthcare right now, where the risk is low, the value has to be higher. So we see a lot of ambient AI tools, clinical decision support tools, especially in primary healthcare to kind of diagnose some basic diseases. But we're also seeing very interesting work in India. In India, we have a large-scale deployment for screening for diseases. We're not using them for diagnosis. We're using them for screening. For example, breast cancer screening, oral cancer screening, cervical cancer screening, because screening rates are extremely low in India. They're less than about 2%, whereas in the US and UK, you'll see up to 80% of screening for these cancers. So what we're doing in India is, because we don't have access to highly sophisticated screening tools, we're now using AI-based screening tools for screening for common cancer diseases. And that, I think, is a very good use case for India, and that, I think, is the right way to go ahead. And that's the kind of ambit of real-world AI use cases in healthcare.
Fantastic. So it's time to kind of have a quick summary of the whole conversation. Thank you so much, each one of you, kind of having the patience to stay and then share your perspectives. I mean, one thing I just want to add here is, like, I think in the last 20 years of watching various technology cycles, I haven't seen governments, facing so much of fear of missing out, like so much of sense of urgency to do this. Like, usually governments are slower, right? When it comes to getting it into technology, only when everyone, the whole world accepts the technology, they bring it on, right? But here you see across the world, governments are like investing, betting on AI, putting their best talent in AI, right? I'm sure that India AI Mission also is doing a great momentum, like they've created a great momentum here, bringing all people in conversations, not like getting too late for the whole conversation. So even though we are 3 years into like the consumer AI, we've seen this being used for learning, researching, analyzing, and all that, like most practical use cases. And I'm happy that the governments are like taking active action on this. And we have here the experts, who have kind of worked very deeply on governance projects, also sharing their realistic, optimistic, as well as sometimes pessimistic view of how things have happened, right? And thank you so much for the questions. I'm sure that you have more. Our panelists would be there for some bit more time, right? I'm sure, like, and maybe can catch up with them offline. And just a final note, like before we kind of end this conversation's whole goal was to, to not, like he said the right word, there has been a lot of fiction around AI. There has also been skepticism around AI. There is a lot of news and content and fear of missing out and all that, which have kind of made it sometimes overwhelming also, right? It's not easy to process so much of information about something like when you have, a life to lead. And here is more like unlocking that, like real insights from real leaders. And thank you so much, each one of you, for joining this. Give a big hand to the panelists out there for making this conversation active and live. Yeah, we are done actually. Yeah.
Thank you, Sri Krishna Kumar, the moderator, who is the co-founder and CEO of Green Pepper. Concluding this session, and as a token of appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present mementos to our panelists, and I request the moderator to kindly present the mementos to the panelists. First, we would present the memento to Dr. N. Subramanian, Executive Director, Society for Electronic Transactions and Security. Inviting him to receive the memento. Inviting Dr. Karthik Adapa, Regional Advisor for Digital Health and Artificial Intelligence, WHO Southeast Asia. Inviting Dr. Srinath Vijaykumar, Associate Professor, IIT Palakkad. Inviting Shri Alok Kumar Srivastava, GDC and Global Branches Head, NEC. Inviting Shri Srinath Chakravarti, Senior Vice President, National Institute for Smart Government. And to present a memento to our moderator for this session, may I invite Shri Nagaraju Chakalam IPS, the Transport Commissioner, Motor Vehicle Department, Government of Kerala, to kindly come over to the stage. Shri Nagaraju Chakalam IPS presenting the memento to Shri Krishna Kumar. Thank you. And we now have the winners' names on the screen for the quiz. I think we had 94 participants. There were 5 questions and we have 3 winners. So winners, I would request each one of you to kindly come over.
Wonderful. I mean, you can see this first and second and third, right? Give a big hand to them.
Can we have Deepraj R, who has won the first place? I think he must have been the fastest one to click and submit the answer. Are you here, Deepraj R? No, I don't think. Moving on to our second place winner, Nandu H. Mr. Nandu, are you here? Kindly, please come over, please. Requesting our moderator to kindly present the prize to the winner, Shri Krishna Kumar, the co-founder and CEO of Green Pepper. Yeah, the second place winner, Nandu H. And moving on to the third place winner, Shibu. Do we have Mr. Shibu here? Shibu, yes, please come.
Deepraj? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, panelists, for that wonderful session. And we now move on to our next session. Yeah, I think, yes, requesting all of you to come together for a group photograph. Concluding the first panel discussion, which was on the topic, the state of AI, global momentum, governance challenges, and what comes next. Thanks to the moderator and thanks to all the panelists who have attended this session. Moving on to the next one, we have a tech talk coming up on the topic AI for agriculture farming. And may I invite Professor Mukesh K. Saini, IIT Ropar and Project Co-Director, Annam AI, COE in Digital Agriculture, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Inviting Professor Mukesh K. Saini for the tech talk on the topic AI for agriculture farming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mukesh Sani. I am an associate professor at IIT Ropar, and I am founding co-director of Annam.ai, Center of Excellence in AI for Agriculture. So the main goal of this center, Annam.ai, is to promote sustainable agriculture so that we can meet our food security needs. And this stems from our vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, and our Honorable Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan ji, that if we make this center of excellences, then we will be able to quickly develop innovative solutions for AI in agriculture, smart cities, and health. And we may become global leaders for that. So I'm very proud to say that only out of 2 IITs, IIT Ropar is one of the IITs who received to establish this Center of Excellence in AI for Agriculture. And we have been working on for this center for last 1 year now, and our efforts have been recognized in terms of many awards as well. So a survey was conducted by Wildfire Organization, and they found that India grows only at the 50% of the capacity. So whatever crop yield capacity our soil has, we only grow 50%. So our goal is to bridge this yield gap, to bring it to the 100% by using AI. So whatever we can contribute from AI to bridge the gap, our efforts are channelized for this purpose. And so these are different categorizations of agriculture. Agriculture 1.0 is whatever ancient old agriculture that you remember. Agriculture 2.0 is tractors. Agriculture 3.0, we started using precision agriculture and some digital equipments. And agriculture 4.0, we introduced robotics. Agriculture 5.0 consists of digital twins where crops are growing inside computer. So our center's objective is, so unfortunately, most of Indian farmers are at agriculture 2.0. So our goal of our center, Annam.ai, is to directly take the farmers from agriculture 2.0 to agriculture 5.0 with the help of our technology, with the help of technology that we are developing. So we are achieving our objective through this agri advisory services. So now you may wonder that these agriculture advisories are there in the literature, so farmers can read the literature and can get the idea. But that is not sufficient. What our vision is that any advisory that should be data driven, and data has to come from farms. So we have identified 3 very critical layers which are important in order to build a very powerful, impactful agri-advisory service. One is infrastructure layer. We need to build hardware that can sense important information which is required for giving advisories to the farmers, which will increase the crop yield. And once we have this data directly is not useful for farmers. We have to learn analytics. So we have another layer, intelligence layer, where we are doing all the data crunching and doing a lot of analytics to make good recommendations. Finally, the third layer is very important and generally forgotten, engagement layer. We in the past also we have had agriculture technologies, but they don't reach to end farmers because this interface, just building a technology and making it available to the farmer, this is not sufficient. You have to engage the farmers. You have to make an interface that is farmer friendly. So we are leveraging power of these LLMs in order to develop this engagement layer, making this information which is coming from infrastructure and intelligence layer easily accessible to the farmers. So I'll start with our infrastructure layer. So in all 3 layers at Annam.ai, we are building various solutions. So I'll just present some of the important solutions here. one of the infrastructure layer component we have built is weather stack, an independent weather station. So this weather station records important weather parameters like rain gauge and wind velocity, temperature, humidity, which are very crucial for making any farm-related recommendations. And I'm very proud to say that this weather station, for its price and its accuracy, it is one of the best in the world. And I'm saying that because it has been certified by IMD that our weather station is 99% accurate. And other important point is that we are getting order to install these weather stations by private players. You can see here, Blink is installing a large number of weather stations which are built by IIT Roper under Annam.ai. Now, see, this weather station, it is not an assembly of components on Arduino board. Starting from PCB design, circuit design to assembly of full 3D components, it is done in-house at IIT Roper. When we started getting a lot of requests for installation, then we have joined hands with SS Micro to, it's a non-exclusive license to build these weather stations for us, because with the scale this demand is growing, IIT Roper cannot build it with that scale. And we are also planning to install 1,000 weather stations by ourselves as IIT Roper, especially to calibrate IMD data and make more precise hyperlocal climate predictions. So this is, on the right side, you see report by IMD, which says that our weather station is 99% accurate. So on the farm, there are two non-humans which are great friends of farmer. One is buffaloes like cattle, and other is bees. So we are building this hardware infrastructure, hardware sensors to monitor their mental health, stress level by observing their activity through different sensors. So one is buff sensors. For buffalo, we have built two sensors. One goes in neck, other goes in tail. And so with that, we do this activity analysis of buffaloes, especially when the buffaloes are in heat. Okay, and this is a very small handy device that measures nitrogen quantity in plants. So by using some small sensors and everything, so all the devices I'm discussing, they are IoT based, so everything goes on cloud. So with this device, farmers can sense how much nitrogen is there in the farm and can do fertilizer recommendation and crop monitoring. Now, going to the next layer, this intelligence layer, for analyzing like this buffalo data or bee data, we are developing algorithms. In addition, we got some directions from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare for these important tasks which we are developing. First one is plant and disease detection. And so this is very difficult task because, you know, this pest you want to detect at an early stage. You don't even have data to detect pests. So translation level research is not there. We have built, we were discussing about foundation models, so I'm happy to announce that we got good results only because of the foundation models we were able to train on synthetic data. And second is crop identification. Any kind of crop recommendation you do, these are crop specific. And our models, analysis models, they have to know in AI understandable language that what kind of crop that is. So we have built crop identification model. So these are again at translation level. Our model is very powerful, very accurate. Currently its accuracy is 98.6%, but we have opened it for field testing. So far we did not get any wrong prediction. We got some test cases from ministry, around 300 images. Our accuracy was 1. Third one is for Fasal Bima Yojana. We are trying to detect amount of damage that has occurred in a farm by doing image analysis. So an image goes in our model and we predict that how much crop damage has occurred in that image. And finally, the growth models. So growth models are, we also call them digital twins. These are advanced crop simulation models. so crop simulation models, they are like static models. You give some inputs and you get some output. These digital twins will use our infrastructure and intelligence layer and will give output to farmers, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of 3D models, which they can visit by wearing VR. So being anywhere, they can put on their 3D glasses and they can visit their farm from anywhere very precisely. So this is, there are technological barriers in order to build this digital twin. So we are doing research also in this, and I can confidently say that we are the first in the whole world to build digital twins of plants. So we have had some recent breakthrough. You could see our Annam.ai LinkedIn page where we build this technology for building digital twins. And finally, the engagement layer, where we are leveraging LLMs in order to provide all the information which are coming from intelligence and weather stack and the LLMs to the farmers. So we have a farmer chatbot. So farmer chat, in order to give context, Indian context to these LLMs, we have collected around 52,000 questions and answers so that the LLM gets context and gives correct answers. We have collected 5,000 expert verified answers, which are impactful, which are like gold standard answers, which are very useful for farmers. So, our farmer chatbot first looks for these gold standard answers and then uses LLMs in order to respond to farmer queries. And we have also made an interface for KCC agents so that they can use our services and can respond to the farmers more effectively. And all this thing, we are also developing an Annam Information Center that will be a one-stop solution for all the information related to agriculture for farmers. And so we did some study of Stack Overflow, and we realized that asking question on Stack Overflow and waiting for answers, this trend is dying now. You can see after the introduction of ChatGPT, people are already asking LLMs questions, but still we don't have these questions. Many of these questions are not by farmers because of the barriers which were discussed earlier, language barriers, dialect barriers. So all these, you have agri advisories, you have pest and disease recommendations, but they are not accessible to farmers because of languages, dialects. So we are collaborating with Bhasini, and we are also collecting data so that farmers with different dialects can interact with our Annam Information Center. This is our chatbot interface. And going forward, we want to make this AI-powered plant health analysis system that integrates everything, digital twins of crops, so that your crop grows in software and you can monitor accurately from anywhere, and health and mental health and statistical monitoring of buffaloes and bees. And we hope that it will help billions of farmers. One more thing I wanted to highlight is that these solutions are being used on all verticals of agriculture field. Like our weather station is being used by fisheries, by livestock, or like all these verticals. And I'm very proud to say again that IIT Ropar is the only IIT that has BTech program in digital agriculture. We have PhD specifically for digital agriculture. We have minor in AI for agriculture. We have major in precision agriculture. So with this, we are developing a good, skilled workforce that will solve important problems of agriculture field. Oh, stop. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So this was a brief overview of what we are doing at Annam.ai, Agriculture Center of Excellence at IIT Ropar.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mukesh K. Saini, Associate Professor, IIT Ropar and Project Co-Director, Annam AI, COE in Digital Agriculture, Ministry of Education, Government of India. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to Professor Mukesh K. Saini, and to do the honor, I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Babu, IAS, retired, MD, K-Phone, CMD and ED, IKM, Government of Kerala. Dr. Santosh Babu will now present a memento on behalf of the Regional AI Impact Conference 2026 to Professor Mukesh K. Saini. Thank you. And moving on to our next talk, we have a tech talk on the topic AI in routine governance, and the speaker is Dr. Santosh Babu, a medical doctor turned IAS officer. His abiding passion has been to transform governance within his jurisdiction to world-class levels. He has about 250 plus transformational initiatives and innovations to his credit, including installing ERP-driven anytime, anywhere government offices. The K-Smart is his contribution to Kerala. He works currently in the rank of Principal Secretary as MD of K-Phone. And over to Santosh. Dr. Santosh Babu.
Ellarkkum namaskaram. Good afternoon to all of you. I think it's difficult to speak to a lot of empty chairs. It does not give inspiration, but extremely happy nevertheless. I'll take 15 minutes only. What we can do for routine governance using AI, etc., is what I'm going to talk about. So important thing for us to realize is what the IIT professor from Palakkad said. It's about time. We will live only 36,500 days, right? So assume that you sleep for 8 hours. I think we'll have only 25,000 days. Isn't it government officers but office condition. Nobody should ever visit a government office. My team is here, Bashir and Shine, etc. This next thing is that the most important other thing is that we should leave people to their, to what they want to do. The best form of governance, according to me, is when we transmit time, give time for people to do whatever they want. So this being the scenario in my philosophical understanding of governance, the other big thing which I want to talk is നമ്മൾ ഇൻക്രിമെൻ്റൽ ആയിട്ടാണ് ഗവേണൻസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. 5 വർഷം ഇങ്ങനെയാണോ, അടുത്ത 5 വർഷം ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്, അടുത്ത 5 വർഷം ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്. നമ്മളതിനെ ഇതൊരു പഴയ കൺട്രിയാണ്, 1940s ഒരു കൺട്രിയാണ്. Now we can see it looks like this. Just because one guy thought that the world, it can become world class. Singapore was not wanted by anybody, but then the Americans didn't want, the British didn't want, the Malaysians didn't want, the Chinese didn't want, nobody wanted. But then Lee Kuan Yew said, let's transform this place. And they went and cut, copied and pasted. They didn't reinvent the wheel. Reinvention. We don't learn from others because we don't want to. And we spend a lot of time, a lot of money, energy, etc., trying to procure these application softwares. So my request to all those who are in government is, create next level of governance, joyful. Everybody should be happy because God created us to be happy, isn't it? So we should create a world-class governance. Dr. Lalita is here, she's smiling. Levin sir is here, my friend Srikanth from ICT Academy is here. All of those people I know, and we have worked and we have shown that it's possible to create that kind of ambience in government. Okay, but government is simple. Look at what we do in government. Rashtriya policy. That's the basis of file movie. That file movie is speed. We services. This world class. Why can't Kerala, for example, become Singapore or Switzerland? Why can't we become an economic powerhouse is the question that I beg to ask all of you. There are investments in our security, security investment. Investment we're just one hack away from the next Pakistani hacker. Geographic information system, emerging technologies, data management. We don't have money. We just keep talking, but we don't have enough money to do all this. And that's where I think we are highly underinvested. If you have to take up something like AI, which Dr. Karthik Kadapa talked about, it's extremely difficult because we need funds. Because IT should not be treated as expenditure. If anybody from finance is here, this is my mantra, you treat it as an investment. Okay? The other thing is, the government office is curry irangi nadakkuvarunnu. Ipo nammal website inathu curry irangi nadakkana. Idellam mari nammada mobile phone dathu ee mottham Kerala government kondonnulludana ende chodyam. And it's very easy actually. Technology is not the problem. Departments are the problem. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഡേറ്റ അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കത്തില്ല, അവരുടെ ഡേറ്റ ഇവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കില്ല, ആർക്കും ഡേറ്റ കൊടുക്കില്ല. നമ്മളെല്ലാം പിടിച്ചു വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആൻഡ് മനുഷ്യൻ ചോദിക്കും നിങ്ങളുടെ പേരെന്താണ്, ആ പേര് പറയും, അച്ഛൻ്റെ പേരെന്താണ്, അടുത്തൊരു ഓഫീസിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ പേരെന്താണ്. ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിലുണ്ട്. വി ഓൾ ഹാവ് ദിസ് മൈൻഡ് ഫീൽഡ് ഓഫ് ഡേറ്റ ആൻഡ് വി കീപ് ആസ്കിങ് ആൻഡ് ട്രബിളിങ് പീപ്പിൾ നോ എൻഡ്. അപ്പോൾ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഓഫ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് എങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കണം? ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫീസ് എല്ലാം ബാക്ക് ഓഫീസ്, ഒരു പേര് പോലും പാടില്ല. There should not be anything. Notwithstanding what the speaker said in the morning, I would say that government offices ഒരു മൈക്രോസോഫ്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഒരു മെറ്റേൻ്റെ ബാക്ക് ഓഫീസ് മാതിരി മാത്രമേ ആകാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. Because we are paid to serve our citizens. And ഫ്രണ്ട് എൻഡ് സ്മാർട്ട് ഫോൺ ആകാം. ഇത് മാത്രമേ ഇതിന് ആവശ്യമുള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ അത്യാവശ്യമാണെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മുഖം കാണണമെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ പോയി ഓഫീസറിനെയോ മിനിസ്റ്ററിനെയോ ഒക്കെ കാണാം. അതർവൈസ് പീപ്പിൾ ഡോണ്ട് റിക്വയർ ടു മീറ്റ് അസ്. ഇത് പണ്ടത്തെ കാലത്തെ ഒരു ഇതാണ്, ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് സിസ്റ്റമാണ്. വേർ ഗോ ആൻഡ് സ്റ്റാൻഡ് ലൈക്ക് ദിസ് ബിഫോർ ദി ഓഫീസർ. അതൊക്കെ പോയി കഴിയേണ്ട സമയം അതിക്രമിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പം ഇതിൽ മോസ്റ്റ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് തിങ് നമ്മൾ മെഷർമെൻ്റ് ആണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫീസ് തന്നെ വേണമെന്ന് എവിടെ നിർബന്ധം? വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് ജോലി ചെയ്തൂടെ? എന്നൊരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഉണ്ട്. വൈ കാൺട്ട് വി മെഷർ പ്രൊഡക്ടിവിറ്റി? ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് 2 സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ഉണ്ട്. ഈ ഓഫീസ്, എൻറ്റയർ കേരള ഈസ് ഈ ഓഫീസ്. വൈ കാൺട്ട് യു മാച്ച് ഇറ്റ് അപ്പ് വിത്ത് സ്കോർ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ? ആൻഡ് ആരൊക്കെയാണ് ഫയൽ പിടിച്ചു വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത് അവരുടെ മാർക്ക് കുറഞ്ഞു വരണം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓട്ടോ എസ്കലേഷൻ ചെയ്ത് എത്ര ഓട്ടോ എസ്കലേഷൻ ബേസ് ചെയ്ത് മാർക്ക് കുറയ്ക്കണം. ഇറ്റ്സ് പോസിബിൾ. നമ്മുടെ യൂണിയൻസ് എഗ്രിയില്ല, അത് വേറെ കാര്യം. പക്ഷേ വി നീഡ് ടു ടേക്ക് ഡിസിഷൻസ് ലൈക്ക് ദിസ് ഇഫ് വി ഹാവ് ടു ഗെറ്റ് ഇൻ ടു ദ കമ്മിറ്റി ഓഫ് നേഷൻസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഗവേണൻസ് നമുക്ക്, ഞാൻ ഈ പറയുന്ന എപ്പോഴും റിപ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്, we should move from routine e-governance to S-governance, which is spatial governance, A-governance, which is algo governance, and P-governance, my favorite, which is predictive governance. വളരെ സിമ്പിളാണ് ഇത്, അത്ര ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് ഒന്നുമല്ല ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ്. മൈ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഈസ്, നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇത്രയും ഡേറ്റ ഉള്ളപ്പോൾ വൈ കാൺട്ട് വി പ്രൊആക്റ്റീവ്ലി ഗിവ് അവർ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്സ് എക്സെട്ര ടു ദ പീപ്പിൾ വിത്തൗട്ട് ദം ഈവൻ അപ്ലൈങ്? അവർ ജനിച്ചപ്പോൾ നമുക്കറിയാം, ജനിക്കുമ്പോഴും ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഉണ്ട് അല്ലേ, ബർത്ത് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്. മരിക്കുമ്പോഴും ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഉണ്ട് ഡെത്ത് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്. മരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാലും വിടൂല, ലീഗൽ എയർ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്. അപ്പം ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ളപ്പോൾ നമുക്കറിയാം ഇയാൾക്ക് ഈ വയസ്സിൽ ഈ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. So is it not possible to prompt different application software through an API revolution to get those applications through artificial intelligence to give those certificates to the people into their vault? അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലെ മക്കൾ വോൾട്ട് എന്നൊക്കെ ഞാൻ പണ്ട് വട്ടുപിടിച്ച്, when I was Principal Secretary IT in 2018, we introduced the GEOs, etc. So the current system should be turned upside down. നമ്മൾ ജീവിക്കേണ്ടത്, ഗവൺമെൻറ് സിസ്റ്റം ഷുഡ് ലീവ് ഫോർ ദ സിറ്റിസന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് 150 ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്സ്. 250 ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്സിന് വേണ്ടിയല്ല സിറ്റിസൺ. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ലൈഫ് സൈക്കിൾ അപ്രോച്ച് എടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഗവർണൻസ് ക്യാൻ ബിക്കം ട്രൂലി വേൾഡ് ക്ലാസ് ആൻഡ് എൻഗേജിങ്. അപ്പം ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ഇതാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കേരള മിഷനിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീമൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്. ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കേരള മിഷൻ ഫോർ യുവർ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ 1999 മുതൽ ഈ പീപ്പിൾസ് പ്ലാൻ, ജനകീയ ആസൂത്രണം സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തപ്പം സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ കമ്പനിയാണ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് എൻ അമേസിങ് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് പീപ്പിൾ. അതിൽ ബഷീറും ഷൈനും ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്. I have frankly never worked in an organization like this. Fantastic set of very talented people. അവരെ ഒന്നും റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല, അവർക്ക് ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കുന്നില്ല, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിലും they are serving. ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീ സുരക്ഷയ്ക്ക് 12 ലക്ഷം people is through my K Smart which is happening. സോ അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ K Smart എന്നുള്ള സംഭവം കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു മീനിങ് വായിച്ചു നോക്കിയാൽ കേരള സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് ഫോർ മാനേജിങ് അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് റിഫർമേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർമേഷൻ. എനിക്കൊരു ദേഷ്യവും വൈരാഗ്യവും ഒക്കെ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ബിക്കോസ് ഐ ഫീൽ ദാറ്റ് നമ്മളുടെയൊക്കെ ടാലൻറ്റ്, വി ആർ സോ ടാലൻറ്റഡ്, സോ വി ആർ വെരി ബ്രില്യൻറ്റ്, ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് റിഫ്ലക്റ്റഡ് ഇൻ അവർ റൊട്ടീൻ ഗവേണൻസ് ഇല്ലേ? അത് മാറിക്കിട്ടണം. ദെൻ ഓൺലി വി ക്യാൻ സേ ദാറ്റ് വി ആർ ട്രൂലി വേൾഡ് ക്ലാസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് നമ്മളുടെ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കേരള മിഷനിൽ 28 സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതിനെല്ലാം പേരിട്ട് സഞ്ജയ, സുലേഖ, സേവന, ഐ കോൾ ഇറ്റ് ദ S series, ബ്രില്യൻ്റ് ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ്. ഇതിലാണ് തദ്ദേശം ഓടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. അതിനെ നമ്മുടെ സാംബശിവ റാവു ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, നമ്മുടെ സ്പെഷ്യൽ സെക്രട്ടറി, ഹി ബ്രോട്ട് ദ ILGMS കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം അപ്രോച്ചിലേക്ക് മൂവ് ചെയ്തു. വി കെയിം ഇൻ വാട്ട് ഇസ് കോൾഡ് മൈക്രോ സർവീസസ്, ടൈമാണ് പറയണേ, മൈക്രോ സർവീസസ് ആർക്കിടെക്ചർ ആൻഡ് ഡിവോപ്സ് ടെക്നോളജി എല്ലാം യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു അടിപൊളി ആപ്ലിക്കേഷനാണ്. ഇതിൻ്റെ പുറത്താണ് സ്ത്രീ സുരക്ഷ ഓടുന്നത്, ഇതിൻ്റെ പുറത്താണ് ഹരിതമിത്രം ഓടുന്നത്. നമ്പർ ഓഫ് 100% ഇൻ-ഹൗസ് ഡെവലപ്ഡ്. വളരെ ബ്രില്യൻ്റായിട്ട് ഡോക്ടർ നൗഫൽ ഈസ് ദി സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ആർക്കിടെക്ട്, ബ്രില്യൻ്റായിട്ട് അവരും. പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഡൊമൈൻ എക്സ്പെർട്സ്, ബ്രില്യൻറ്റ് പീപ്പിൾ, 14 domain experts and around 150 developers. ഇത്രയും പ്രോജക്ട് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ടൂൾസ് യൂസ് ചെയ്താണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരു 150 ഡേയ്സിൽ 20 കോടിയിൽ 14 മോഡ്യൂൾസ് ഉണ്ടായി. 20-30 കോടിയെ ചിലവാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. മധ്യപ്രദേശിലെ L1 ഈ സെയിം ഒരു 3 മോഡ്യൂളിന് വാസ് 97 crores, L2 വാസ് 180 crores. ഞങ്ങൾ വി ആർ ജസ്റ്റ് 20 crores ബിക്കോസ് വി നോ ഇറ്റ്സ് എ കോസ്റ്റ് ടു ദ പീപ്പിൾ ആൻഡ് കോസ്റ്റ് ടു ദ സ്പേസ് ആൻഡ് സം ലൈസൻസസ്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഡെവലപ്മെൻ്റ് ഒക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇത് മൊബൈൽ ആപ്പാണ്. കെ സ്മാർട്ട് ഇല്ലാത്ത ആളുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല. 14 മോഡ്യൂൾസാണ്. ഇതിൽ AI എവിടെ വരും എന്നാണ് നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ബിക്കോസ് AI കോൺഫറൻസ്, സോ ഐ ഷുഡ് ബി ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് AI. ഇതിൽ ഹ്യൂമൻ റിസോഴ്സ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഫയൽ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഫൈനാൻസ് മോഡ്യൂൾ, സിവിൽ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ, ബിസിനസ് ഫെസിലിറ്റേഷൻ, പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ടാക്സ്, ലെഗസി ഡേറ്റ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് സിസ്റ്റം, ബിൽഡിംഗ് പെർമിഷൻ, അങ്ങനെ പോകുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ സ്പേഷ്യൽ ഗവേണൻസിൽ എന്താണ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? ഇപ്പം നമുക്ക് ഒരു പീസ് ഓഫ് ലാൻഡ് ഉണ്ട്. ഈ ലാൻഡിൽ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ആർക്കും അറിഞ്ഞുള്ളൂ. അതുകൊണ്ട് യു വിൽ ഗോ ടു ദ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡി. ദേ വിൽ സേ നാളെ വാ മറ്റന്നാൾ വാ, നിങ്ങളുടെ സമയമൊക്കെ വേസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ഇൻസ്റ്റെഡ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ കൊണ്ടൊന്ന് ചുറ്റിക്കറങ്ങി നടന്നാൽ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ടെൽ യു എക്സാക്ട്ലി വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദ ഹൈറ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ ബിൽഡിംഗ്, വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദ ബിൽഡിംഗ് ദറ്റ് കൻ കം അപ്പ്, വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദ സെറ്റ് ബാക്ക്, എല്ലാം ഇത് പറയും. This was just a technology demonstration. You can download this app on Android. It's called Know Your Land. You can try it at your home. ഞാൻ കണ്ണൂർ IT പാർക്കിന് വേണ്ടി ചുറ്റി നടന്ന് ചെയ്തതാണ്. Brilliant to the centimeter. It's perfect. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ നമ്മൾ ഷേപ്പ് ഫയൽസ്, എയർപോർട്ടിൻ്റെ ഷേപ്പ് ഫയൽ, റെയിൽവേസ്, ഹൈ ടെൻഷൻ വയർ, CRZ, മാസ്റ്റർ പ്ലാൻ, അങ്ങനത്തെ കുറേ ഷേപ്പ് ഫയൽസ് അകത്ത് കയറ്റിയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ പെർമിഷൻസ് വാങ്ങണോ again we need an application layer. അതില്ല. നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് ഇവിടെ എത്ര ബിൽഡിംഗ് കെട്ടാൻ പറ്റും, എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. K-Map, നമ്മുടെ വീടിൻ്റെ അപ്പുറത്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും വീട് ഭയങ്കര ശബ്ദം ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്, ഇവന് ലൈസൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് അറിയാൻ വേണ്ടി ഈ K-Mapൻ്റെ അത് കയറിയാൽ മതി. ഷമീർ ആൻഡ് പ്രീജയാണ് ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്തത്. അമേസിങ് വർക്ക്. But the most important thing, നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ ബിൽഡിംഗ് വീട്, എല്ലാവർക്കും വീടുണ്ടല്ലോ. Everybody has a house, right? In Trivandrum or in other parts of the country. But I'm sure to get a building permit, you are running around. അതിന് പണ്ട് 3 ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. 30 ദിവസം മുതൽ 300 ദിവസം പോകുമായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ 90,000 സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്സ് ആണ് ഇഷ്യൂ ചെയ്ത് ബിലോ 3 seconds. ഒരനക്കമില്ല, ഒരു കയ്യടിയില്ലാത്ത ഒരു ജനമാണല്ലോ. അത് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ കാര്യം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് എഴുന്നേൽപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയായിരുന്നു കേട്ടോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ വാട്ട് വി ഹവ് ഡൺ വിത്ത് ദിസ് ഇസ് ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് കൺട്രോൾ റൂൾ എൻജിൻ ആൻഡ് എ GIS റൂൾ എൻജിൻ. ഇറ്റ്സ് എൻ അബ്സല്യൂട്ട്ലി ബ്രില്യൻറ്റ് വർക്ക് ഡൺ ബൈ മൈ ടീം. ഇതുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്ന് നമുക്ക് 70% ഓഫ് ദ ബിൽഡിങ്സ് ഇൻ കേരള ആർ ബിലോ 3,300 സ്ക്വയർ ഫീറ്റ്. അതിന് ബിൽഡിംഗ് പെർമിറ്റിന് നിങ്ങൾ അപ്ലൈ വരച്ച 20,000 എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സിന് ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവർ വരച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്തതിന് 3rd second യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് യുവർ സെൽഫ് സർട്ടിഫൈഡ് ബിൽഡിംഗ് പെർമിറ്റ്. ദിസ് ഇസ് എ മോസ്റ്റ് ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ യൂസ് ഓഫ് AI in governance today in Kerala or in India. We are a role model today. പിന്നെ മാരേജസ്, ഇതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാവുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. മാരേജ് ഇപ്പം ഒരു ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 1 lakh മാരേജസ് ഓൺലൈൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമ്മൾ വീഡിയോ KYC ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തു. ഹസ്ബൻഡ് എവിടെ വേണിരിക്കാം, വൈഫ് എവിടെ വേണിരിക്കാം, രജിസ്ട്രാർ എവിടെ വേണിരിക്കാം, ദേ ക്യാൻ ഗെറ്റ് ദ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്സ്. പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ടാക്സ് ഇതെല്ലാം കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ഓൺലൈനാണ്. ഐ വിൽ നോട്ട് ഗോ ഇൻ ടു ഇറ്റ്. ഐ വിൽ ജസ്റ്റ് ഗോ ഫാസ്റ്റ്. പബ്ലിക് ഗ്രീവൻസ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ഓൺലൈൻ. KEFT, Kerala Electronic Fund Transfer. Again, Naufal's brilliant idea of electronic transmission of funds. നമ്മുടെ ഫണ്ട് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ കോൺട്രാക്ടേഴ്സ് ഒന്നും നമ്മുടെ ഓഫീസിൽ ചുറ്റി നടക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. ഒരു ക്ലിക്ക് അടിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ പോയിരിക്കണം. അത്രയ്ക്കും സിമ്പിളാക്കി നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവമാണ് KEFT. അതേപോലെ മീറ്റിംഗ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്. ലോകത്തിൽ എവിടെ നിന്നും ഒരു മലയാളിക്ക് ഒരു വാർഡ് സഭ, ഗ്രാമസഭ, can he participate in that? Can a diaspora participate in a ward meeting? Yeah, I'm acutely aware of this. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് 1/1/2024 സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തതാണ്. അനാലിറ്റിക്കൽ ലൈഫ് ഇതുണ്ട്, സിറ്റിസൺ ഡാഷ്ബോർഡ് ഉണ്ട്. ആര് ഏതൊക്കെ ഫയൽ എത്ര മിനിറ്റ്, ഹൗ മെനി മിനിറ്റ്സ്, ഹൗ മെനി സെക്കൻഡ്സ്, ഹൗ മെനി അവേഴ്സ്, ഹൗ മെനി ഡേയ്സ് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് നമുക്ക് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ഇന്ന് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് അഡീഷണൽ ഇൻറ്റഗ്രേഷൻസ്. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ സ്മാർട്ട് AI ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം മിനിയാന്നാണ് ഓണറബിൾ ചീഫ് LSTD മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഇനോഗ്രേറ്റ് ദിസ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് അവർ AI powered chat bot. It speaks very well. കുറച്ച് ചോദ്യം കൂടി ചോദിച്ചാൽ അഹങ്കാരം കാണിക്കും. അങ്ങനത്തേക്കുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ട്. ലെറ്റ് മീ ട്രൈ വെദർ ഐ ക്യാൻ get that person to speak, but it will take time. I will introduce it to you Smarty later. ഈ സർവീസസ് നോക്കൂ. ഫാസ്റ്റസ്റ്റ് ബർത്ത് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് 1 minute, ഫാസ്റ്റസ്റ്റ് ഡെത്ത് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് 1 minute, ഫാസ്റ്റസ്റ്റ് മാരേജ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് 1.5 minutesലാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇഷ്യൂ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ആൻഡ് ദിസ് ഇസ് not telling too much. It's all recorded. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ടൈം മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ വേസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാതെ നമുക്ക് അവരുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് വിട്ടുകൊടുക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ 691 സർവീസസാണ് ഇന്ന് കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് ഈ സ്മാർട്ടിയിൽ ഈ K-Smartലുള്ളത്. 1 കോടി ഫയൽസാണ് ഇവർ കൈയടിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൽ 10% they have done it within 1 hour. Can you just imagine? We are able to record and know who is delaying things. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്സ്. K-Suite ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേറൊരു ഇന്നോവേഷനാണ്. ഈ ഓഫീസ് NICs മാഡംസ് 2 പേര് ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്. We have created K-Suite madam. In fact, I was the first in the country to introduce e-office in Tamil Nadu when I was Secretary IT in 2010. And now I see not much difference over 16 years. So we introduced K-Suite where you have layers and layers of technology that we have built. Other finance and HRMS and you name it, meeting management or you name it, all kinds of things. Now it's in, we are the guinea pigs in ICAM. Last 1 year we are using successfully. So, what laptops, I think laptops will go out of circulation. One more minute. Laptops will go out of circulation. Mobile like varum. I think we should be able to work out of a mobile phone, smartphone. Now, the most important thing is, what I want to say is that we have trillions of data. ICAM, Information Kerala Mission, K-Phone, trillions of data, but we are not put it to any use. So we are opening it up through an expression of interest. I think in a couple of days it will come out in the papers to allow startups to use the data in a sandbox and create products, process and patents. This is FinBlue in Tamil Nadu we started FinTech startup company Government of India company we started FinBlue. Adepole sandbox arrangement vechittu is it possible to create nammade or certificate American check cheyanongil it takes 6 months. 30 they say 60 to 90 days. Can it be done in 3 minutes, 3 seconds, 3 days? That's my thought. So, how do we convert K-Smart into a digital public good? So, that's what, this is an important announcement here. Any startup here, please apply. So, Kerala is a city. So, I think from God's own country, we'll become God's own city. We'll be the biggest city in the entire bloody world. And we should behave like world-class citizens. And we should have world-class services for our citizens. We should improve our governance to a level where nobody else in the world can match, because we have the talent. My people sitting there are brilliant, and I'm sure all of you sitting here are brilliant. We need to put our act together with NIC, with a startup mission, with IT mission, with ICAM. We should all come together, not work in silos. This is my only exhortation to all of you here. Have a great day. Have a great year ahead. Happy New Year, happy Pongal, happy whatever, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh Babu. And I would like to invite Shri G. Jayaraj, Director of CDIT, to kindly come over to present a memento to Dr. Santosh Babu. Shri G. Jayaraj, Director of CDIT, presenting memento to Dr. Santosh Babu, IAS, retired, MD, K-Phone, CMD and EDI KM, Government of Kerala. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next session, the next tech talk on the topic emergence of cybersecurity in AI and the overview of research development impact on DUK. And I would like to invite the speaker over to the stage, inviting Dr. Preetham Mukherjee, Assistant Professor, Digital University, Kerala. Dr. Preetham Mukherjee.
Could we have the slides, please? Yeah, thank you. So, good afternoon, all the distinguished delegates present here. And it's very difficult to talk after such an energized talk by Mr. Santosh sir. So, anyways, I will try. So, I am Dr. Preetham Mukherjee from Digital University, Kerala. So, in my presentation, first I will be discussing about our university a little, and then we'll discuss the usefulness of AI in the cybersecurity field, the domain on which I am working. And then I will discuss a little bit about cybersecurity research and the AI research in cybersecurity, what we are doing in Digital University, Kerala. So, Digital University, Kerala, DUK is located here only, in Trivandrum, Technopark Phase 4. And we are established in 2020. And we are actually, like, our motto is to curating a responsible digital world. And we are enabling and curating digital transformation through academic programs. So we mainly have like PG programs, and we have 5 different schools, like School of Digital Sciences, School of Electronics Systems and Automation, School of Digital Humanities and Liberal Arts, School of Computer Science and Engineering, and School of Informatics. And the PG program which we are offering are like MSc and MTech programs and MBA programs as well. And we also offering PhD and postdoc. We don't have any UG programs or BSc or BTech degrees. So we are offering courses in data analytics, computational sciences, bio-AI. Then we have platter of courses from our electronics, like AI hardware, VLSI, agri-food electronics. Then in computer science, we have artificial intelligence, cyber security, and connected systems and intelligence. And other than that, we also have ecological informatics. These are the courses we are offering. So our journey started in 2020, but we have a legacy of, legacy started from 2000 actually. We were Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala, IIIT MK, in Technopark Phase 1. And actually been converted to a full-fledged university where we can provide the degrees. So our focus is on advanced learning, research, and digital innovation. And we are the state university under the direct jurisdiction of the state government. The vision of the university, as I told, we are providing digital education and research such that our students can become academic leader of the future in the digital space. So we have a lot of center of excellences. Some of them I listed here, like Center of Digital Innovation and Product Development, CDIPD, where we are focusing on creating and implementing digital solutions across sectors like agricultural, education, and governance. Many governance projects we are doing under this Center of Excellence. We have India Innovation Center for Graphene, IICG, a collaborative initiative funded by Government of India, Government of Kerala, and also we have industry partner Tata Steel Limited, and focusing on advancement in graphene technology. We have Kerala Blockchain Academy, KBA, that spearheads activities in the blockchain technology and also in the data intelligence. There are a few other centers as well. And these centers are doing a lot of work, and we are getting a lot of accolades as well. There are multiple large-scale development and R&D projects ongoing in our university under these centers. And we received various accolades from various agencies, like we received a National Award for E-Governance, Digital India Platinum Award, Special Award from Chief Minister's Office for Innovation in Public Policy. So these are the few feats we achieved till now. Then I would like to just highlight the research focus of the university. As I told, artificial intelligence, we are working on ML algorithms, imaging and vision, language computing, natural language processing. In cybersecurity field, security modeling and analysis, security metrics, malware analysis, AI hardware, then IoT and robotics, smart sensors, signal processing, VLSI, applied materials, quantum technologies, ecological informatics, like ecological statistics, bio-inspired design, ecological modeling. So these are the very niche course which Digital University is offering. It's not offered by regular universities elsewhere. In the data analytics and computational sciences, we have like bio-AI, which also another niche field, GenAI. We are doing text analytics, computational sciences, geoinformatics, geospatial intelligence like spatial data analytics, satellite image analytics, geospatial AI. So these are a few like publication and patents for last 3 years, 4 years, which we have created, generated, like around 700 plus peer-reviewed journals, conference proceedings, book chapters. Total number of books published is more than 50, around 65 or so. Number of patents are also granted, applied around 40 now, 30 plus. So now I would like to come to the talk, the actual tech talk, where we will be discussing about the AI-driven cybersecurity for critical infrastructure protection, how AI can help the cybersecurity practitioners or cybersecurity admins how AI improves cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. AI can help us in threat detection and prevention. AI identifies malicious activity by analyzing patterns. So AI mainly used for security patterns or insecurity patterns, you can say, in the network traffic, in the user behavior, UEBA, user behavioral analysis, then system logs, like log forensics if you want to do. AI can help detect zero-day attacks and unknown threats that traditional rule-based system may miss. So there AI can help us heavily. Malware detection is another field where AI can also help, like detection of new malware variants, faster response. Once you detect the malware, once you detect the botware or ransomware, how to respond to it, how to prepare the defense strategy, that also AI can help us a lot. Reduce the reliance on signature-based systems, which are mostly expert-driven. So experts may miss, and different experts may have different level of expertise. So using AI can be helpful here. Intrusion detection, IDPS system, like intrusion detection and prevention system, recognizing abnormal system activities, as I told, that user behavior or the logs from those activities, event logs. We can check if there is any security incident happening. And as AI can check with multitude of parameters, which may not be possible manually or manually writing those queries, it is possible for AI to find out some signatures which we may miss as a security admin or as a signature-based system. So detecting brute force, then distributed denial of services, insider attacks, also possible. Reducing false positive compared to the traditional system. In the IDPS system, that is one of the best thing about AI. Phishing and fraud detection. So earlier, maybe all of you have know about the phishing emails, which usually we get, phishing messages. Nowadays, with the AI system, fraudsters are learning about your total bio, with whom you are talking, where you are going, which are the agencies you are talking to, which are the person you are talking to, and they will create such a mail or such a SMS. It's very difficult to find out that it is actually a phishing mail. And this kind of campaign can be done within minutes. As sir was saying just before, that within a few minutes, this kind of thousands of mail can be generated and can be sent to your relations or the maybe Facebook connections or your Instagram connections. And you will be surprised that some of them will find out a way such that users fall into this prey, like this kind of honeypots. Then, identifying the phishing email and fake websites can be done. Detecting financial frauds, account takeovers, and then analyzing the different kind of signature anomalies is possible to done by AI. Another thing is security automation and orchestration, like SOAR kind of system, or detection and response like XDR, endpoint detection response like EDR, XDR, MDR, SASE, this kind of system. There also we can use AI. AI automates repetitive security tasks such as alert prioritization, because security admins are now facing with multiple, large number of alerts, and they cannot work upon all those alerts. Some kind of prioritization, or if you just say that these are the high priority alerts, then it will be helpful for them a lot. Automated response to attacks are also possible. So this reduces the workload on the security teams and improves the response time. Then threat intelligence and prediction, like cyber threat intelligence, CTI. AI analyzes global threat data to predict emerging attack trends. Nowadays, people are using known exploited vulnerabilities, CAVE from the CISA, those models. So they can use for, those total models can be used for predicting the emerging attack trends, correlating the threat indicators, multiple threat indicators which happen in different places can be correlated to figure out that yes, some attack campaign is ongoing. Supporting the predictive the defense strategies, support proactive defense strategies, like you are not always going reactive, that after something happened, you are not responding to it. Sometimes you can do things proactively because you know what are the predictive like attacks. What are the attacks you are supposed to come to your network, supposed to come to your organization. And AI for digital forensics and incident response, AI speeds investigations. Yeah, I will take 1 more minute just. So AI for digital forensics and incident response, AI speeds up like analyzing large forensic data sets, reconstructing attack timelines, identifying root causes of breach. Real world use cases like, as I told, SIEM, SOC, then APT, like advanced persistent threat groups. To detect them, we can use AI. There are risks of using AI. Panel members were discussing about that. So AI models can be attacked and manipulated. That's a big risk. AI model can give you some wrong information, incorrect information, manipulated information. Cyber criminals use AI to generate malware and phishing, and over-reliance on AI is not good. So AI need to be your tool rather than AI like using you as a tool. So after saying that, I want to say that in the UK, in cybersecurity field, we are doing this research, malware analysis, security automation, intrusion detection system, IoT, drone, 5G, and smart grid. We have a big research fund from like MeitY. In that one, we are developing the automated security operations and response tool called Asper. This is one-of-a-kind solution where we are automating the security operation centers. And the USP of this tool is to integrate the in-house generated state-of-the-art threat modeling tool. It's called Exploit Map. So this tool have been created or developed by our staff, our research scholars. And Tata Elxsi is one of the industry partner for this project. And we are looking for technology transfer within 2-3 months. Other than that, just to add one more point, that recently our center, KSAC, Kerala Security Auditing and Assurance Center, received the certain empanelment for information security auditing. So we are, I think, supposedly the first university in country to achieve that feat. So this is more or less what we are doing in AI and working into cybersecurity in the UK. So thanks to all. Thanks to the India AI and organizers for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pritham Mukherjee. May I invite Mr. Ajay Kumar, Head DigiLocker Implementation, NEGD, Ministry of Electronics and IT, to kindly come over to the stage to present a memento to Dr. Pritham Mukherjee. Mr. Ajay Kumar presenting the memento on behalf of the Regional AI Impact Conference 2026 to our speaker, Dr. Pritham Mukherjee, Assistant Professor, Digital University, Kerala. Thank you. Moving on to our next session, we have a tech talk on the topic, Building Digital Infrastructure for the AI Era, AWS. Inviting the speaker over to the dais, inviting Shri Alok Baidya, Head of Pre-Sales, India Public Sector Business, Amazon Web Services. Inviting Shri Alok Baidya to talk on the topic, Building Digital Infrastructure for the AI Era.
Thank you. So it's an honor to be here and presenting in front of this august audience. Post a session from Santosh Babu sir, whose energy is at such a high level, when you hear such a person, it's very difficult to match his levels. I'll try my best to bring that energy. I was trying to play a video honestly to get the context done, but this doesn't seem to be a point out here. So when we talk about building the digital infrastructure, what I'm going to spend about next 15 minutes or so to discuss about what is the digital infrastructure typically looks like, or what should it look like when we talk about emergence of the AI era. Now, you have been hearing about AI from the morning, right? So AI is everywhere. So whether we talk about citizen-centric services like what you just now heard from Santosh sir about a tool like K-Smart or a K-Suite, which is really enabling the mechanisms in which citizen-centric service delivery is really handed over to citizens. I mean, just an interesting fact, how we are trying to envisage the usage of an application like K-Smart is like Sir said, the birth certificate being delivered within minutes. Now think about it this way that, and this is something which we are working on, I'm just sharing a pre-glimpse of what we are working on in the AI era. So just imagine when the child is born, the father just takes the photograph of the mother with holding the child in her arms, and then the photograph actually analyzes the facial recognition is done of the mother, and then the birth certificate gets generated saying that baby of so and so, right? And within minutes, and then the birth certificate gets delivered in the mobile app itself within minutes. So that's the kind of progress which India is seeing, and that's the kind of technology usage India is envisaging in any areas. Now, there could be n number of different areas which you have been hearing about from the morning, right? So, there are a lot of areas where we are seeing a lot of heavy usage of applications are requiring heavy usage of compute power. So, when we really talk about the back-end infrastructure, what is really required is to support these kind of enhancement or support these kinds of forward-looking, stuff or forward-looking usage of technology. So here are certain examples, right? So whether it's governance, whether it is KPI analytics being trying to drive what the state should be, focusing on, whether it is things around healthcare, right? So healthcare, we heard a great panel discussion around different use cases within healthcare, what we are seeing. So we are working on a lot of use cases of genomics, where a lot of data is getting churned out, and we are trying to build analytics on top of that. One of the recent projects, and that's what the slide talks about, the video content analysis. So think about it this way, that there is huge amount of video data which is getting generated day in and day out, okay? Whether it is our, detection systems of threats which needs to be analyzed by security service providers, that whether a miscreant has been found at a particular location or not, or large-scale events where there are possibilities of threats where it could be sensitive. So how can the data of which are served by those CCTV cameras be analyzed against the repositories of bank databases, which are of possibly criminal databases, or miscreant facial recognition databases which can be matched. So all of these drives us to really think about, I'm sorry. So when we think about infrastructure to support those kind of analytics or those kind of huge amount of data analysis, right? So what is that typically one should look at? And this is what drives me to the topic of, what should we really think about when we think about an AI era? At the back end, the infrastructure, what should it be providing support for? Global infrastructure, while, in terms of the data resiliency, we definitely understand that the need to have the data privacy aspects incorporated is very, very important. The need to have a global infrastructure is that tomorrow, if at all there is need of even applying to certain use cases which needs a lot of research work to be done across, even let's say collaboration happening across different countries, can it be done in a seamless way? When we talk about infrastructure, whether it is infrastructure to be provided to government organizations, cyber security organizations, one of the key element which gets discussed is that how secure is the environment. So security is the next very, very important pillar which really defines that how is that infrastructure really making sure that the need of the country, need of the security norms, the guardrails which are required to make sure that the data is secure enough are incorporated in the infrastructure. So, in this scenario, what we talk about is how many of those audits have that infrastructure been certified for? How many of them have really had customers really trusting that particular infrastructure, whether it is national customers or even international customers who are very, very security sensitive? So in fact, during the day, I was talking to a couple of customers who visited our booth in the expo zone, that what are those defense workloads are we really working on, right? So what are those very, very highly sensitive workloads are we really working on? While those are certain things which are I cannot share very openly, but these are research applications which we are really working on, making sure the right amount of security guardrails are put in place before that data is analyzed. The third element is innovation. Why innovation is very, very pertinent in this particular context is that if I do not invest, if the organization where I'm putting up the infrastructure to do this in this AI area is not innovating with time, it's not really coming up with the new age ideas or incorporating the power of the new age research which is happening all across the world and then bringing into the country, that really doesn't really make sense. And finally, the last element, which is it has to be cost beneficial. It has to be, the ROI has to be really something which needs to be lucrative enough for the application to be running on such an infrastructure. Because if the cost is not something which it's made affordable, the research or whatever we keep on talking about, that will all go for a toss. So at Amazon, as Amazon Web Services or AWS as we call it, we have been in the industry for 18 plus years. And to support those kind of infrastructure requirements in the AI era, today we are proud to say that we have about 38 regions. And what do we mean by a region is every region of ours is a cluster of data centers. Like for example, in India, we have 2 regions. When we say 2 regions, these are a cluster of data centers supporting the services to be made available for the country as part of MeitY compliance, as part of the guardrails of the country. So within each data center, when there are multiple data centers, they kind of act as a fault-tolerant mechanism. So every data center within a region can be designed, and the applications can be designed in a way that they are in a fault-tolerant mode. And if the deal is to have kind of a DR site or an additional business continuity site in a different region, we can even do that. We have been adding a lot of features day in and day out. We have today plus 200 plus services with 300 plus feature sets which are released at the same point of time in the country. In terms of, if you look at the kind of commitment which we have in the country for making sure that the new age applications are hosted and they can leverage the power of cloud. We have been reducing our prices unlike any other organization who typically have been possibly increasing their prices. Now, we work across with a lot of software vendors. In a couple of examples you can see in the expo zone, which make sure that we are working with not just the startup community as well as the different system integrators and application vendors to come up with the different solutions to power the cloud. So really talking about one goal, which is making sure that the AI implementations in the country see the power of what we can do with the new age applications, new age hardware or new age infrastructure or what is available in the market. So a couple of things what we focus on. First and foremost, what we try to make sure that our customers get is the freedom to choose or freedom to invent on the different kind of infrastructure which is possible. And I'll talk a little more about it in a couple of slides next. The second element is the trust element, which is, we have been talking about the trust element of AI, how much can you trust in terms of the cloud resiliency or even data getting possibly data pilferage, just how do you control those data pilferage? And finally, the investment element. So when we're really looking at, when we look at the freedom to invent, now we just not talk about the infrastructure what we provide, right? So freedom to invent starts from the basic of the infrastructure itself. So while a normal thought process is that when we talk about AI, it just means GPUs, Okay, that's the typical thought process. So what at Amazon we are doing is we are investing in our own chipsets. We are collaborating with organizations to even, make sure that new age chipsets are brought in. Like the two chipsets which we introduced in the market is Trainium and Inferentia. These are the chipsets which are, equivalent chipsets which can be used in the AI era. And what we have done as part of the India AI mission is even got this chipsets part of the empanelment under the India AI mission. So what essentially I'm trying to say here is it might not be necessary for an AI use case which you are working on. The requirement is to have a GPU grade or a GPU only. There could be other chipsets which can solve the purpose. So the Trainium chipset is used for training your models. You can have your own models trained in the new set of hardware. Inferentia is something to do the inferencing on the different kind of hardware. And I can assure you there's huge amount of savings which we typically get either with the Trainium or Inferentia. And from the infrastructure layer, the other pieces which comes into picture is the model itself. So what we thought is the choice of model should be on the user. So what essentially it brings on table is that a whole infrastructure which supports just not the top models which are there in the industry. We try to bring together all these models, give to our end customers a mechanism in which a managed service is being given. So what it essentially means that as a application developer, you really don't have to bother about managing the infrastructure or the choice of the model. The system basically takes care of it. So the orchestration layer which really manages the backend infrastructure is automatically taken care, while the DevOps or the developer team can really focus on developing the application to make sure that the applications work in the way they work. They should be functioning. So to make sure that we have the capability to really onboard different kind of models, so for example, right now we are actually working with the India AI mission also to make sure that the models which India AI team is really working on can also be ported on our hardware and our infrastructure. So the second thing which I talked about is the trust. I'll just go quickly. So when we talk about the trust element, what we really want to really do with our set of customers is implement a complete robust architecture with our solutioning understanding that how do you design an architecture which is secure enough to make sure that any point of time, the security norms of what the AI is wanting to achieve are not compromised. And finally, when we talk about security, automatically the element of designing a responsible AI comes into picture. So clear governance and architecture to make sure that there is least amount of hallucination, least amount of focus on the transparency and the accountability of what is it meant for, and making sure that the robust models and guardrails are put into place. And finally, I spoke about maximizing the value, which is around the ROI of what we are getting into with the high impact use cases which we are working on. So there are a lot of use cases which we can be talking about. So, where do we start off is, we start off with the problem statement, not the solution. So then we start working on evaluating the different kind of models which are possible. What are the assess phase typically is we define the quantifiable ROI, and then we try to prioritize that. What is the priority? What are we trying to achieve? And then, whole cycle of engaging and deciding and building the whole process, and finally automating to make sure that the deployments are done. So ultimately it is about choice and customizing the overall environment to the best ROI. So that's about it. That's the last slide. So thank you for your patient hearing and really appreciate. So if there are any questions, queries, we are there in the expo zone. Please feel to come over and have a chat with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shri Alok Vaidya, Head of Pre-Sales, India Public Sector Business, Amazon Web Services. To present a memento to our speaker, may I now invite the CEO of ICT Academy, Kerala, Shri Muralidharan Manningal. So requesting you to kindly come over to the stage to present the memento to the speaker of the session. We have Mr. Muralidharan Manningal presenting the memento to Sri Alok Baidya. Thank you. Moving on to the next session. Next is a panel discussion on the topic AI for citizen engagement and digital public infrastructure. I would like to invite the moderator first over to the dais, inviting Dr. Arun Cyril Jose, Assistant Professor, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam. Inviting the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Arun Cyril Jose. Panel discussion on the topic AI for citizen engagement and digital public infrastructure.
Yeah, so thank you. So as a society as a whole, we are at a fascinating tipping point. In the sense, for the past decade, we have seen digitization, digital Kerala, digital India, where we are converting our paper-based documents into our PDFs. And we were converting our physical queues into digital queues. Okay. Now, we are talking about intelligence. The next decade is about intelligence. Okay. So, we have already stored the data. We are trying to think, what can we do with that data? Talking about this subject, we are going to have a panel discussion, AI for citizen engagement and digital public infrastructure, building inclusive and scalable digital governance. The first panel member is Sri Sunil Jain. He is a Deputy Director General, NIC. Sir, please come on to the stage. For the second panel member, we have Dr. Shobha. She is a Program Director, Computational Linguistics Research Group. Ma'am, please come on to the stage. As a third panel member, we have Professor Girish Nath. Sir, please come on to the stage. Professor of Computational Linguistics, School of Sanskrit. Sir, please come on to the stage. We have Sri Deva Joseph, who is a VP and Head of Digital Development, Air India. Sir, please come on to the stage. We have the next speaker. We have Sri Matthew Joseph, Director and Head of CIMB AI Labs. Sir, please come on to the stage. As the next speaker, we have Dr. K. Ravi Raman, Expert Member, Kerala State Planning Board. Sir, please come on to the stage. Yeah, so Sri Sunil Jain, we'll start with you, sir. So, as an architect of the digital backbone, the India stack, we often face a situation where the state builds a great system, but it doesn't really talk to the national grid. So how do you envision a state like Kerala plugging into the national stack?
Yeah, good afternoon. So most of the people sitting back, they are into software development, developing applications for the government departments. So most of our applications right now, we are either offering them certain services, okay, that they apply for certain certificates, permission. We take an application online, we authenticate their identity using Aadhaar, and then we offer them certain certificate. So what you did was that initially you asked them to upload the documents and all those things. Now you have started asking those documents through DigiLocker. So documents electronically are coming to DigiLocker. You are verifying the documents are already verified, and you are issuing a certificate or the permission or some kind of authorization letter. Again, it goes to the DigiLocker. So all that content or the certificate or the metadata pertaining to certificate is in now DigiLocker, and now this makes your application more intelligent. Right. Number two, now similarly what happens is then when you are asking them for offering certain benefits, like certain scholarships or payments, pensions, all those things, what you do, you ask them to authenticate using Aadhaar, and then you take their Aadhaar-enabled, Aadhaar-enabled this bank account, and then make the benefit, transfer the benefit on the Aadhaar-linked account. So, because these all applications which we have not developed or are in the process of developing have now seamlessly integrated with the national, platforms like, the DigiLocker, API Setu, and like, UIDAI, National Payment Bridge for Aadhaar, these kind of things. So the applications are sustaining, right? And similarly, in case you don't create an application that is talking to the other applications or talking to these kind of national infrastructure, they are not able to sustain and fade away gradually, right? So my request is that Kerala is already in very advanced stages of integrating all applications with like DigiLocker and other departmental, API Setu. Also, they are pushing the, some kind of APIs which are required for the other applications. So application which is integrated with these DPIs are always sustainable. They are more intelligent. Now to make these applications further more intelligent, NEGD and IC and a couple of other departments are offering them AI services. Not everybody is supposed to be very, very intelligent or very competent on using AI. So the AI as services shall be made available. So like if you somehow are required to upload a photograph, you're not able to capture the photograph, so the AI service can authenticate that photograph and say to it that it is a male photo or it's a female photo, or it is not a photo of Hanumanji or any other one. So these small utilities which are being offered by NIC, by NEGD, by Bhashini, like, AI mission, so these can be leveraged without getting into too many complications. So 90% of our application shall be rather more intelligent, and more responsive and more inclusive. Now, so far as NEGD is concerned, we have already initiated a process in which we will be offering all departments services which existing applications can leverage and make their application more intelligent. So like document summarization, conversational AI, if you have got an application which you have got a form to be filled by the end user or beneficiary, that form can now be filled using the voice chat only. So this again, service is going to be offered by NEGD. Document OS, OCR. Now if you upload certain things, let us say some document is not available in DigiLocker and you are supposed to upload it. So when the beneficiary uploads the document, we can extract the data and match that data with what he is filling up. So that, there is certain rationale or logic between what he is uploading and what he is submitting. So voice-enabled form filling, OSR, the OCR, image matching and the live face detection. Now, if somehow he doesn't have a smartphone or he's not able to see that, he's uploading a photograph, you can match that photograph which he has uploaded at the time of when he goes for examination. So live face matching can be done. So these all services which basically will augment the functions, features, and the competency of your applications, right? They're all being made available by NEGD. It's time spent. So you need to watch out so you not get overwhelmed with the technology. Technology has to be very simple. It should be usable by a lower risk programmer who is sitting at the district or at the district or block. Right? This is what I say. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the valid input, sir. Dr. Shobha, I'll come to you. So often you work in the field of computational linguistics. My question is about the human stack. We assume that translating English to Malayalam or any other language is actually enough. But your work suggests that language is much deeper than that. Okay. So can you explain to a common man why a standard translation bot might fail to explain the intricacies of a language? What do you suggest about the inclusivity argument?
Good afternoon, and I will take this inclusivity in a different direction. Of course, I will answer your point as well. As by now, inclusivity, we no longer, focus on people coming online. Okay, there's a lot of people, they were coming. Sunil Jain has talked about all the applications they are putting up and people are coming there. But how we are giving governance to them, that is the issue. So when they are coming over there, they are coming with their native language. So every application requires their input. and that input will be in their native dialect. It can be a kind of voice-based, or it can be a text-based one. So tackling that is very, very difficult challenge. Because from Trivandrum to Kasargod, if you go, the dialect varies in every 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers. The same papaya talked in Trivandrum will not be the papaya that is being said in Kasargod. So there is a variation in dialect. So capturing this nuances that is there in the language is very difficult. That cannot be through translation. Translation, as you've seen in the morning, you have seen that English to Tamil, Malayalam translation happening. Always we put a human in the loop to correct. It is 60 to 70% it is correct, but there is always a human in the loop. So if you check with the people who were running that, then you know that there was a human in the loop. So here also, we need to have some mechanism when the input is coming in. If it is voice or text, that has to be corrected at one point. That is one aspect. Another is, if it is a speech recognition system, it should handle every dialect, every other lexical difference that is there. So the robustness of natural language processing, natural language generation, and natural language understanding is required. So now if you have seen chatbots, ChatGPT or Gemini or any of this, you know very well, up to 5 to 6 prompts that you give, connecting to the first prompt, after that it starts hallucinating. It doesn't give you the correct connectivity with the first prompt. It's basically that the system is not at the moment complying to the natural language understanding. So natural language understanding, if it has to be there, it has to be discourse, has to be taken care. And discourse is something where you speak, then you don't complete the sentence. Suppose if I ask you, did you have lunch? You'll say yes or So this is something that is going to happen when we put everything into the web for citizen. Okay, so this is to be tackled, and this cannot happen with a translation system, or the translation system should be a discourse-based translation system. Not only this particular aspect, now we are talking about neurotypical people. That is, most of us, all of us sitting here are neurotypical. There is a 20 to 30% of neurodivergent people that we have. We encounter them and they are growing, and they have to be taken care as well in the development of AI. When we are putting AI into public, we need to take them into our hold. So what I mean by neurodivergent, you all know people with ADHD, citizens with autism, so such kind of people. So these are the things that language understanding, language processing, and the LLMs have to take care in the coming years.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Interesting point that you have made. I'll come to Professor Girish. Sir, you spent decades working in intersection of Indian languages and technology. Well, most of the LLMs that we see today, they are trained on Western data. I don't think we'll get any arguments from that. So my question is, what about the cultural bias? That is, the strong family unit that we have is not the same in most Western countries. So when these models are used in the Indian context for governance, do you think these importing Western models are good, or will it work in the Indian context, or do you think we need to build a sovereign model specifically for us?
Well, thank you, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this very important event. Kerala has been always very high in digital world. They even have an international center for free and open source software, which no other state has. So certainly, thank you so much for inviting. Well, this question of culture will certainly come again and again, because most of the data that we have on internet is mostly English. 53% of data on internet is English. And our languages are very, very low. Hindi is 0.1%, even lower than Thai, which is 0.5% content on internet. So we have to build data for all of our languages. And when I say build data, not translate from English, not localize. Create original data. That will be critical, actually. And when I say create data for hundreds of languages, there are 1,369 languages in India. So Malayalam may have many dialects, as Shobha was referring to. Every certain mile you have a new dialect, right? And you don't have to change your language to get the services. For example, I speak a certain dialect and I have to obtain a benefit from the AI services because I want to be included, And I have to change my language to something more standard to get the service. That should not have happened. That should not happen in India. For example, take the example of Hindi. Hindi has 55 dialects, and each dialect may have sub-dialects. So in effect, Hindi may have hundreds of dialects. So then the question is, how do you include each one of them? We have to create original data. I was having a idea that we have 789 universities in India. So why not make each university a data center, where they can collect data and digitize data and annotate data for their varieties of languages. We have to diversify, otherwise it will not be possible to get data in Delhi for all these languages. And data must be culturally aware, culturally sensitive to make sure everybody is included. Now imagine the last man in the remotest corner of India. Think about a Gondi person, a Khasi person, a Nagamese person, He wants to access these services, digital services. How can he access? He doesn't know how to read and write, number one. And he has only a feature phone, not even a smartphone. So make sure every services are available to him or her in his immediate locality on his device. And what about the aging population? They may have hearing issues. They may have sight issues. All of that. So make sure when we think of Sarvajan Hitaya, Sarvajan Sukhaya, it means everybody's on board. Everybody's on board, right? So we have to make sure that the data for everybody is created and not translated, not localized. There are perils of using AI without guardrails, and our country is still working hard to create a document for AI. And AI usage, unbridled usage of AI will be problematic, more problematic. And so we'll have to make sure that everybody's on board with their cultural context. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the valuable insight. I'll come to Sri Deva next. Well, we know that both airline industry and Kerala tourism share a core value, hospitality, especially Air India. So my question is about the human touch. There are certain elements in which we intentionally avoid automating or bringing AI in. So what do you think about that? That is, in the Kerala governance, or especially in the Kerala tourist or governance sector, do you think there are certain aspects that we should avoid bringing AI in just to maintain that hospitality perspective?
Thank you, Dr. Arun. See, the thing with AI is that my last month's answer would be different from what I'll answer you now. And probably next month, if you ask me, I'll have a totally different answer with the way the trends are changing, right? But in an Air India context, the things there where we have taken a conscious decision as of now not to really involve AI significantly. A few areas are security and threat assessments areas, sensitive passenger information and stuff like that. That's one area. We're using AI predominantly in a lot of areas in HR, but we've seen AI carries a lot of bias when you actually involve it in disciplinary or ethical concerns. Third, I think we discussed earlier, we were the first airline globally to do AI in a chatbot, right? Over last 2.5 years, our global airline industry's first chatbot has answered over 14 million queries using LLM and with a 97% containment rate. But at any point of time, when we see that there is a sensitive question where there's a context, there's been an incident or there's maybe natural calamity, they want to do something kind of sensitive, we bypass. Our LLM is smart enough to kind of say that I don't want to handle this. I want to hand it over to a human so that the ethical concern or that concern is kind of identified with the right ethical mindset. With the LLM, may or may not, you can't predict. And there are certain areas, like for example, I think Dr. Choba was talking about the human supervision. A lot of areas where we do a human supervision based. So for example, if you look at pricing, earlier the pricing used to be predominantly manual until a couple of years back. People used to look at competition pricing, look at the geography, look at the load factor, a lot of other things. Now AI can look at everything. Typically if it was something like took 2 hours to decide a price of a specific route, now it's probably just a few minutes because AI assists that. But then we always have a human in the loop, and that will not change fundamentally because assume that there has been a natural calamity or an incident. We would not want to price it higher than what it should be. People should not suffer. Those kind of things, ethical concerns, AI may not really be able to manage. So from a hospitality mindset, that's what I would also kind of say, right? Whenever you think there's a sensitive issue involved, you really cannot leave it to AI. Understanding the person's context, background, and AI possibly can enable a human, but you don't want AI making those decisions.
Okay, so AI is here to assist humans rather than making the core decisions. Yes, just to follow up, how do you think, I've talked about or I have read about the AI.G that Air India has. I'm sure if any of us have flown Air India, we might have interacted with AI.G. We may not know that it is AI, but we may have interacted with it. So how did you integrate that system into your existing legacy systems? And what lesson can our government integration can take from that?
See, fundamentally, two things. One is to ensure that the LLM has access to the right context and data, right? AI does not start with AI. AI starts probably, I would say, with data. Exposing your right data, ensuring that you have the right focus to ensure clean data is available for it to learn. Same with the process as well. Now, what really happened was when the group took over Air India, in a period of less than 1 year, we were able to get a lot of aircrafts which are previously grounded up. And what that meant was that the number of passengers that we had doubled. But we could not really support, we could not scale our contact center at the same level, which is one of the reasons why we kind of went ahead with AI. So what we did was we did not really disrupt the existing support. We just standardized it. We made sure that the LLM learned how the support was provided, made sure the data was clean, made sure that we had a very clear definition of what the processes were. And we started with probably a 50%, 60% containment rate and slowly kind of went up. The second thing that we were very careful about was the guardrails, right? We wanted to make sure that it did not hallucinate. And 14 million queries so far, not a single complaint. That was very, very heavy. We were kind of very careful about how we guarded it to ensure it does not go beyond its boundaries and does not give incorrect answers. Anytime we see, because I don't know if you are familiar with it, 2 years back, we actually had a problem where a lot of LLMs used to kind of hallucinate. By default, when it met with an angry customer, right, it would start saying that, hey, you should talk to a mental health professional and all those things, right? So we kind of put a hard right. Anytime it actually starts speaking about it, bypass it, directly go to a real life person, stuff like that. That's what I would recommend the same here as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Sri Matthew, I'll come to you next. You lead AI for a massive ASEAN bank. Also, you actually mentor startups right here in Kerala. Okay, so at the moment, the fintech sector has moved beyond digitization to hyper-personalization, meaning these platforms actually predicts what you want even before it has actually been asked for. So if you look at our digital public infrastructure, it is built as a reactive architecture, meaning you fill the form, you make the request, and then you will get the answer back. So do you think, is it feasible in our governmental architecture to have this kind of recommendation engine or a decision layer in place? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks. So I will take it in two ways. One is I will talk about how artificial intelligence and machine learning is being implemented in the banking sector. And then second part is, can we take the same thing or can we have similar implementation to solve the problem for the public infrastructure, for the government and for the common citizens, right? So that's a two-part. And when we talk about artificial intelligence in banking, I will start with an example. I constructed a house in Bangalore many years back. So that time I wanted a housing loan, right? So when we construct a house, we all take, most of us salaried people, we take home loan. So I went to the bank where I had my salary account. It took nearly 4 months of documentation and visiting to the bank to get my home loan approved. That's the ground reality. All of you who are doing banking, anything you will know, you will agree to that. So what we have done is, in our bank, using artificial intelligence, we approve a home loan within 5 minutes. So that's a whole lot of change. So what it does is, so for example, you have a savings account with a bank. When you open the account, you do the KYC, you submit all the document, your address proof, your ID proof, your Aadhaar card, your signature, everything you submit. And imagine you, after 2 years, you want to take a credit card. Again, the same format, right? All your customer data is there in the bank system. Still, you have to fill up your address proof, your ID proof, you have to prove everything. Again, after a couple of years, you want to take a home loan. You have to go through the same cycle and you have to prove that you are not a thief, right? Even if your salary is coming in lakhs every month to your bank and you have a relationship with the same bank for the last 10 years, last 15 years, still if you go to a bank to get a home loan, you have to submit all these documents and you have to prove that you are not a thief, right? You have to prove your identity, you have to prove your address proof, your ID proof, your documentation, everything. All this data is already there in the system. They just have, it is not that it is somewhere filed in a cupboard. No, it is there in the computer system. Some computer system, your signature is there, your Aadhaar card is there, your address proof is there, your parent details, your personal detail, your demographic details, everything is there. Still we are not using. So what we need to do, the Indian banks, we have not started there, right? So when we talk about AI, there are two aspects of it. One is the digitization, what we call the computerization, right? Last 20 years, last 30 years, all the banks we have done, from the ledger books, from the physical books and all the cupboards, what we see in a bank, everything is changed into core banking system and all your data is in the bank, right? So all the banks have completed that journey. Now the second step is, take that data, understand the customer and predict and come up with what the customer wants next, right? You have all the data about a customer. And in fact, a bank knows more about you than you know about yourself. Meaning, the bank knows all your credit card transactions, where you go, which pub you go, where you are swiping, what you are buying, what is your credits, what are your purchase behavior, what are your spendings, what are the outstanding loans, what is your credit score. You forget many things. If I ask you where you went for dinner 4 years back in 2022, December 31 for the night, or 2021, September 28, where you had the lunch, you forget. But the bank can pull out that data and say that you went to so-and-so restaurant and you paid 500 rupees or 600 rupees with your credit card or UPI payment. So all this data is there. So what we do is, with that data, we understand all this data analyze the customer behavior, analyze the customer demographics, analyze the customer credit score with then what is the next solution required for the customer. So it can be anything, services, banking products or services, right? So you predict the customer, you give a propensity of the customer, what is needed, and then give to. So changing from a traditional bank which is penalizing or which is torturing the customer, changing from there, journeying from there, and transforming a bank into a personal financial advisor for every customer. A bank who understands the customer, a bank who knows when a particular customer wants what product, when, and through what channel, and reach to that customer. So that is the banking part. When we come to the infrastructure, when we come to that, the same kind of philosophy we can apply there, right? So you complete your engineering or you complete your degree and try to apply for your degree certificate into a university. How much documentation is required, and you have to prove that you were a student there. The data is already there. Or, for example, you want a certificate, you go to the village office, right? All the data is there. Birth certificate, death certificate, some land documents, all this data through the last 20 years or 30 years of computerization, all the data is there in that some system in some office. It can be village office, it can be taluk office, it can be revenue office, any that. So with that, it's going to be a long journey, but we can analyze that data, the land records, the land data, right? All that can be into digital and then provide the services to the customer. Then second is the government resources. So we have offices for everything, right? There is a village office, there is a taluk office, there is a revenue office, there is a collectorate office. And then there are a lot of, why not think about changing all these offices into a co-working space, right? You have an app and you are a village officer, you are working in a village office and you have to travel 30 kilometer, 40 kilometer to your village office and come back. And you have a panchayat office or a taluk office 2 kilometers from your house. Why not you go there and plug in and book a seat and work from there? Why not? That's the kind of change we need to look in, right?
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah.
You are making a very valid point. Now, let's hear from Dr. K. Ravi Raman. Sir, we have a concern in the sense about digital inequality. Meaning, if we implement AI or any sort of intelligent tech, there is always a concern about people who are expert in these tech will be benefited more as compared to people who are not so savvy with it. So, as a Kerala State Planning Board member, how do you think we can address these challenges?
Yeah, first of all, Arun, thank you so much for asking me that question. Perhaps I would be the right person to give you an answer because I'm a political economist, unlike many of the panelists. So basically, we must be ready to accept some sort of what is called inequality or what is normally called digital divide. Some sort of an inevitability with respect to digital divide that we need to admit. I mean, if you take the case of US versus China, for instance, it's always there, whether you talk about international relations or state-central relations and like that. But the thing is that if you have a different kind of a state, you can minimize this difference. You can minimize this digital divide. That's the positive point that we need to think about. First of all, we need to know that, look, this AI has got a very different kind of a power. It has got a capillary sort of a power. When I use the word capillary, I mean, I borrow this from the French philosopher Michel Foucault. I mean, he used it in a completely different context. But I used that word because I wanted to reinforce my point that, look, it infiltrates your mind, it infiltrates your body. So it is not that easy for you to escape from what is called the kind of power that is being generated by AI. But at the same time, you are applying this in a highly segregated society. The society is highly fragmented, highly segregated. It could be segregated in terms of caste, class, gender, and like that. But the thing is that the beauty of this AI power is that it could minimize the differences between various social sections across countries, across states, and like that, provided you have a very different state. So that is why that if at all I need to give you an answer to your question, you should allow me to explain the nature of the state. You have a completely different nature of the state in Kerala. Kerala is different. And that's specifically why that you find that we prioritized what is called the digital literacy for the masses. This is the only state in India where you find that this digital mass literacy is made a reality. That's the only state. So the thing is that if you move forward from this mass program to what I would say some sort of right-making sort of a thing, then you find that, look, internet has become a right. It has become a right in Kerala. What does it mean? The state-making process in Kerala is taking place in such a way that it responds to your rights. It responds to your rights. That's why it is called right-making, state-making state. And if you look at some certain programs, again you would find that this is included. Say for instance, K-phone. At the point of the innovation itself, the question of inequality is being erased. Why? Because by installing K-phone, you are saying that, look, this will be made what is called free of cost for those people below poverty line. You get the point. So what I'm trying to say is that this question of equity, which is very important for good governance, that is being incorporated at the point of innovation itself. That's the point that I'm trying to say. So this nature of the state and the way in which you govern the technology, everyday kind of technologization, is very important if at all you want to have a very equal sort of a thing.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Interesting perspective. We have a question from, or we'll take one question from the audience. I see this question interesting. I think this is the one that we have in all our minds. Is adopting AI in a massive scale a challenge? Because can you considering the significance of job losses that because of AI? Maybe Sri Matthew, you might be the correct person to answer this question. Sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
I would also like to.
Sure.
If time permits.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, when we talk about job loss in AI, 35 years back, around 35 years back, we had computerization initiative happening in Kerala. And the seniors will know that we had massive strike in Kerala by the different unions and all. So we all thought when computers come, the jobs will go, right? People will be jobless. So if you look at the offices, government offices 30 years back, we had stenographers, we had typists, we had people with shorthand. All these people were there. All that jobs have gone, right? But now, 100 jobs have gone, but 1,000 jobs came. We have a lot of computer people with the peons. We don't see any more peons there. So stenographers, shorthand, typists, peons, all that jobs gone. Now, all of you know that we have a lot of IT jobs coming. The same way, when AI comes, many jobs will go. So we need to reskill, and 100 jobs will go, but 1,000 jobs will come. And India, with a lot of, we are strong with the STEM, science, technology, and maths. Indians, our young people are strong in that. So we are at an advantage. There will be many more jobs coming in. When 100 jobs go, there will be 1,000 jobs coming in. That's a short answer.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, ma'am.
So adding to
briefly,
that. One second.
30 seconds, yeah.
So we are not going to replace with AI, human with AI. AI is only going to assist. So as he was saying, we should do upskilling and future skilling, and that will enable us to
enable us, yeah. Dr. Ravi, I'll let you have the last word. Dr. Ravi, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. At the moment, we find that there is a mad rush for AI. And it is being led by my friend Sambo, who is sitting in front of me. I tell you frankly that at least in Kerala, we will have to face two challenges. That's very obvious. If you want to scale it up, you need more power resources. Right at the moment, only 30% of the power is produced within Kerala. For 70%, we are dependent on external forces. What does it mean? If you want to have more power, you will have to pay more prices. That would increase inflation. That's point number one. Secondly, obviously, as my panelist, co-panelist has rightly pointed out, it would displace labor. As per the Future of Jobs report, they have worked out the net jobs available. That means they may create more jobs, but it would also displace several jobs. So your net job created is still there, but that's still positive. But what I am a bit worried about is that if these two things come together, that is high inflation and high unemployment, it would obviously lead to what we, the economists, used to say, stagflation. So what I wanted to say is that in the case of Kerala, again, I told you that this is a very different state. We are ready to safeguard the negative consequences of upgrading or advancing the AI technologies.
Yeah. Yes, that was a very interesting panel discussion. I apologize to the rest of the panel members for the lack of time. So thank you very much. Anyway, we can conclude that AI is actually here to stay. There is no way around it. So with that, I'd like to thank the panel members. Thank you. The QR code for the quiz is actually available here. You can scan it and post your answers. With that, I thank the panel members. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator and panelists. Requesting all of you to kindly stay back to receive the memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude. Requesting the moderator, Dr. Arun Cyril Jose, Assistant Professor, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam, to kindly present the mementos to our panelists. Inviting Dr. K. Ravi Raman, Expert Member, State Planning Board, Government of Kerala, to kindly come forward to receive the memento. Dr. K. Ravi Raman, receiving the memento. Inviting Shri Sunil Jain, Deputy Director General, NIC and Director, NEGD, to receive the memento. Inviting Dr. Shobha Lalita Devi, Program Director, AU KBC Research Center, to receive the memento. Inviting Professor Girish Nath Jha, Professor of Computational Linguistics at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Inviting Shri Deva Joseph, Vice President and Head of the Digital Development, All India Center of Digital Innovation, to kindly step forward to receive the memento. Inviting Shri Matthew Joseph, Head of AI Lab, CIMB Bank, to receive the memento. Inviting Shri Rohit Kumar, Director, PwC India, to receive the memento from our moderator, Dr. Arun Cyril Jose. And to present a memento to our moderator, may I invite Shri Rajesh Kumar M, Additional Secretary, IT Department, to kindly come over to the stage. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, kindly scan the QR code displayed on the main screen to answer the questions and win prizes. We have Mr. Rajesh Kumar M, Additional Secretary from the IT Department, presenting the memento to Dr. Arun Cyril Jose, Assistant Professor, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam. With that, we conclude this session of panel discussion on the topic AI for Citizen Engagement and Digital Public infrastructure. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, panelists. And yes, we have the winners of our quiz displayed on the big screen. We had 46 participants and we had 5 questions, and the first prize to Akhila. Miss Akhila, if you are here, kindly come over to the dais. Miss Akhila. Second prize, Miss Neelima. And third prize, Shilpa. Akhila, Neelima and Shilpa, if you are around, please come over to the stage to receive your prizes for the quiz. And we have with us the Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, Shri Siram Sambashivarao IAS, to distribute the prizes for the winners. Congratulations, winners. And again, at the end of the next panel discussion, we will again have the QR code displayed for you to participate in the quiz competition. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next session, we have a tech talk on the topic AI-powered semiconductors, faster design, smarter manufacturing. And I would like to invite the speaker. May I now invite Dr. Shailesh Shivan, Principal AI Architect, Lanik AI Limited. Dr. Shailesh Shivan. Tech talk on the topic AI-powered semiconductors, faster design, and smarter manufacturing. Dr. Shailesh.
So good afternoon all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for identifying me as a resource person for the speaker for this prestigious event on the topic AI-powered semiconductors, faster design, smarter manufacturing. So particularly I'm from the computer science and AI background and less into the semiconductors. Still, with this small span of time, 15 minutes, I would like to give you a very big picture of what's happening with AI in the semiconductor domain. So to start with, I would like to just convey you the idea of AI. So we were using the term artificial intelligence everywhere now, right? But what is actually artificial intelligence? We simply say a technology that mimic human intelligence, right? So then what is human intelligence? How can we define human intelligence? So human intelligence is the ability of a human to apply his knowledge to solve a problem in a real situation. So the basic components we need to have to possess intelligence is, one, the knowledge and the ability to create it, right? And with that definition, I would like to drag you to the concept of artificial intelligence, which is introduced in 1956. At that time, the AI is simply focusing on the question, can machines think? But when it comes to 2026, we are not simply thinking, or we are not making machines simply think. Instead, we are actually making machines that think, learn, create, and collaborate. Okay, so we can see the emergence of artificial intelligence with the availability of digital data as well as the accelerated growth of infrastructure requirements. So when it comes to chips, or particularly semiconductor industry, I should start with this. AI is both the biggest customer of chips and the fastest way to build better chips. That is, from 2026, the semiconductor industry is defined by a closed-loop relationship with AI. This creates a powerful economic and technical paradox. So AI is currently the largest source of demand for the chips, but it has also the way only to decide it properly. So starting from the industry revolution 1.0, we are seeing the mechanization, electrification, the involvement of information technology. Then we are seeing artificial intelligence. And moving to industrial revolution 5.0, we are focusing on experts in the loop. Right? That is, the experts as well as the AI should cooperate and work together to achieve bigger goals. So the semiconductors, the hidden infrastructure of every revolution since digital. Because we know the AI can be enabled with the advancements in the infrastructure technologies, right? So starting from every digital advancements, we can say chips are the general purpose technology enablers that will help us to do computations, keep the memory, and to connect the things together. And we know the value chains starting from design, fabrication, packaging, system. Everywhere we can see the impact of AI in the semiconductor industry. And why we are actually talking about the complexity in semiconductor advancements? Because when we look into the different new trends in semiconductors, the nodes, the size of nodes we are creating, the 3D integration, the concept of chiplets, the HBM, advanced packaging techniques, actually require more and efficient solutions which are enabled with artificial intelligence. These facts, the surveys which says that the global semiconductor industry is the key growth sector in the global economy. That we can see a very promising growth in this sector. And particularly in the semiconductor market, the AI requirements, the semiconductor devices which is used for AI requirements is actually forecasted to be about $232 billion. And what kind of AI technologies really accelerated the growth of semiconductor industry? See, usually when we are talking about artificial intelligence, there are two kinds of AI techniques. One which is used for making decisions and to generate contents or designs, right? And particularly after the introduction of generative AI. Generative AI is a kind of artificial intelligence which can be used for creating designs, contents and all. And we know the LLMs and the other generative AI models like DALL-E kind of stuffs are actually used for creating contents and design rather than making decisions. So this requirement, the generative AI drove a rapid surge in accelerator demand, then HBM, then networking and data centers. And this compute demand not only connected to the semiconductors, it is also connected to the energy sector and grid planning. Okay. So the core idea of this particular talk is we have to focus on AI for chips as well as chips for AI. How we can actually take this together. We have to focus on AI for chips as well as chips for AI. So the first advancement I would like to make you understand is AI for chip design, that is PPA optimization at scale. This PPA is a very particular point we have to highlight, that is the power, performance and area, right? And this PPA optimization is particularly a very complex problem, and when we talk in a computational way, it is actually a computationally hard problem, right, that optimization. So the modern digital design is a massive search problem. A search problem itself is a complex problem. Knobs across synthesis, place routes, timing closures. So where we can place AI here? AI helps explore design space for faster to optimize PPA. And we have different techniques like reinforcement learning, like evolutionary algorithms and heuristic methods, different kind of techniques are really utilized for doing this kind of vast optimization, kind of PPA optimization. And we can see that the Synopsys and Cerebrus are the examples of tools where semiconductor sector is currently using for PPA optimization. Similar to PPA optimization, the next one is the physical design optimization with the floor planning and the placement. Okay, so the floor planning is actually notoriously a hard problem, and the reinforcement learning, which comes under the one part of AI family, has shown real promise for accelerating layout generation. So these reinforcement learning and the higher optimization technique like Pareto optimization techniques are actually promising a good result in this kind of optimization problems in semiconductor sector. Next aspect is AI for verification and accelerating the long pole. So after designing and fabricating these models, the semiconductor models, one of the major need in this sector where AI can play a role is actually the verification. So verification is a very crucial problem. It needs expertise, experience, time, and a long requirements for performing it. So verification is a data rich. It can be done with regression, and it should look at convergence, then failures, log, assertions, etc. So where AI help in practice? The coverage closure is one point where it recommends next best test, constraints, reduce redundant simulations, and also it will help us to do the failure predictions and triage by doing the clustering, anomaly detection, signature learning kind of techniques. Then spec to check automation in NLP, exact requirements and can be created with the association checklist. The intelligent simulation generation. These points where really can be solved with the help of AI when it comes to AI chip verification. And apart from this verification, the manufacturing yield and testing and reliability also utilizes AI in a very vast way. The key AI applications that we can see in the semiconductor manufacturing is the defect detection after the development of the boards and chips, then yield optimization, the process simulation, the predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance is nothing but we can actually forecast the maintenance of a particular system before it is actually getting in a trouble. And the equipment calibration, these are the things where we can apply AI to solve the manufacturing yield, test, and reliability. And what is next? The next phase is actually coming with the concept of agentic AI. The agentic electronic design and automation plus co-optimization across chip packaging and system will be the next space that we can explore in the semiconductor domain. And as a concluding remark, I could say AI is reshaping semiconductors in two directions. Demand AI chips and method that gives AI design and verification for chips. The winners will be those who operationalize data trace, verification results, and fab telemetry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shailesh Shivan, Principal AI Architect, Landnick AI Limited. And to present the memento, may I now invite Sri Sandeep Kumar, IAS, Director of Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, to kindly come over to the dais. Sri Sandeep Kumar, IAS, presenting the memento to our speaker, Dr. Shailesh Shivan. Thank you. Before we move on to the next panel discussion, we have a very important event which will be held here on the stage. We have the signing and exchange of MOUs. To democratize access to high quality AI education, India AI is setting up 570 data and AI labs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities across the country. These labs, including those hosted at the NIE-LIT centers and in government ITIs or the Polytechnic institutes, will provide hands-on exposure to tools, data sets, and problem-solving environments. They act as local hubs for innovation, experimentation, and collaborative learning. In collaboration with the Directorate of Technical Education, the Department of Higher Education, Government of Kerala, India AI Mission will be supporting the establishment of 7 data and AI labs in polytechnic institutes across Kerala. May I now request Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, Ministry of Electronics and IT and the COO of India AI, and Srimati Ani Abraham, Senior Joint Director, Department of Technical Education, to kindly come over to the dais and sign and exchange the MOU here on the stage of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. Inviting Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of Kerala, also to the stage, inviting ma'am also to the stage. The MOU is being signed in the presence of the dignitaries, in the presence of Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of Kerala. The MOU signed and exchanged. Thank you. We have one more signing of MOU. In collaboration with Industrial Training Department, Government of Kerala, India AI Mission will be supporting the establishment of 23 data and AI labs in ITIs across Kerala. Would request Shri Shami Baker A, Joint Director of Training, Directorate of Training, Industrial Training Department, to kindly come over to the dais to sign and exchange the MOU. Inviting Shri Sufyan Ahmed, IAS, Director, Industrial Training Department, also to the stage. Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries. That was a signing and exchange of MOU being held on the stage of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. Once again, thank you, dignitaries. Moving on to our next session, we have a panel discussion on the topic AI Skilling for the State, Building a Future-Ready Workforce and Institutions. I would like to invite the moderator of this session over to the dais, Dr. Eben Denny Raj, Associate Dean, Academic Affairs, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Eben Denny Raj. The panel discussion is on the topic AI Skilling for the State, Building a Future-Ready Workforce and Institutions.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely a privilege to moderate this session, AI Skilling for the State, Building a Future-Ready Workforce and Institutions. We all know that we are currently standing at a fascinating tipping point. For the last 2 decades, Digital Kerala was primarily about digitization. We succeeded in turning paper files into PDFs, physical queues into online portals. We solved the problem of access, basically. So, but the next decade is all about, not only about access, it's also about intelligence. So to answer this, or basically to face these challenges, we have a power-packed panel of 5 architects representing state, global industry, and academia. So I'd like to invite each panel member. I would like to invite Dr. Shamla Mary Joseph, IAS, who is the Principal Secretary to Higher Education, and please come to the stage. And Dr. Amit Aveka from IIT Guwahati. Professor Prabhakar Krishnan, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Shri Ashutosh Gupta from Coursera, and Shri V. Srikanth, the CEO of ICT Academy, Tamil Nadu.
Check.
So to begin, I'd like to start with a question to each one of the panel member. So in your view, what is the single biggest institutional blind spot that could prevent Kerala from becoming an AI first state? I would like to start with Dr. Shamla Mary Joseph. Ma'am.
So thank you for that question. I think you were referring to the institutional blind spots. Okay, so when we come to AI and skilling our workforce, the first and foremost thing which comes to our mind is that our students are not that trained or skilled to capture the opportunities in the job market and to capture the opportunities that the AI sector would open up for them. So therefore, understanding that, we at the state government level, the Department of Higher Education in collaboration with the State Higher Education Council have taken efforts to ensure that skilling of the student workforce is done alongside the routine training and technical training that is provided to our students, both in the arts and science colleges as well as the technical colleges. So you would be knowing that, we have a good number of technical institutions. We have engineering colleges, 9 government engineering colleges. We have government-supported engineering colleges. We have engineering colleges in the self-financing sector as well. In addition, we have polytechnics, technical high schools and ITIs. So when we look at the number of seats that we have for AI per se, maybe the numbers may not be that great, but when we look at all the AI related courses that we have in our institutions, we have more than 4,500 plus seats, which cater to some aspect of AI, and therefore we try to ensure that students who are entering the technical education stream do get a hands-on knowledge of what artificial intelligence is, and also we take steps to ensure that the curriculum also gets updated and upgraded regularly so that our students don't lose out. Also, when we look at the whole education sector as such, we have the State Higher Education Council, which gives us inputs on how to regularly engage with the faculty, with the student community, and with experts in the field, so that we don't miss out what is happening in the rest of the world, what is happening in the rest of the country. So as we look at curriculum reforms, we also look at updation of the curriculum, updation of the syllabi. We give autonomy to the faculty and the institutions also to frame the curriculum and the syllabi so that they can put in what is, they can add to the curriculum as to what is new and what is to be added to the curriculum as it is happening in the rest of the world. Again, faculty, and the teaching faculty especially, are given opportunities to go out and visit institutions of national importance, engage with experts in institutions of national importance. We have facilities which provide for their research opportunities to understand, so that to enable them to understand the newer developments so that they can bring them back to the institutions where they are working. Under the aegis of the Higher Education Council and the state government, we are giving importance to research and translational research. Centers of excellence are being established in niche areas. We have a TREST research park, the Trivandrum Engineering Science Research Park, which is located just outside the College of Engineering Trivandrum. And in this research park, we have young units working in the area of AI, working in the area of semiconductors, working in the area of EVs. So, whatever are the newer and emerging areas, we are trying to understand, we are trying to assimilate them into the system to the extent possible. And in this endeavor, we seek the support of experts, technology experts, both within the state as well as outside the state, so that we don't miss the bus and we don't lose sight of those blind spots that you were referring to.
That's a very valid point. So since already it was mentioned about Institute of National Importance and research, I would like to hear from Dr. Amit Avekar from IIT Guwahati. What do you feel is the biggest institutional blind spot?
So in my opinion, the most critical blind spot is lack of knowledge, because lack of knowledge leads to typically ambiguity, and ambiguity leads to typically fear, and fear results in irrational actions. And there is nothing wrong with it, because that's our instinct driven by evolution. If something we don't understand, we typically take it as something that will threaten us. And this hasn't happened for the first time in human history, and certainly it is not going to happen for the last time. So if you look back little in late 19th century, late 1800s, when there was AC current supply in New York City, people were frightened of it. And they were calling it evil force and whatnot. And there are some people who try to make commercial benefit out of it. So Edison at that time, he carried out public electrocution of animals, just to say that AC current is very dangerous. Okay, so such things keep on happening. Similarly, I think in 70s, I read about the tractor protest here in Kuttanad. Like people went and damaged tractors because it was taking away the labor from humans. Okay? The story here is not what irrational actions we took at that time, but how quickly we course corrected. So I think the agriculture in Kerala today is highly mechanized, and in fact, human labor is scarce. Right? If we don't want to repeat the same mistake, this, I think, summit is a good starting point. We should educate stakeholders about AI. And educating is not one specific thing. It's not a vanilla education. So you're going to train people, a set of people saying that AI as a mathematical concept, and they will look at all the internal scientific details of the AI. There will be people who go and build applications over the AI, and you have to educate them about how to have the strong application pipeline. There will be people who will be using AI as a tool for public policy. You have to go and educate those people, perhaps politicians and bureaucrats. There will be people who will be using AI as an asset for international relations. So I think all these different stakeholders, we have to educate them at the different levels of abstractions. If we don't do that, that is the biggest blind spot.
Yeah, I think as you rightly mentioned, there are different stakeholders. So I'd like to go to Sri Ashutosh Gupta, I think, who's the right person to maybe amplify that point, especially from a global perspective or even from an Indian perspective. What exactly is the biggest institutional blind spot?
Okay, now, thank you. So let me repeat. First of all, thank you for having me here today. It's a fantastic setup. And the question is, what is the biggest institutional blind spot? I think first let's look at the positives. We have around 1.3 million learners from Kerala on Coursera. And there's a lot of appetite. For example, we are seeing enrollments into our GenAI courses every 12 minutes from Coursera, from Kerala. All right, their learners have spent literally, 177,000 hours, which is equivalent to 20 years of learning compressed into this. So there's a lot of appetite. People are curious. They are coming to the platform to learn. What is missing? Now coming back to your question, what is a blind spot? We just need an institutional connect between industry-ready skills to employment. And that is the stuff which is missing right now. Let me talk a little more about it, right? We have seen where curriculum, you have 4 credit courses which is tied to AI, and that is tied back to the industry requirements. That meant the success really becomes very, very prominent. And that is something which we need to do more. I won't call it a blind spot. I had a lot of discussions today afternoon, and a lot of those discussions are moving into that direction. So the intent is there. It's just the realization is there. We just need to make it happen, right? So that is, according to me, is the biggest blind spot. So here are the few things which we need to scale faster, just in interest of time. First is credit-linked industry credentials to AI, cloud, and this skill should count academically, right? So students should learn, and then they should get credit for that learning. Second is role-based skilling. AI engineer, cybersecurity analyst, cloud admin. These are not generic IT courses, they're really role-based learning paths. Community mentorship, which has been a very successful model here built in Kerala, and we should replicate that for literacy across AI. And lastly is talent curation plus local job creation. So skilling directly maps to employability inside the state, people don't necessarily have to look at migration. Right, so these are some things, but based on the conversations I had, I'm very confident that we'll be able to solve this in the state very soon.
Yeah. So I will move on to Professor Prabhakar Krishnan, who is from Amrita, the perspective on the biggest institutional blind spot.
First of all, I extend my thanks and gratitude, appreciations to Kerala State IT and AI Mission for great hosting of this function and this event. And also personally, I thank every volunteer for hosting me so far like a VIP. Anyway, addressing the question we have on the table, like barriers or blind spots or something, whatever we talk about, for AI adoption in Indian education. Since I come from the academia, so I would like to address in the context of Indian academia and research institution. Some of the points are already talked about by the fellow panelists. In particular, I would like to address the hardware. Some of these, I have some 6 or 7 points, the key top 10 barriers or so. In that, it starts with the hardware infrastructure gap. So it includes some of the access to the GPUs in the lab. So if we want to train some people, have some experiments, and then where we can oversee, because it's faculties, remember, faculties are also new to this technology. So they are going to be, I remember 20 years ago when we used to do programming, in CUDA programming, when GPU came, we used to work together with your students, with your teachers. Same thing we are talking about quantum today, quantum computers. We together are working with them. Same thing to do with AI right now. So unless we have some GPUs and those kind of hopper class GPUs where we can do meaningful large scale computation, then it's going to be a problem. So however, there are some gap in the funding. The funding is fragmented and not balanced, I would say. I'm talking not in the context of Kerala. In the nationwide, some of the elite institutions can experiment with AI platforms and access to some of the facilities India AI Mission is putting up there. But I studied from some rural institution myself, because I also contributed to the national supercomputing. So many of the colleges, some of the rural colleges, tier 2, tier 3, even struggle to get access to the national resource, HPC, even India AI now. But of course, with the spearheaded by Madam, we are making a lot of awareness workshops all over India. The other part is skills and mindset gap. I think many faculty administrators are a little bit wary of uncomfortable with the arrival of AI. Let alone black box and opaque and risky, and then sick. And in the morning the politician talked about the jobs and all that. So insecurity. So that kind of creates a barrier. They don't see it as a strategic capability they are having in hand, in addition to technical capability. The other part is the governance is lagging. Some of the institutions don't have clear policies, on data privacy, acceptable use of AI in teaching and research, mechanisms to deal with bias, plagiarism, misuse, or deepfake, or misinformation, or any academic integrity as such in an AI-rich environment. The other important part is because we have come a long way in terms of contextualizing the AI right now. So we have, apart from the most of the AI models and tools, and then the data today were trained in the English-centric, Western-centric. However, India AI, last 2 years, they have done lots of, strides, long strides in creating a vernacular language or regional linguistic thing like a Bhashni, and there are some examples here. However, there are still, there is a gap there. Finally, the biggest barrier, I would say, is a lack of shared and collective vision. Without a clear human-centric narrative that AI should augment the Indian education, Indian workforce, Indian research, advancements, Digital India vision, they feel sometimes it's actually going to be replacing them. So that's very important that my fellow panelists talked about. How do we create training in the labs? So we work with the data. AI is about advanced ML programming, machine learning. They talk about computation, they talk about data, and then you generate insights out of it. So most of the research today in academia, even in the elite institutions, they work on publicly available data or synthetically generated data. When these people are asked to go into the industry requires real data. So there is a gap there in terms of training with the data and the models we generate. And finally, I would say AI adoption is kind of stuck between the hype and the fear instead of moving into responsible, inclusive implementation.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. So I'd like to move to V. Srikanth, the CEO of ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu, which has set a sort of gold standard PPP model for industry, government, talent co-creation. So your perspective, please.
Thanks to the government of Kerala for inviting me and one of the fantastic session and the people on the dais. I'll give a synonym. AA is already there in the service. If you just put the IAS as an all India service, it's called AA service. Already the AA is inbuilt into the service, one. Second, I don't take a blind spot because it's an hot spot. See, today, this brochure, I don't know if you've seen this, from December 13th of last year to now, the activities which has happened across the state, seamlessly, on various topics, various things, is something tremendous. One. Second point is that just a few minutes before the 2 MOUs were being signed with ITI, specifically with ITI, I think should give a big clap, because most of the focus were in higher education. Today, the state has given it is useful for me also go and tell in Tamil Nadu that today the thing has happened that the MOU signed for a technical education particularly with ITI. ITI and politics, I think this is a wonderful. So I could say this is basically an hot spot, not as a blind spot. That is one. Second important point is that as the fellow speakers also are mentioning about industry academia reach out, the industry participation is the very, very key component. While I go, I will brief you in the next question to you. The industry participation is the most key component. Final point is that as an institution which was built 17 years back by MeitY, we are the only government company in India not taking any government funds and running as a private company. You can check our site, ICT Academy. We are the only organization in India not taking a single money from government for establishment. Still the board has got an IAS officers. I don't have any financial pressure. There is no RE budget. There is no provisional budget. There is nothing. So I don't have any problem. Most tension-free system we are having because of industry adoption and industry participation. That is a key component which is required for this to remove that hot spot, make it to a bright spot. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. So I'd like to go to Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph IAS. Usually what happens whenever a new scheme is being launched and it is kind of envisioned and it is started, and suddenly the person who has initialized that maybe moved to some other place or department. So my question is, how do we institutionalize these programs to outlast specific leadership tenures?
Thank you for that question. I think in my initial answer also, I tried to give an explanation to this query as well, in the sense that, when we are establishing centers, when we are bringing in new systems, we try to make the faculty and the staff handling that, we try to ensure that they also internalize the new processes, they internalize the new systems, so that the changes or the innovations that are brought in do not remain person-centric or person-specific. To that extent, I should say, the newer research facilities that we have set up in our institutions, we see to it that it is not restricted for the use of the faculty and the researchers attached to that college alone. In College of Engineering, Trivandrum, we have a supercomputer. So that is not restricted to the faculty or researchers of CET alone. It is open for faculty, researchers and students from across the state also to make use of the facilities available. We ensure that they can access it through the cloud systems as well. In Cochin University also, we established or we set up a supercomputer called Tejasvi recently, and that again, is open to our researchers and faculty from other institutions as well. So whatever new system that we try in, whatever changes that we bring in, we try to see that the persons handling it at the cutting edge level are also given hands-on training and exposure to the innovations and to the new changes that we bring in, so that so that there is institutional memory and it goes with the institution. So in the first question, when you asked about blind spot, I missed mentioning about the skilling aspect. So the others in the panel also mentioned the requirement for a robust industry-academia collaboration and industry-academia linkage. So our technical education institutions and our arts and science colleges also are working on stronger partnerships with the industry partners. So we have industry in campus initiatives, we have industry coming to the campuses, we have even in our polytechnics where industries have set up units, like the Polytechnic at Kalamassery has a unit, in the ITI, not ITI, Polytechnic at Kalamassery, Bosch has set up a unit. So, the linkage aspect, industry linkage aspect is given adequate importance at the highest level. And for, we also launched a new portal called K-Learn Portal, which would also give hands-on facilities to our students for skilling and upskilling, apart from other programs of ASAP and other entities.
That's a very valid point. So I think that connects to the next question to Dr. Amit. So how can elite research be translated into policy-ready tools which can be even used by maybe non-technical people?
If I understand it right, you are asking how we can translate the research to something that is usable.
Something which a common man can use.
Yeah. So first of all, researchers should not stop at building just the prototype or the toy systems that typically you would do at the research level. We should go further, and as fellow panelists said, that we should actively collaborate with the industry and going further with the government. So again, a small example from IIT Guwahati that we have seen is students do routine research work for their degrees, but particularly when we have any particular partnership with industry, I see far more vigor from the students working on the same project because they feel that whatever they are doing will not be limited to just their thesis. It will be used somewhere. So even the people who are building things, they are more enthusiastic in ensuring that it reaches people. But I think it is the responsibility of administrator, professors like me, or in government organizations, the higher level officers, to ensure that it doesn't die at the prototype stage and connect it to the end user. It might be more effort, but I think that effort is worth doing.
I think maybe to get a global perspective, I'll just move to Sri Ashutosh Gupta. So I have a question, like how does the Indian public learner, when you compare with the counterparts in maybe Europe or US or Singapore or any other country, how do you kind of compare an Indian learner with the other people?
Sure, great question. I think one thing which is very evident is that Indian learners, or the value of education is very, very high in India. It's very true sitting here in Kerala, where the literacy rates is high, right? The gross enrollment ratio is the highest at 41%. There's a very good gender balance, right? So value of education in India is very high. But there are a few things which I see which are very different compared to other countries across the world. First of all, our education policy supports online learning to the new education policy, NEP, and there's a 40% credits which have been recognized to online learning. There's a very progressive thinking. A lot of other countries, I don't see that still recognizing online learning, because access to education is the biggest issue, right? Across the world, India as well, and that's where online learning can really help get you to the students who don't have access to good colleges and other places, right? So that's number one. Second is Indians are more tech-oriented. So when we see skilling, or when we see the data on Coursera, Indians lead on the tech-oriented skilling. They take the tech-oriented courses the most highest. For example, on Gen AI enrollments, India is the highest across the world on Coursera right now, which shows that the natural bent of mind is very tech-oriented. Having said that, there's an opportunity to do better. In other countries, students are also very focused on soft skills, which we are not as focused on. So skills like critical thinking, communication, collaboration, which is getting very, very important in the current world as we get virtual, as we are working more remotely. So very tech-oriented, but not so focused on soft skills, which is an opportunity. And, and I think just the hunger for learning is very, very high. In Indian colleges, we have seen the highest for-credit integration into curriculum. So there's a very big focus to integrate Coursera into the curriculum, make the curriculum more updated, make the curriculum more relevant to the student which is learning. Also more leverage of certifications, professional certificates in the colleges. It's much faster in India as compared to other parts of the world, right? They are picking it up, but they're behind India, right? So my big takeaway, one thing I would say is very high value for education, very tech-oriented learning and skilling. But if we can just fix the soft skills, but it's going to be very important, because sometimes some jobs go unfilled because the soft skill is missing in a candidate.
Yeah. I think that takes the next question to Professor Prabhakar Krishnan. So especially everybody is behind the hype of AI. So there is every chance that we can have a kind of half-skilled AI which can create a massive leak in the system, right? So you're in 1 minute.
Under 1 minute. Okay. So I think let me share some perspectives on implementation perspectives on implementing, some of the AI technologies. And of course, the AI adoption is not purely technical. It's more about structural and then the socio-cultural matter. So as you know, after the NEP came and arrival of India AI mission, so most of the curricula are not yet redesigned to incorporate AI and ML pedagogy. And there is little guidance on how to blend with assessment and research methodologies, and then how to make sure it is ethical, responsible. And then I focus more on the safe and, some of the, nuances of it, how to incorporate the safe and trusted AI. So if it is off-cooked, so let me start with some kind of a case study, use case something. So if you do the...
Maybe some 15, 20 seconds.
20 seconds. So I would say that when you... I would say that before rolling out, because before rolling out, the whole point about AI is not about operational aspects of it. It's all about after you roll out, how your system, learns from it, monitors from it, and then go back and retrain the models that were used, how to make sure that there is no drift there. So we are talking about hallucinations and few other things.
Yes,
so
exactly,
all these aspects have to be curtailed. We need to have some kind of guardrails in place to do that.
That's a very
make
valid
sure
point.
That, we have the confidence. I think confidence about AI is important.
I get your point. We'll move to the last question to V. Srikanth. So can you tell me some, or at least one or two best practices which the Tamil Nadu ICT Academy is doing, which can be mapped to Kerala?
Yeah, thank you for this question. See, I was briefing earlier, ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu was formed in 2008 by MeitY. It became self-sustained very quickly in 3 years. We are one of the successful public partnership in India. Why it happened? Because IT Secretary of 99 cadre officer, Mr. Navneet sir, is the chairman of this organization. I have 4 bureaucrats and 4 from private. Mr. Santosh Babu IAS, who is principal secretary here, was a founder of this organization. Today I met him. He was the founder of the organization. What it has transformed today is that industry support came to this company very quickly. Cognizant, TCS, Salesforce, you name, any company came into that. When the government of India said ICT Academy should be formed across India, Kerala government approached us. We came to Kerala, we helped them to establish ICT Academy. Mr. Santosh Group was there earlier as a CEO. He came to our office, he studied, the model was enacted. This also became a very successful model. Second important point is that we are not doing any business in Kerala. Except Kerala, we are everywhere across India. Today in Ladakh, we are doing some work. Meghalaya, we are doing across India. Important point is that certain projects which we are getting in specific to Kerala, we are not treating Kerala as a competitor. We are actually working with them. Cognizant funded project. We work with ICT Academy of Kerala. Just a final point. Today, how the public-private partnership can transform. Today, as I talk, in a short while, within a 3-4 months' time, we are having our office in Malaysia, Victoria Government in Melbourne, Perth, and Colombo. These are the countries of vast. Skill gap is everywhere across the globe. These governments are found and we are going to go globally. So this is what I thought I just want to tell you. Industry participation is the very key. If industry is able to participate from a content to curriculum to funding to any sort, small or big, I think we can do the wonderful job. I think we are a shining example to it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a wonderful perspective. So we had like a plethora of different perspectives, right from academia, right from skilling in the state level, in the global aspect. So we'll quickly just take one question which came from the audience. We got many questions, but out of that, I'm choosing just only one. So there's a question that are robotic teachers who are having up-to-date information on a particular subject, will they replace human teachers in the next 100 years?
Well, it's a difficult question to answer, but I don't think, human teachers can be replaced by machines, because machines can give you the information, AI can give you the information, but to give training in the soft skill that is missing in some of our students, as my fellow panelist had mentioned, that human touch, that soft skill, that last minute touch, as you say, the last minute connectivity, that last mile touch or whatever, that can be conveyed only by the teacher, by the human. Because after all, we are living in a society. We are not living just with machines. We interact with people on a day-to-day basis. So the computers will give you the knowledge, computers will give you the information, but that wisdom would come from the teacher. So I think teachers will be here in the years to come also, because teachers can, convey the information that the students require in a manner which individual students can understand better, and that teacher-student bonding will ensure that the students also get trained in the soft skills, the skills that would make them, total human beings, full human beings.
Yeah, I'll quickly go to one more panel member. Like anybody else want to answer this?
Just extension of it. The question that came was very important. I missed that perspective. So building trust with the students and the faculty is very important when you have the learning system right now. It's more interactive, more self-paced learning. People, explainable AI is very important today, because every concept right from the home, everything has to be explained and then do that. So that building that in the system is very important. Every interaction should have feedback loop. And then so where there is assertion that it is helpful, harmful, incorrect, so periodic reviews by the faculty should be there. I don't think bank teller, it's not like ATM machine. So I can tell you that at least in India, it's not going to happen with respect to the education.
Yeah. So I'll quickly go to Dr. Amit, maybe in 15-20 seconds. Yeah.
Sure. So this AI will replace certain occupation. These predictions people are making for a long time, and that is not happening. So my guess is that even that won't happen for teacher occupation. 2016, Jeffrey Hinton, one of the godfathers in AI, made the prediction that we won't train any radiologist after a few years. After 10 years, the demand for radiologist is all-time high. So I don't think any profession is going down with AI.
Yeah, I think maybe we can relate
Radiologists have become programmers now.
Yeah, I think we can relate that to earlier when calculators came, we thought that there will not be any requirement for mathematicians. But the way in which we do things have changed, but still these things have stayed as it is, right? So thank you very much for the wonderful discussion, and thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator. May I now request our moderator, Dr. Eben Denny Raj, to kindly present the mementos to our panelists. Inviting Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of Kerala, to receive the memento. Inviting Dr. Amit Awekar, Associate Professor, IIT Guwahati, to receive the memento. Inviting Professor Prabhakar Krishnan, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Research Scientist, Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitham, to receive the memento. Inviting Shri Ashutosh Gupta, Managing Director and Vice President, India and Asia Pacific, Coursera INC. Inviting Shri V. Srikant, Chief Executive Officer, ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu, to receive the memento from Dr. Eben Denny Raj. And now to present a memento to our moderator of this session, may I invite Shri Sufyan Ahmed IAS, Director, Industrial Training Department, to kindly come over to the dais. Shri Sufyan Ahmed IAS presenting the memento to Dr. Eben Denny Raj, Associate Dean, Academic Affairs, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam. Thank you. Thank you, Shri Sufyan Ahmed IAS. Thank you, moderator, and thanks to the panelists for speaking on this session, AI Skilling for the State, Building a Future-Ready Workforce and Institutions. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we had already displayed the QR code for the quiz competition on the screen. And I think we have our winners. Is this the final list of the winners? Yes. We had 46 participants and there were 5 questions, and the winners are Mr. Arun Nair, first place, second place Ms. Deepa, and third place Ms. Uma Shankar. Do we have the winners here? Inviting the winners over to the desk to get their prizes, and I would request the moderator, Dr. Eben Denny Raj, to kindly stay back and give away the prizes for the quiz. Dr. Eben Denny Raj, requesting you to kindly give away the prizes for the quiz competition. So the first place winner, Mr. Arun Nair. Ms. Deepa. And do we have Sriraj here? Yes, we have one more winner running up to the stage to collect his prize. Congratulations to the winners, and thank you, Dr. Eben Denny Raj. Moving on to the next session, we have a tech talk on the topic Kerala Government's Vidya AI program. I would like to invite the speaker over to the dais, Shri Muralitharan Manningal, CEO of ICT Academy, Kerala. Inviting the speaker, Shri Muralitharan Manningal, onto the dais for the tech talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think we heard a lot about the skilling, the AI, the journey. I think we heard AI adoption in academia, we heard about in industry, we heard that about in government sector. I think today what you're going to talk about is how we adopted the AI technology in the government sector to enhance the productivity and efficiency. Slideshow mode. So in the morning, our Special Secretary talked about the achievements of the e-governance achievements, some strides what you made in the Kerala. These are just a few glimpses of what's there in Kerala. A detail about one of these point, the K-Smart, Dr. Santosh Babu sir explained in detail about it. That each one of these points is itself is an elaborative and amazing story. So these are few glimpses of what we have achieved in Kerala on its what we call e-governance journey over the last decade. So this is the progressive journey of the e-governance, so the effective adoption of the technology and the capacity building in the governmental sector. So also we talked about how AI has been adopted within the governmental departments, the portal what has been developed or managed by the Kerala State IT Mission. There are about, as we see that this is the snapshot of the actual portal, about 48 departments registered in that. This is to capture the ideas about AI and to evaluate the ideas, shortlisted ideas will be implemented with the help of the startups and the organizations. So this is just to give a glimpse of the number of ideas what we received through the KA portal. Out of 67 ideas, as is mentioned in the morning, around 20 odd ideas is in progress of, is getting implemented as we speak. So when we look at the spectrum of education, so the AI education in particular, so in Kerala we have adopted the AI across the school education to the higher education sector. This is one of the state, Kerala, we adopted the AI as part of the curriculum in the general education sector or in the school sector, probably one of the first state to do that. Then even when we go to the higher education sector, we have specialized programs on the AI. In addition to that, as part of the 4-year UG program or as part of the NEP. So we have implemented creditized courses on various data science, AI related, along with other technology courses as part of the curriculum. So that is being offered as we speak now. Then the corporates, the companies and organizations, they are looking at skilling their employees to reap the benefit of productivity. So most of the organizations are seeing around a 30% productivity improvement by virtue of adopting the AI technologies, including the Copilot, the vibe coding technologies in their enterprises. Then when you talk about the overall workforce development, the role of the workforce itself is getting changed with the adoption of AI. Because we are living in an era where the agents are working alongside the human. So the job roles and the responsibilities are getting redefined. Most of the executive search firms, so they are redefining the job roles when they work alongside the agents. So that is what is happening now. So when we look at all this, we need to look the entire dimension across the academic sector, the corporate sector, and the government sector. Here in this session, we are going to talk about what we are going to do in the governmental sector. So as we see that we have seen a tremendous progress in the e-governance journey. So how do we reap the next wave of benefit? By adopting the AI technology in the governmental sector, like in the corporate sector or like in the academic sector, where the academicians or students are leveraging AI technologies to improve the efficiency of teaching, learning, and research. Likewise, how we can adopt the AI technology to improve the effectiveness or efficiency of or productivity of the government employees. So that is what is being covered as part of this program. So what you've done is that the governmental employees, when you look at that, most of them well-versed, very clear about the process. But when it comes to the technology side, so they are not sure whether the technology can be used, whether it's right to use it, and how to use it. I think that is an area where the government has put an effort and time in training the employees, the governmental staff, on the focused technologies, what will enable the productivity improvement. So over the last 5 years or so, 10 years, we have been working with ICT Academies, working with the governmental sector in improving the productivity or offering various capacity building programs. The last about 3 to 5 years time, so various government departments adopted various productivity improvement tools. Say, be it with the office tools like Excel, Word, or presentations. Okay, that's what has been done. But in the last 2 years, we have seen a shift in that technologies. Many departments started asking about, hey, how do I do the analysis of a large document which is related to the land dispute? Especially those requests are coming from the collectorates, where the file size itself will be hundreds of pages, where it will take hours and days and months to analyze the whole document. So can we use the technology to fast track the overall analysis and the decision making? So those are the kind of requests we start getting that. Then we designed, in collaboration with the IT Mission, we designed a program what typically addresses their day-to-day regular activities. So typically when you look at the government offices, they work on the, say, government orders, the notes, the file analysis, then creating reports, the meeting minutes, the typical day-to-day work, which takes most of their time. Can they use the technology, AI technology effectively to accelerate the, or improve the productivity? I think that is what the focus of the whole design of the Vidya AI program. So where we looked at the specific use cases, what has been adopted in the governmental sector, then those use cases, what kind of tools can be used, and use that tools and give them hands-on training and which they practice over the physical sessions. Because when you adopt with the AI technology, one of the important aspects is that the practice is one of the key things. It is not a technology. Adopting the AI tools is something you can learn only by doing it. So we help the learners, the participants, how to get acquainted with the various tools, what they can use for various purposes, be it documentation, the report analysis, large file analysis, and meeting minutes, translation, the various activities that typically takes care of the governmental activities. Then the program was designed with an objective of the various dimensions. One is improving their awareness about the various technologies, including the AI technology, what they can use and how they can use ethically and in a sustainable, reliable manner in the office. So where they can use and where they cannot use. For example, in a typical minutes, so which is potentially getting published in the public domain, so where we can safely use the AI technology. But if somebody is working on a budget preparation, probably that's not an area where we can use the AI tools. So that the area where we can use the tools and what kind of tools they can use, for what purpose, be it document analysis, document preparation, the document summarization, or the large data analysis, or enabling the decision-making, fast-track decision-making. So what are the tools? They introduce them to the various tools which they can use in the enterprise. And also in the morning, our honorable speaker mentioned about the language capability. So the AI potentially gives, we saw that in the Bhashini side, the AI gives some in the language translation capability as well. But always it is required, whenever you are using AI tools, we certainly need to have the human touch or human element to validate whether we are getting the right output or the right context, whether there is a bias. I think that is what is important, and we enable the learners to understand about, look at the output and how to write the right prompts when you are working on the LLM tools or ChatGPT, Gemini or Perplexity kind of tools. How do we use the right prompts to get the right output and use that with the correctness of that output, whether there is a bias. So that is what is being given to that. And what we have done uniquely in that training session is that we ask the officers or government officials to come up with their specific work where they are taking maximum amount of their time. Then we ask them to help them in writing their own prompts and create the output and compare the output what they have created. So they could see the output created by a human and by a machine. And they could improve that output by optimizing the prompts. I think those kind of hands-on training was given as part of the Vidya AI training. Then the target audience are the AIS officers, the secretariat, including the chief secretary's office. About 1,400 plus government officials are trained physically so far. Our plan is to extend the reach. When you look at the Kerala, there are about 5 lakh plus say government staff working across 300 or different organizational entities, including department, secretariat, autonomous institutions, PSUs, etc. Okay, so our plan is how to reach that information, that training to the maximum number of people. So there's a plan to give webinars. There's a plan to give self-learning contents. There's a plan to give a distributed training across the state. And this multi-model training is what we are aiming at to reach the masses, so that the maximum amount of people, maximum number of people will get benefit out of these technologies. So how this training is been designed, how do we make this program unique, and how do we make the learners are getting real benefit out of this? So one of the unique elements is that before the training we conducted a survey to understand the persona, their requirements. Then we do a little bit of customization to meet their specific requirements. And that customization is being addressed through the case-based scenarios as part of the course delivery. And that enables the learners to perform their day-to-day activities more effectively. Then these are some of the tools what we introduced as part of that. This is not the complete list. This is the indicative list of tools we covered as part of the training. Then when you look at on the left, before the survey, they are familiar with quite a few tools, but after the training, the kind of feedback what they got is really encouraging it. And we are really getting, very positive feedback from the participants. And many of them are giving hey, I was able to do the work more effectively. I was able to use these tools. I was able to create my own what you call GPT. I was able to create my own what you call automation tools. So these are kind of responses we are hearing from the government officials after that, which is really encouraging it. And when you look at the distribution of the participants, we have people from the freshers to the experienced people. And all are equally interested in learning these technologies. There is a little bit of element of what you call the inertia. But once they practice that, once they see that the output, they are really excited to use these tools in their day-to-day life. Then most of them are familiar, but many of them don't know how to use that. How to use that in a correct way or effective way in their environment. I think that is what has been enabled as part of the training program. So this again, as part of the e-governance journey, we have conducted this through multi-modal training, physical and hybrid mode. And all the certificates are issued through the DigiLocker. So far about 1,400. We are aiming to touch more people by scaling up, by offering webinars, self-learning contents, and hybrid mode of trainings. So which will be launched in the coming few days. So I think I'm good with the time. Thank you all. And so I think we heard a lot about the various providers like, say, Amazon, then, say, NVIDIA, then other various providers. So here, we leverage the industry partners where we can use and introduce their tools, which the government officials can use effectively. I think that's also what we are doing as part of that. I'm sure that when we have the India AI, when you're having our own sovereign AI, so we'll give more safe, secure manner of using the technology. I'm sure that this will enable more government officials to use this technology to accelerate their productivity. So thank you all.
Thank you, Shri Muralitharan Manningal, CEO, ICT Academy of Kerala. May I now invite Shri Sunil Jain, Deputy Director General, NIC and Director, NEGD, Ministry of Electronics and IT, to kindly come over to the stage to present a memento to our speaker, Shri Muralitharan Manningal. Thank you. Moving on to our next tech talk on the topic AI from innovation to impact, transforming e-governance service delivery. I would like to invite our speaker for the session, Dr. Suchitra Pyarelal, SIO, NIC Kerala. We take a 2-minute break as we are having the security check of the venue from the Honorable Chief Minister's office, as we are expecting him here for the valedictory function. We will resume with the session as soon as the security check is completed. The next session will be a tech talk on the topic AI from innovation to impact, transforming e-governance service delivery, which would be followed by a panel discussion on the topic Kerala's AI Roadmap 2031, Vision, Investment and Global Positioning. Following the panel discussion, we will have a cultural performance here on the dais, and then that would be followed by the valedictory function, in which we will have the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala as our chief guest. We will resume the talk shortly as we are waiting for the security check to be completed.
എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും വന്നു ഇത് വേറെ മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ് വരാൻ പാടില്ല. വേറെ മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ് വരാതെ അഡീഷണൽ മൈക്ക് ഇവിടെ വയ്ക്കണ്ട, നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ താഴെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നാൽ മതി. മറ്റേ കക്ഷി പോയി എവിടെ
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we resume with the sessions, inviting Dr. Suchitra Pyarelal over to the dais for her talk on AI from innovation to impact, transforming e-governance service delivery. Dr. Suchitra Pyarelal.
This one or this? Yeah. A very good evening to all the esteemed delegates who have joined here. I would start by thanking the IT department and the Kerala State IT Mission, and of course my colleagues of MIT for inviting me. It's my privilege to join this very important event before which is a precursor to the event which is happening next month, the AI Summit. So I'm extremely glad to be here. So today, most of you have heard a lot of things being discussed on AI. I would like to share with you some of the work which we are doing for the state government and also at the national level, some of the applications which have been developed, I'd like to share with you. But I would like to take a moment to step back. step back to see how we are, how we have moved to AI before jumping into AI. Around 20 years back, in 2006, a mathematician, Clive Bumpy, he coined a phrase, data is a new oil. So taking from there, in 2017, it became very popular when The Economist published an article, is data going to be the new oil and replace, all the other resources? So with The Economist article, everyone started giving more, emphasis on the importance of data. So there is a comparison. So the point which the mathematician Clive Bumpy was making was that it's just not enough. His point was it's just not enough having the data. So he was working in Tesco, a British grocery store, and he had collected a lot of, the shopping behavior. He came to realize that having that data did not predict the profits which Tesco would make. So the analogy with oil and data was that, even the data in its raw form is probably not usable. It has to be collected, collated, cleaned, and analyzed to give, the product, which is your actionable insights. That's number one. Second is, you all know that oil has actually, led to the industrial revolution. So the economy with data is also driving the digital economy. The third point is the infrastructure which is required. For the oil industry, just as the oil industry flourished with oil in the industry, data, the huge growth of data has led to the need of cloud infrastructure, the computing, and more emphasis on the infrastructure. Then the market power. So the market power it's something which we all have. There is just like the oil led to the oil cartels, there's always a kind of apprehension that data will be monopolized by a few tech giants. So that apprehension is also there, just like that oil. The last comparison, if you see the analogy, is the societal impact. Just like oil had environmental issues, the data also has issues around it which needs to be addressed, which is the privacy, which is the other the trust concerns, similar to the oil boom. So that's about, so when you see AI, the data is very intrinsic to the artificial intelligence. The data which is going to be there for whatever AI is going to be is very, that's the most important. Now, if you see, before I come to the, the e-governance systems and the service delivery, there are a lot of, evolution which has happened in e-governance. At the same time, a lot of evolution has happened in AI as well. In AI, you will see that AI is not something which happened now. It's from the 1950s and 60s, the AI was simple rule-based systems. So we had simple rule-based systems, which was the origin of AI. And after the 60s, we came to expert systems, which was in the 80s, where, again, there was a boundary of the rule-based system. So it was in the 90s and the 2000s, where, the researchers started teaching the data, how to learn from the patterns of data. That is when, that was the turning point of AI, machine learning, where large amount of data was given and they learned from the data. So the 1990s where the machine, and the 2010s where the machine learning started, that was a turning point. Now, machine learning also had its own, kind of boundaries. So there is interest for a specific context. That is when the deep learning came. The deep learning or the neural networks, which was something like a brain kind of architecture for the artificial intelligence. So that also again was specific to a domain. So deep learning also was a specific to a domain. And in 2020, that's a 2020. So from the 1950s, where the rule-based systems came and the machine learning in the late 90s, and then into 2010 and 2020 was a kind of game changer when we had moving out of the context space or the domain based, we had the context based foundational models and generative AI, which actually gave a big spurt of growth. So parallelly, when AI was going through a lot of changes, and what we see today is exponential growth, the e-governance systems was also going through a transformative change. So these two, if you see how it progressed, was we had siloed systems when we started e-governance systems. Then the siloed systems had to interoperate with each other. Using standards, we brought about interoperable systems. So they had to talk to each other. And what we see today, which has immensely quantified the data, is the integrated systems. So we see massive amounts of data in the integrated system. And that's where, the possibility of AI, what we see as generative AI or the foundation models, are actually driving the e-governance systems. So if you see the growth of AI, as I said, is very intrinsically connected to the data. Massive data sets, leading to powerful models. And also, the growth of AI being converging with the e-governance systems. So the key drivers of AI, which I will come to. So let me just take you to what is the expected. So the topic is innovation. A lot of innovation is happening, but what is the expected impact? We are not really into saying that this is the impact, but I would touch upon the expected impact. So innovation to impact in e-governance systems. So I think this is something which we all know. Augmented decision-making, process automation and efficiency, consistency and accuracy, and real-time leadership insights. So the expected impact areas after, what we expect from the present e-governance systems to where we can innovate and impact is faster speed at which the public service delivery, and how we will come to in a moment from now. Reduce turnaround time, transparency and accountability, cost and resource by, automating many of the features, operational efficiency. These are the asks, the expected impact areas which we feel can happen. And benefits to the citizens: multilingual access, voice-based interaction, simplified communications, inclusive access, faster responses. Now, let me take a moment here for bringing out some of the sectors where the AI innovation is happening and what could be the possible impact. So this is something which the diverse sectors of e-governance, where the innovation is happening and what is the expected impact. So it's too early to say what the impact is, but these are the expected impact, as I was mentioning. So the inclusive citizen access. Inclusive citizen access, where the AI innovation, I'm sure you all must have been taken through the, Bhashini and other voice recognition. So translation and voice recognition, so eliminating the language barriers. Digital trust and identity with face recognition and anti-spoofing. So impact could be the secure and fraud-resistant authentication. Citizen service delivery. So when a citizen goes to any website, he or she is alone. So he has to be assisted. Unlike when you go to a shop where you are assisted by a shopkeeper, you are on your own. The citizen is on your own. So chatbots, the most simple thing to assist you So a self-service kind of. And file and office automation. File and office automation in Kerala government Kerala is one of the states where e-office has been adopted, to the, I would say at all tiers of the government machinery. So there is a, need for using AI for automating your routine tasks which you do in your file. File work is, the routine work. So there are a lot of use cases where AI could be used in. Coming to another sector is accuracy and compliance, where intelligent validation, reducing errors, so human errors can it be reduced. Operational efficiency, that is smart extraction of data, auto drafting, which you do in files, so extracting and decision support. Proactive governance, instead of the forecasting, data-driven planning in finance and budgeting. Through the lot of data which we have in the finance department, can we forecast, can we do the budgeting with use of AI? Fraud and risk management, the pattern analysis. So these are some of the sectors. So I would like to now share with you some of the initiatives, though not very large, I must say, but some of the initiatives which we are taking for the state government and also at the national level. So there's the K-Swift, the industry department has adopted K-Swift chatbot for Navigator for the ease of doing business. There is a AI Vani, which is developed by the Center of Excellence of NIC in Delhi. So we are using that chatbot for intent recognition. Slightly more, the general Gen AI-based intent recognition to handle dynamics. So there is the first set of static queries and the dynamic queries. Chatbot for the Enter Bhoomi portal. I think one of the flagship programs of the Kerala government is Enter Bhoomi. So the chatbot is being implemented in the Enter Bhoomi for all land operations. It's under development. So I'll just take you through the Kerala Business Navigator. So it's a chatbot. I'm sure all of you have seen that, but just to show you how it is being tuned by the industry department. So the demo is, I think there is some issue. The demo has to run. It's just trying to give you a lot of answers on how to start a business, where do you start. So all those the static queries and the dynamic queries are answered through this chatbot. Bhunaksha is a national product developed by the Kerala NIC. And it's a web-based GIS system, where GIS application. So here, there are a lot of things which one needs to know to navigate the GIS application. You need to know the coordinates and all. So a chatbot, agentic AI has been built in Bhunaksha by our team here. So if you see here, so it's writing, create a polygon, joining P3, P4, P1. If you don't have that kind of chatbot, then you have to actually drag and this. So it's a simplified way. They have started using this in Bhunaksha. Draw a polygon connecting the different coordinates. So it's done that. Then merge the polygon, A1 and A2. So it's doing that. So I'll quickly, this is in Bhunaksha. Then let me just take you through the other use cases. So these are all part of the agentic AI. In e-office, many of you have used e-office. E-office, they have already introduced in the latest release of e-office, they have an AI-powered time dictation where you can dictate and it translates, multilingual translation and assisted note and draft writing, which is very, kind of useful for those who are heavily into the files. And also in progress is a file summarization, question and answers, precedent book creation, extraction of the structured information, and office procedure assistant. So these are also under development. So if you see e-office, you can start recording your language and it converts it into whatever language you have. So you have the file, When you want to add a green note, you can talk into the system. It gives you the language and it translates. So this will be, for those who are using e-office, this feature is already there, so you will be able to use. So I'm just trying to give you. Then Sandesh is a, instant message, government instant messaging, developed again in-house by NIC, and Bhashini has been integrated with Sandesh. Bhashini integration in Sandesh, there's a demo, so you can just have a look. So that I'm just going through in the paucity of time. In the PDS application also, AI use cases have been developed. For the works which have been done so far is a household clustering using the income, urban and rural deprivation, infrastructure gaps. So this is something, I'm quickly going through some of the things, yeah. And our team has done an office assistant for their own use for the technical development. This is done in NIC Kerala. So this is an assistant which they have built for their own purpose by assigning tasks and going through the thing. AI Nirbharat for PIM PDF documents, document redaction. Bhashini Endabhumi website. Also we have, translation. The demo is... it's for Malayalam First, one of the first portals where we are using Malayalam First. And some of the, products from the AI Center of Excellence in Delhi, AI Vani, AI Amnishka, Saransh, Parak, Nirbit, and Satyapik. So these are some of the face recognition Satyapikan. Amnishka, generative AI is a service. Generic tools and services, the chatbots, intelligence, all this probably has been, talked about. So just wanted to take you through the work which is happening and what we are trying to do. As we all know, AI is broadening, but we need to scale up. So that is something which we really need to do, and a lot of work, thrust is being given by the Ministry of IT. You must have heard from in the morning what the fertile ground which they're creating through the 7 pillars. So it transforms governance and keeping the citizens first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suchitra Pyarelal. And to present a memento, may I invite Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, to kindly come over to the dais. Srimati Kavita Bhatia presenting memento to Dr. Suchitra Pyarelal. We conclude this tech talk here, and we have one more panel discussion to be held before the cultural program. We have a cultural program ready for your entertainment. That would be a Kerala dance fusion titled Yugma, following which we will have the valedictory function, for which we have our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala as the guest. Moving on to our next panel discussion on the topic Kerala's AI Roadmap 2031, Vision, Investment and Global Positioning. May I invite our moderator for this session, Srimati Rajeshri S., Senior Director and Scientist, CDAC, Thiruvananthapuram. Over to the moderator, Srimati Rajeshri S.
Good evening, everyone. I know that it has been a very exhaustive day of AI jargon, bombarding each and every brain sitting out here. So I don't know how much of inputs are going to come in here, but I also realize that this is one of the most critical sessions, because this is AI roadmap for the Kerala state, vision, investment, and global positioning. So as I was watching through the day, I could see the Bhashini scrolling there, and as one of the speakers in the morning session was mentioning, AI is not a thing of future, it is very much here. I don't know how much of AI components are there in Bhashini, but I must say I was truly impressed by the on-the-fly translation that Bhashini was offering here. Those of whom you can read Malayalam, if you had watched it, It was so contextual. All the technical jargon that was there was beautifully translated to Malayalam. So it is the present, AI is here already. So with that context, and with the context that we are all, whether we like it or not, part of one of the most disruptive changes in humankind in the recent past, which is the impact of AI that is going to be there. We are participants, we are witnesses. So with this context, I request the panel members, I'll call out the names one by one, to come and join us on the stage. First and foremost, I call Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission, Ministry of Electronics and IT. The second speaker, Colonel Anand Bajpai, Executive Director, Strategic Leadership, Cohort, Indian Army, College of Defense Management, Government of India. The third participant, Shri Vivek Kumar Rai, Head, Strategic Business, AI and High Performance Computing, NVDI. Next speaker, Professor Om Kumar Krishnan, Professor Marketing Management, IIM Kozhikode. And sir, Shri Narayana Murthy sir, Chairman Keltron, to please join us on stage. So, ma'am, with the permission of the audience, I'll straight away jump to the questions. Ma'am, as a policy maker and part of various legal frameworks for the AI mission, I have this question for you. That is, we have the Niti Aayog policies on AI and AI for all. We have various initiatives from the MeitY. So basically this serves as a national policy and implementation framework. Now, if you were to pick and choose few core policy things that should be adopted into the AI future roadmap of Kerala, what are those, please?
In fact, I'll just give a little background. The Niti Aayog strategy, which came up in 2018, it talked about leveraging AI so that we can have economic growth. We can build AI solutions for societal benefit. It also had put a stress upon having core research as one of the themes so that we can have research in the field of AI. And it also talked about how we can have transformational AI with the international collaboration and keeping the whole thing like ethics and principles need to be followed. So these are all the principles which it laid on. The Ministry of Electronics and IT took that as a base paper, had a very consultative process where we created various committees to understand what aspects need to be taken care of when you talk from the national policy perspective. So we realized that the AI needs to be democratized in our country because at that point of time, AI was being used, but not to so much because there were certain challenges in the implementation of AI and the departments or the governments were not having easy access to the AI components. So we prepared a 7-stack approach, which is very important, and any state who wants to implement and make a policy needs to look into that 7-stage approach. The first pillar or 7-pillar approach. The first pillar talked about compute, which is very important when you talk about making AI available in your state and making AI for all. Then you need to have access to the compute which is affordable, and also you get in high-end compute if you require to. So this was the first pillar on which the entire AI mission was created, and we have now, I had mentioned in the morning also that we have 38,000 and all variants of compute is available. The lowest one is L40 and the highest one is GB200. Everything is available and at a very nominal and a subsidized rate, which means that whenever the government needs to do some implementation of a new technology, they also need to make sure that they will make the technology affordable. So this was the first important aspect. The second pillar was about creating foundation model, because even Niti Aayog mentioned about core
research. So when you talk about research, you need to think about creating your own foundation model. I'm not saying that you're here to compete with the big foundation models with trillions and petabyte of models, but at least you need to make domain-specific model. Because in our country, we need to handle the AI in a domain-specific manner to start with, and then we can think about the whole of government. So that was the second thing which we took it as a priority, and we have now started supporting 12 entrepreneurs who are working on the foundation model, large language model as well as the small model. So every state can also think about doing that, because there are various changes in the states and the challenges which they have. So they need to have their own language models if they want to, or they can take the support of the central government for creating those foundation models. The third is the data sets. Because when you talk about AI, in fact, even Suchitra was also mentioning about data is the next oil or the new oil, it has been coined. So if you don't bring out the data onto a common platform where it has been made available to the developers, researchers, then it will not make any sense. So that is the third thing. So that was the pillar, and we have already made available. This is not what we are a final thing. We are just progressing towards it. Starting, we have just made available 7,000 AI-ready data sets. The fourth is the application, which was also talked about by the honorable speaker in the morning, that we need to have domain-specific applications. So that is the fourth pillar, and even we have already made 30 applications in 5 domains, and we are taking it up for the national rollout. The fifth is the skilling, which is very important. It was talked, in fact, the previous session also talked about the importance of the skilling. So yes, AI will make new jobs, will also need to make sure that the people who are currently in work, they need to upskill and reskill themselves. So every state needs to make sure that they are also taking skilling as the top priority, because they need to reskill and upskill the existing people, and as well as create new job opportunities. For that, whatever the course curriculum is required, that needs to be done. The sixth is the startups, because any state has so much startups, we need to support the startups in entire journey, and that is what we have also thought of, and it's also one of the pillar. So this is also one aspect which the states needs to do. They need to very closely work with the center, because center is coming up with lots of support system, like Atal Innovation Mission is supporting, India AI Mission is supporting. So they need to take this as an opportunity and make sure that they make their startups aware about availing those opportunities. And last, which is also being talked since morning and everyone has been hearing, that safe and trusted is one of the most important things. So I would suggest whatever the tools and frameworks the government of India has done, that should be easily adopted. So when we come back to the Kerala state, I think all this can be taken up as is. Plus, the second most important thing, I think whatever is available, they should start using it. For instance, even the compute which is available, rather than building their own, which will take time. I'm not saying don't build, but it will take time. So use the existing one in order to leapfrog the AI innovation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, to setting the context. Narayan Murthy sir, my unique strengths in human development, let it be health, education, tourism, to create a distinct AI-driven future. It may not necessarily follow any global trend. So what is your take on this?
Thank you, madam. On behalf of Keltron, Kerala State Electronic Development Corporation, India's first state public-owned electronic enterprise, still going very strong. And especially in strategic sectors, IT services, we call ourselves as an extended arm of e-governance in Kerala, as well as in every department of Kerala's activities. So in fact, many of you know, Keltron was the first to introduce AI-powered cameras for traffic enforcement system on a massive scale across the state of Kerala as early as in 2022, which is giving tremendous results in the fatality rates in Kerala. Now coming to your question, see, Kerala has a certain structural strength, whether it is in the education, health sector, or inclusive social pattern. So this is a very important aspect. So hence, the automatically ethical AI comes to the habit of every Keralite. And now Kerala AI Mission and the Kerala government has already launched many pilot programs like Samagra Plus education system. Then of course pilot AI for agriculture, disaster management, and also in AI in judiciary some guidelines have been made. Now the AI policy which Kerala government based on the KAA principles definitely has the approach of human-centric or all these issues to be addressed. But we have to make sure in our activity which are the thrust areas we need to address. Kerala has to, because the policy has to directly address certain key issues which Kerala is facing. The most important thing is, of course, the landslides and the environmental disaster. This is specific to Kerala. The second one is wildlife, man-wild conflict. Then, of course, as government of Kerala has declared a mission, Kerala is going to be a knowledge economy. So towards that, what type of policy initiatives and the AI training centers and other aspects are to be done. So hence it is essential, rather than framing just a common policy, it is essential to address each specific areas, and because the requirements are different. I understand the difficulty of even forming an Kerala AI policy, because each department works in own compartments with definite requirements on its own. So the most important and the very difficult terrain of the AI policy will be to create shared data sets, common data platforms, and in the future when it comes to API interfaces, so that when we go for agentic AI and all, how without much modernization we can use it. So the Kerala AI policy, I would say, first they should define the objectives, what way we want to go for the next years, whether we are going to concentrate on some sort of hardwares or application specific, and in which domain, and how we can migrate to newer technologies without much change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now coming to you, Colonel Bajpai. Beyond the goals of economic value and job creation, which are typically exemplified, what are the key qualitative outcomes that will signify successful implementation of our AI policy?
Ma'am, thank you so much. This is an extremely pointed question, so I'll try and keep my answer to be objective. So I went through the Kerala roadmap for AI for 2031. And I was able to cull out about 74 odd outcomes. But time remains a constraint for the panel discussion. So I'll just highlight 5 critical ones as to what would define that by 2031, Kerala has done its bit as far as its AI roadmap is concerned. The first, to my mind, and extremely critical is what I call cognitive sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not talking about sovereignty in terms of technology. I'm not talking about tech nationalism. What I'm talking about is cognitive sovereignty, wherein Kerala as a state should be able to build and develop indigenous model primitives so as to ensure that we reduce the external vendor lock. So what does it essentially mean? It essentially means that as far as the public services are concerned, we should be able to build and deploy our AI models wherein there is either nil or limited reliance on foreign vendors. That is the first outcome. The second outcome would be create adaptive human-machine workflows to replace automation so as to replace it to augmentation for the strategic leadership. the policy decision makers. Now, who are these policy decision makers? These are essentially the ones who have been sitting on this, for these panel discussions all day long, the ones who have been sitting on the first 2 rows here in this room. They should be able to achieve dashboards, but there has to be a coherence that has to be given to these policy decision makers, and if we can achieve that, that would be the second outcome. The third outcome, which is extremely critical as far as India's sovereign AI effort is concerned, would be achieve institutionalized epistemic integrity of public AI systems, where an AI system should be able to produce evidence-based outputs by 2031. Now, let me explain what does it mean. For example, if in case Kerala government has doled out some benefit scheme for, say, flood relief. So, a citizen of Kerala should be able to go to his PC, laptop or computer and type it out as a prompt to an SLM that, am I a beneficiary or not? And in return, the SLM should be able to give
the intelligence. So they are going to consume energy in real time. They are going to take care of your questions, answers, and solutions. So first layer is energy. The second layer is your chips and compute infrastructure, right? Now here, if you look at how can we create TSMCs in India, in Kerala, right? The third layer is about your cloud. How are you going to host, the services? Then comes your application layer, which we just touched upon. And then the final layer is the application layer. It's a paradigm shift because application layer is going to create, more. If you look at history, right, PCs, that was a paradigm shift. It created a host of software, new software industry, which was, of which the consumption was happening through PCs. Similarly, the paradigm shift was again internet, right, which actually, took those services to the masses. And there has been a lot of, softwares which are built because of the availability of internet. Similarly, AI is a very tectonic shift, right? We have to be prepared in a way that all these layers can create AI factory, chip factory, as well as, computer factory. So that's the kind of, outlook we need to have.
Thank you so much. So actually, I think you were echoing the words of our Honorable Union Minister at Davos yesterday. So coming to you, Dr. Om Kumar Krishna, beyond digital governance, what specific impact applications, healthcare, sustainable agriculture, smart city, should be prioritized, that's my key word, to address local needs and also create a unique value proposition?
First of all, thank you very much. I seems to be the last speaker from morning to evening. Only the good thing is, I'm actually not the last speaker because I'll be followed by the Chief Minister. That's a good thing. Okay, it's very, I know that there was an alarm which was around, time constraint is there. But it's very overwhelming because way back in 2004, I was part of the evaluation team for the Akshaya project, which was rolled out in Malappuram. And eventually, we took Akshaya to all the 14 states. So after some 20 years, again, I'm becoming a state guest for a program. And that Akshaya project, I felt very proud that that time, in terms of when the Colonel was speaking about Kerala and the expectation, like it was very proud that I presented it in the center of Uttar Pradesh, in eastern UP at Gorakhpur, talking about this thing. I don't know how much people that time understood about e-governance and this thing, but we have come much, much ahead. Second part, when I look at this, Madam has asked about specific sectors where we need to look at, okay. Strangely, when I looked around, I don't want to sound very ethnocentric. And we are talking about the roadmap to Kerala, but I feel very happy that, there are people who are looking at very objectively. But I was born and brought up in this city. I studied in University College and Arts College. later that only I had moved. So coming to this particular question, so this is coming from my own experience also. I also went through that end-to-end, I was reading in the Shatabdi Express, this whole report, like you said. So just to make it short, from my own experience, I would divide the services. I see it from the services perspective. One is this typical facilitating services, physical labor and all those things. How are we going to address in Kerala? Second is value creation and this enhancing services. So what I have noted down is that we have a huge strength in terms of, we are good in terms of health, nursing and all, right? We need to now take it to the global level, right? So we say that our nurses and all are working all across this one. But still we need a nurse which is going to another country needs to again get other, we don't do any accreditation or certification on this. This is a space where, you know, AI can come in because these are strengths for us in the health department. Second is our ever problem of this waste management, so we talk about smart cities, but we are still not able to manage. These are all very labor-intensive things where we need to this thing, starting with this Trivandrum itself is a smart city, so I am expecting that that contribution is going to be this one at a priority sector. Last is the third service, which is very facilitating, is interestingly, it has a sociological dimension in terms of our law and the family courts and all. The kind of social pressure and the divorces and the family court issues and all happening, we have a lot of this one. Like say, people want to be anonymous interacting with an AI agent rather than going for a counseling and this thing. And so these are areas whereby we can easily replace this. Coming to the services where we can look at how do we enhance in terms of services, is that most of the time our startups and all are working on the fisheries and all in terms of disaster management. You know, how do you avoid this thing? Rather than that, we can look at now value chains and how do we supply this fish at a higher rate where AI and all can do. Second point is that in terms of financial literacy, we see a lot of, we are, like he said, we are good in terms of literacy, but we end up with a lot of scams, chitties, all those kind of things. These are places where even specifically as an inclusion aspect also, women literacy and all, these are things which can be easily developed and made. The last is the important one in terms of employability and the education. In the morning session, somebody said Andhra has developed, Telangana or Andhra has developed something like how can you check the dropouts or using predictive analytics. For Kerala, as we all know, we are all struggling with one thing, that our students want to just exit this state, just go to another state, and people watch Bangalore Days movie and think that Bangalore is the ultimate. This one. How do we address, if AI can help us in tracking that, what is it that, how do we create, ambition and aspiration is on one end, how do we create this sticky floor so that you stay back in this place? So my only fear is that, this learning, skilling of all this AI, and if it is not being used on these kind of specific sectors, then it becomes a very tricky system.
So thank you so
very
much.
much.
Thank you so much. So now we have around 10 minutes, and I want to do a quick round with every panelist out here. So madam, coming to you, the PPP models that you have explained, now affordable GPUs and identifying major constraints. So what further are available? Like you have talked about the 38,000 GPUs and all that, but anything further that was perhaps in the pipeline or something?
Yeah, I mean, in fact, we believe that with the help and the support of the private player, the policy implementation can be a faster thing. So we are now coming up with a sovereign infrastructure for which, again, we will be looking for the PPP partner, which will help us to create the infrastructure in a faster way. One. Second, the implementation of AI for a domain-specific application, as I said, that we have already followed the PPP model, where we had run an innovation challenge. We brought the problem statements, sourced the problem statements from the government department, helped the government department to extract the data. Some of the data was digital, some of the data was in physical. We made it AI ready, brought it, and we ran a challenge, innovation challenge, where we worked with the private players to develop the application. Now we are taking it to the next level where we are scaling it up. Some of the solutions are being scaled up in multiple states. So again, we will require the support of the private players to scale up those applications because it will be faster, and the last minute changes and customization can also be faster. The third, I would say that skilling, where we have worked with the private players to understand what is the new course which is required if you talk about scaling and making the country have the edge in the scaling. So we have worked on 2 of the courses which has been already mentioned in the morning in our presentation. We will again work with the industry to see how new further courses can be developed so that the students who have trained on those courses can easily get a job in the industry, because unless and until the industry the kind of required skill set is not being met, the industry will not pick up the course students. So we need to work very closely, and we will be working with the industry on that. And last, I would always mention that industry has to work hand in hand with the government, because that is the way the government implementation is always a successful implementation. Government can bring in policy, bring in financial benefits, bring in the infrastructure, but ultimately the private players have to come forward and take the support and bring the applications on ground. So this is what we do.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Coming to NVIDIA, so sovereign AI investments are very capital intensive, right? So to gain more value, there are few challenges like compute facilities, compute availability, data privacy needs, safety, etc. So how does a company like NVIDIA propose to make this challenges or address these challenges at every stage of deployment and development? Can we make it in 2 minutes, please?
Okay, I'll try to abide by that.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of time people think that NVIDIA is just a GPU company, but it's not so. We are a full stack company. When I say full stack, we operate at 4 or 5 layers, which is right from the chips to the software framework, to the applications, to the application frameworks. And we are, continuously innovating in a way that the compute which is required to build your applications and models is provided in such a way that it reduces your footprint of energy, footprint of space. So we are trying to build, more and more dense and optimized infrastructure. We actually, have something called as reference architecture, which we work with, our cloud providers, and we share with them our best known methods to ensure, that the currency of AI is tokens, which is what can be used as a metric to evaluate, right? So your tokens per dollar or performance per watt or, your optimized compute, saving energy and space, they all result into a kind of more efficient data center implementation, right? So that's the kind of, work that we do across the layer, and that we see. Now, coming to the safety part also, we have a lot of, guardrails which actually operate on your own data, so that, you can take care of, avoiding unwanted answers and, hallucinations, biases. Coming to the last point, we have a lot of open models. These models, you can actually go and use it. They have open weight, they have open data set. It gives you a flywheel for your developers and startups to actually start building the application using those open models and call it as your own IP, your own applications. So I think those are the ways that, we at NVIDIA are trying to maximize and democratize, the use of AI.
Thank you so much. Colonel Bajpai, this is on skilling, since now you hold an academic position in spite of coming from the defense sector. With a target to train around 1 million citizens in AI and related technologies, how should the curriculum be continuously updated to meet this? Also, more importantly, the displacement of individuals due to the AI, advent of AI. How do we address it? 2 minutes, please.
Job displacement?
Yeah, job displacement.
Okay. 3 questions have been given out. 1 million people to be trained. My question is that all of them have to be trained on Python? All of them have to be trained on MLOps? Negative. Allow me to give an analogy here. When the automobile industry came into being, when the cars started coming to being, did you require thousands and millions of engineers? No, you required thousands and millions of drivers. The engineers were just a core set that were required to drive the technology to its logical future conclusion. So the point here is, as far as AI upskilling is concerned, 70% of the kids, men and professionals have to be trained how to use a tool for productivity. Remaining 20%, they can look at the foundational models, and the last 10% can look at research. Now that is the first point, ma'am. Second point, that was pertaining to the curriculum change.
Yeah.
Those who know, they know. Pedagogy is out of the window. The pedagogical models are not the way forward now. The way forward is heutagogy and paragogy to an extent. Academicians can, I'm sure that you are aware what I'm talking about. And the third aspect is job disruption. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 2028, AGI is coming. The World Economic Forum report is there, the writing is there on the wall that 92 million jobs will be displaced. It is happening all across the world, if not in India, all across the world. Having said that, by 2035, 170 million jobs will be created. The point here is this period between 2028 to 2035. That is the period of disruption. And where does the answer lie? Entrepreneurship and innovation, to my mind. I leave this thought for you to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Narayan Murthy sir, this is for you. So what should Kerala's IT policy focus on with respect to knowledge societies to align with its ambitious AI goals? 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. See, let me put forward 3 concepts whether the policy planners of Kerala AI Mission can consider. First one is whether Kerala AI policy can generate standards which are ethical, security-based, privacy-based, and create an ecosystem so that Kerala can be considered as a IT pilgrim center for social-centric human AI, wherein the outcome of each AI project is assessed by its learning outcome, then health equity, climatic resilience, and also dignified jobs. The second point is, as a knowledge society, with respect to AI, 75% of the AI, especially in India and the world scenario, is for defense and security related aspects. So hence, the thorough understanding of computer vision AI and its spread and its training courses and the use of enterprise AI in the coming days with multiple agents needs to be addressed, and Kerala should focus on that to create a knowledge-based economy. The third and most important thing is, can Kerala create a Kerala Center for AI Certification Center, wherein we can showcase our AI products in the country to be used in par with international products with the compliance. For the time being, European Union has brought out the compliance standards. Maybe that can be taken as a reference, and certain action can be taken in this line. So these are the 3, my vision with respect to Kerala, to be a leader in AI, not only in e-governance, geospatial governance, and also in the defense and the imaging aspect, because every segment has requirement of computer vision AI in the present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Om Kumar Krishnan, this is the last question. 2 minutes, please, sir. We have to talk about inclusion, the digital divide. So what should be there in the policy to ensure that there is no digital divide?
Yeah, it's a tough question to say. We always talk about this digital divide. So in the morning when Madam was presenting about that labs being given in different locations, we have this rural-urban, Kerala has that. So the value has to be looked at from that, this concentration, right? Rather than looking at from the geographical. And this digital divide is something, if you see geographically, even in the US, the scholars are saying that you have an advantage if you are in the Bay Area or in San Francisco compared to other places, because most of the AI things are coming from this San Francisco narrative. That's what they say that. So that is one part. But ours being a smaller state, we do have this advantage that most of the, the state compared to other states, our knowledge about each of the states is very good and the reach is much better. Now, coming to this inclusion in terms of will only the big corporates or only the technopark and the info park and all will only have AI. So I'm part of this Ministry of MSME's awards for this every year. So last 3 years, so we see that integration of AI even in those MSMEs. Now, they don't want incentives. It's more about recognition, which is asked for. The state can encourage so that there is no this kind of divide that only this big AI. So I always use this analogy also that Trivandrum itself is having a digital divide. Our Karakutam flyover is where we see that the other side where the Technopark, all that side is where all that IT development is happening, and the classical city is on the other side. Interestingly, our Secretariat, Legislative Assembly, all are in this side, and people are working from the Techno City to work this. So then the second thing is that this informal sector, like we know that in Kerala, informal sector is partially, I don't know which word to use, is driven by the guest workers who speak multiple, very different language, not the Malayalam. So I was very happy to see that this multilingual aspects are coming in so that everyone is part of this journey, but we need to have those specific, because they are the ones who are doing the physical labor for.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think I have to stop there because I think CM is a little ahead in time. So I would like to, with the permission of the panel and the audience, I'd like to summarize this deliberation. I will not start from what we started out here, but I will start from what the Honorable Speaker said in the morning. The technology that forgets people, people's language are forgetting the people themselves. So the core of AI is inclusion in the people. And in morning, Madam was talking about people, planet and progress. So I think Kerala has always had the advantage of a great manpower or human resource capabilities, augmenting it, lot of social initiatives which have actually brought health initiatives. So Kerala has an inherent advantage of adopting new things, and AI is definitely not something new to going to be. So Kerala has all the inherent capabilities of becoming a front runner in the AI, I wouldn't say race, but the bandwagon. And I respect that point that Madam mentioned in this discussion, that how holistic is the vision of the government of India as well as the vision of the government of Kerala to align various policies and implementation to have very strategic moves made at the right time. So we are moving ahead, and there are a lot of opportunities, as Madam was mentioning, given by the center, and she was encouraging the state to use it. And Murthy sir was mentioning about how we have gone ahead and adopted the traffic management much ahead in time when AI was a thing of discussion in many forums. So, and he also stressed on the policy being framed domain-wise, which was reflected across many of the participants here. Colonel Bajpayee's point is about cognitive sovereignty is something that caught my attention. So, a lot of points here. I don't want to take any more time because I have actually stolen time from the panelists. Thank you so much for being such an attentive audience, and thank you so much for the panel out here. It was a pleasure hosting you. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator and panelists. I would request the moderator, Srimati Rajeshri S., to present mementos to the panelists. Inviting Colonel Anand Bajpayee, Executive Director, Strategic Leadership, Cohort, Indian Army College of Defence Management, Government of India, to receive the memento. Inviting Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission Scientist, Government of India, to receive the memento. Inviting Shri Narayana Murthy, Chairman, Keltron, to receive the memento from our moderator. Inviting Professor Om Kumar Krishnan, Professor, Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. Inviting Shri Shrikant Menon, SVP and Global AI Head, Genpact. Inviting Shri Vivek Kumar Rai, Business Head, HPC and AI, NVIDIA South Asia, to receive the memento. And to present the memento to our moderator, may I invite Shri Siram Sambashivarao IAS, Special Secretary, to kindly come over to the dais to present the memento. Shri Siram Sambashivarao IAS, presenting memento to the moderator of the panel discussion, Srimati Rajeshri S., Senior Director and Scientist, CDAC, Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you, sir. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, here we conclude the panel discussion. We will have a valedictory session in which we will have our Honorable Chief Minister as the chief guest. We request all of you to kindly stay back. We would appreciate if you would kindly remain seated for the valedictory function, as the Honorable Chief Minister will be arriving at the venue shortly, and we will begin with the valedictory function as soon as the Honorable Chief Minister arrives. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would really appreciate if you could kindly remain seated for the valedictory session.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check, check, check. Hello, 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 check.
We have come to the end of this day's Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. As we successfully complete all our tech talks and panel discussions, we will now move on to the valedictory session. So we request all of you to kindly stay back and remain seated as we expect the arrival of our chief guest anytime soon. The Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, will be the guest for the valedictory session of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. We are informed that the Honorable Chief Minister is on his way and will be arriving here shortly, requesting all of you to kindly remain seated.
Hello, hello, check, check, check. Hello. Main. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. 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 Check.
രണ്ട് സൈഡിലെ കണ്ണിലടിക്കാതെ കണ്ടില്ലേ നേരത്തെ ഒന്നും കണ്ടില്ലേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ലൈറ്റിൻ്റെ അത് പോയ ആള് പോയാ ഇല്ല പോയി കറക്റ്റ് കണ്ണി തന്നെ എല്ലാം വരുന്നത് ഞാൻ നോക്കാം ലൈറ്റിൻ്റെ ബ്രൈറ്റ്നസ് വെറുതെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ മതി ഇനി കുറയണ്ട മതി ഓക്കെ പുറകിലത്തെ നോക്കാം കേട്ടോ അതെ എന്തോ പിന്നുണ്ടോ ആ കുഴപ്പമില്ല
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly remain seated as we are expecting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, shortly at this venue. As soon as the Honorable Chief Minister arrives, we will begin with the valedictory session of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026.
கந்தாவா என்னை
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a cultural program for your entertainment. We begin with it as we wait for the Honorable Chief Minister to arrive at the venue. The Kerala Dance Fusion titled Yugma.
காவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா காவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா முருகாவா கந்தா என்னை காவா வேலவா முருகாவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா முருகாவா கந்தாவா என்னை பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகாவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகாவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகாவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா தேவாதி தேவன் மகனேவா தேவாதி தேவன் மகனேவா தேவாதி தேவன் மகனேவா பரதேவி மடியில் அமருங்குவனேவா 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 வள்ளி தெய்வயானை மணவாளா வள்ளி தெய்வயானை மணவாளா சரவண பவ பரம தயாளா வள்ளி தெய்வயானை மணவாளா சரவண பவ பரம தயாளா ஷண்முகவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகாவா கந்தாவா என்னை காவா வேலவா
அருளொளி தரும் அப்பனே எண்ணலே ஐயாவ ஆபத்திரள் தரும் தாபம் மகள வரும் பழனி மலர் கருணை மழையேவ ஆபத்திருளர் அருளொளி தரும் அப்பனே அண்ணலே ஐயாவ ஆபத்திரள் தரும் தாபம் மகள வரும் பழனி மலை கருணை மழையேவ தாபத்ரயவியில்லரணிழல் தருவான் தருவேன் என் குலகுருவேவ ஸ்ரீபாதநாபன் மருகா ஸ்ரீபாதநாபன் மருகா ராமதாசன் வணங்கும் முத்தையா ஸ்ரீபாதநாபன் மருகா ராமதாசன் வணங்கும் முத்தையா விரை கொடுக்காவ கண்டாவா என்னை காவா வேலுவ பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகவ கண்டாவா என்னை காவா வேலவ
Ladies and gentlemen, we are informed that the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala is arriving here in 5 minutes. And as soon as he arrives, we will begin with the valedictory session. So requesting all of you to be kindly seated as we wait for the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala. We have been informed from his office that he is on his way and will be arriving here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude the day-long Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026 with the valedictory function. We have successfully completed with the panel discussions and the tech talks, and we now move on to the valedictory session. The chief guest for this session is the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, and he will be addressing the gathering here. The CM's address will be on the topic Government's Vision on AI in Governance. The Honorable Chief Minister will be giving a vision for the Kerala's AI session We are awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister anytime soon. We are informed from his office that the Honorable CM would be here in the next 5 minutes. As soon as the Honorable Chief Minister arrives, we will begin with the valedictory session, and the CM will deliver an address on the topic Government's Vision on AI in Governance. Requesting all of you to kindly cooperate, kindly remain seated as we expect the Honorable Chief Minister's arrival anytime soon. We will begin with the valedictory function shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest for the valedictory function, Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, has arrived here at the venue, and as soon as he walks into the hall, we will welcome him and we will begin with the valedictory function. Requesting all of you to be kindly seated, and we would appreciate if you could kindly switch your mobile phones to the silent mode, as we do not want any disturbance while we have the speakers here on the dais address the gathering. It would be great if you could all switch your mobile phones to the silent mode. Thank you. As you can watch on the screen, the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, has arrived here at the Ravis Convention Center, and he is walking right now here into the hall, and he will arrive here soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala is here for the valedictory function. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the valedictory function of the Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. A day-long conference we have successfully completed with the tech talks and the panel discussions, and we begin with the valedictory ceremony. To welcome the dignitaries on the dais and to welcome each and every one of you, may I invite the Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, Shri Siram Sambashivaravu, IAS.
Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan Avargal, Director IT Mission, and distinguished dignitaries on the dais, respected speakers, partners and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026, Kerala AI FutureCon. This conference has been organized at a time when Kerala is moving decisively into the next phase of technology journey. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, the government has laid out and progressing as per a clear IT sector action plan focused on high quality employment, investment promotion, innovation, and citizen-centric digital governance. Artificial intelligence and emerging technologies occupy a central place in this vision. Our mission objectives are clear: to responsibly adopt AI in governance, to create future-ready skills, and to position Kerala as a credible hub for advanced technology and innovation. Over the course of the day, this conference has truly lived up to its theme, from innovation to impact. We witnessed rich and meaningful participation across multiple tracks, thought-provoking sessions and panel discussions, highly informative tech talks, a focused industry investor roundtable, and an active expo showcasing real-world AI solutions. The response has been extremely encouraging, with over 80 speakers, more than 20 investors, numerous startup founders, and close to 900 participants engaging throughout the day. The diversity and depth of discussions clearly reflect the growing maturity of India's and Kerala's AI ecosystem. A significant highlight of today's conference has been the signing of MOUs between India AI Mission and Departments of Technical Education and Industrial Training. This partnership will strengthen AI skilling, institutional collaboration, and workforce readiness, key pillars of our long-term strategy. I would also like to reiterate that IT department will continue to promote AI and emerging technologies with renewed emphasis. The KAI program will be taken forward more vigorously with a strong focus on governance use case, education, research, and startup collaboration. On behalf of Government of Kerala and Department of IT, I would like to express our deep gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan Avargal, for graciously joining us this evening despite his extremely demanding schedule. His presence is a source of encouragement and a strong reaffirmation of the government's commitment to technology-led and people-centric development. It is my privilege to welcome Honorable CM to the valedictory session of the Kerala AI Future AICon. Hearty welcome, sir. IT Mission under Director IT Missions, Sri Sandeep, has done commendable job to professionally organize this program by coordinating with all the organizations of IT department. I would like to thank him for that, and I also would like to welcome him on behalf of IT department to this program. I also warmly acknowledge the presence of Chief Operating Officer of India AI Mission, Kavita Bhatia Madam, for the support. Thank you very much, Madam. I would also like to welcome her to this valedictory session. CDIT has collaborated very well with the IT Mission and has helped in conducting this program in a wonderful manner. Director CDIT, Sri Jairaj, is on the dais. I would like to welcome him to this valedictory session. With these words, I once again welcome everyone to the valedictory session and invite Honorable Chief Minister to deliver his address outlining the government's vision for AI in governance and development. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, representatives of the India AI Mission, policymakers, technology leaders, members of academia, entrepreneurs, and friends. As we come to the conclusion of the Kerala AI Future Con 2026, I am pleased to address this distinguished gathering and reflect on the significance of the deliberations we have witnessed today. This summit, organized in the run-up to the Global AI Impact Summit to be held in New Delhi in February 2026, marks an important milestone in Kerala's journey towards building a knowledge-driven, innovation-led, and people-centric development model. The theme of this conference, From Innovation to Impact, captures the essence of our approach. Technology must move beyond experimentation and translate into measurable social, economic, and governance outcomes. Over the past decade, Kerala has made decisive progress in building digital public infrastructure, universal digital literacy, inclusive connectivity through KPhone, comprehensive e-governance platforms, and a dynamic startup ecosystem. These achievements have laid a strong foundation for the responsible adoption of artificial intelligence. What has emerged clearly from this summit is a shared consensus. AI must be guided by democratic values, social inclusion, ethical responsibility, and public purpose. Through the Kerala AI Mission, our priorities are clear. AI for public good, large-scale skilling, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and robust ethical frameworks that ensure transparency and accountability. The discussions, insights, and recommendations from this conference will inform Kerala's AI roadmap towards 2031 and will also shape our contribution to the forthcoming AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. Kerala seeks to engage with the global AI community not as a follower, but as a contributor to a human, democratic, and sustainable model of technological transformation. ഈ ഉച്ചകോടിയുടെ പ്രസക്തി ഗൗരവപൂർവ്വം വിലയിരുത്തേണ്ട ഒരു ഘട്ടമാണിത്. വരുന്ന ഫെബ്രുവരി മാസത്തിൽ ഡൽഹിയിൽ നടക്കാനിരിക്കുന്ന ആഗോള AI ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ് സമ്മിറ്റിന് മുന്നോടിയായി സംഘടിപ്പിച്ച ഈ ഉച്ചകോടി വിജ്ഞാനാധിഷ്ഠിത നവകേരള നിർമ്മിതിയിലെ ഏറ്റവും സുപ്രധാനമായ ഒരു നാഴികക്കല്ലായി ചരിത്രം അടയാളപ്പെടുത്തും. നൂതനത്വത്തിൽ നിന്ന് സാമൂഹിക പ്രഭാവത്തിലേക്ക് എന്നതാണല്ലോ ഈ ഉച്ചകോടിയുടെ സന്ദേശം. ഫ്രം ഇന്നൊവേഷൻ ടു ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ്. ഇത് കേവലം ഒരു മുദ്രാവാക്യമല്ല, മറിച്ച് സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യയെ വെറും സിദ്ധാന്തങ്ങളായോ കൽപ്പനകളായോ ചുരുക്കി കാണാതെ സാമൂഹിക ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഗുണപരമായ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരാനുള്ള നമ്മുടെ നിശ്ചയദാർഢ്യത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രഖ്യാപനമാണ്. ഭരണനിർവഹണ രംഗത്ത് വിപ്ലവകരമായ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ AIക്ക് സാധിക്കും. ഭൂമി വ്യവഹാരങ്ങളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട പ്രക്രിയകളിൽ പ്രെഡിക്റ്റീവ് അനലിറ്റിക്സിൻ്റെ ഉപയോഗം, പ്രകൃതിക്ഷോഭങ്ങൾ മുൻകൂട്ടി പ്രവചിക്കാനുള്ള സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ, പൊതുജനങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ സ്വരൂപിക്കാനുള്ള AI സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ, ഇവയിലൂടെ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ സുതാര്യമായി സേവനങ്ങൾ ലഭ്യമാക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് AI വഴി സാധിക്കും. സർക്കാർ സേവനങ്ങളിലെ ഓട്ടോമേഷൻ ഭരണനിർവഹണം കൂടുതൽ സുതാര്യമാക്കുമെന്ന് ഉറപ്പാണ്. ആരോഗ്യമേഖലയിൽ രോഗനിർണയത്തിലും ചികിത്സാ രീതികളിലും AI ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിലൂടെ നമ്മുടെ പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ മേഖലയെ കൂടുതൽ ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്താനും സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് കുറഞ്ഞ ചെലവിൽ മികച്ച ചികിത്സ ഉറപ്പാക്കാനും സാധിക്കും. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ മേഖലയിലും നൈപുണ്യ വികസനത്തിലും AI വഴി നൂതനത്വങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതിലൂടെ നമ്മുടെ യുവജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അവസരങ്ങൾ ഒരുക്കാനും കഴിയും. സ്കൂൾ തലം മുതൽ AI പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തൊഴിൽ രംഗത്ത് നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളെ മുൻപന്തിയിലെത്തിക്കുക എന്നതാണ് സംസ്ഥാനം ലക്ഷ്യമിടുന്നത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 10 വർഷമായി IT മേഖലയിലുണ്ടായ നേട്ടങ്ങളുടെ നിറവിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ടാണ് കേരളം ഇപ്പോൾ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് രംഗത്തേക്ക് പ്രവേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് ഒരു പൗരാവകാശമായി പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡിവൈഡ് ഇല്ലാതാക്കാൻ നാം ആവിഷ്കരിച്ച K-ഫോൺ പദ്ധതി വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥ എന്ന സുവർണ ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള വലിയ ചുവടുവെപ്പാണ്. ലോകത്തിലെ തന്നെ മികച്ച സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റമായി കേരളത്തെ മാറ്റാൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷൻ വഴി നമുക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി സ്ഥാപിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നൂതന സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യാരംഗത്തെ ഗവേഷണങ്ങൾക്ക് പുതുമാനം നൽകാനും നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചു. കൂടാതെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ ഗ്രാഫീൻ ഇന്നൊവേഷൻ സെൻറ്റർ കൊച്ചിയിൽ സ്ഥാപിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നാനോ ടെക്നോളജി മേഖലയിൽ വിപ്ലവകരമായ തുടക്കം കുറിക്കാനുമായി. തിരുവനന്തപുരം, കൊച്ചി, കോഴിക്കോട് IT പാർക്കുകളുടെ വിപുലീകരണത്തിലൂടെ ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് തൊഴിലവസരങ്ങൾ നാം ഇതിനോടകം സൃഷ്ടിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു. നൂതന സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യയുടെ ചിറകിലേറി വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റം സൃഷ്ടിക്കുമ്പോഴും നാം ജാഗ്രതയോടെ കാണേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് സ്വകാര്യതയുടെ പരിരക്ഷ. സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യയുടെ പ്രയോഗം ആരുടെയും അവകാശങ്ങളിൽ കൈകടത്തുന്ന തരത്തിലാകരുത്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ AI എന്ന വിഷയം ഈ ഉച്ചകോടിയുടെ പ്രധാന ചർച്ചാ വിഷയമാകുന്നത്. സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യയുടെ ഗുണങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരിലും എത്തുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ ദുരുപയോഗം തടയേണ്ടതുമുണ്ട്. പൗരന്മാരുടെ സ്വകാര്യതയും സുരക്ഷിതത്വവും ഉറപ്പാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ കേരളം വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥ എന്ന സ്വപ്നം യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. ഇതിനായി കേരള IT മിഷൻ, സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷൻ, ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി തുടങ്ങിയ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളെല്ലാം ചേർന്ന് കേരളത്തിന് മാത്രമായി ഒരു AI ചട്ടക്കൂട് ഫ്രെയിംവർക്ക് രൂപപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഈ ഉച്ചകോടിയിൽ നിന്നും ഉയർന്ന നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളും ആശയങ്ങളും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള ഈടുവെപ്പുകളാണ്. വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ്വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്കും നവകേരളത്തിലേക്കുമുള്ള വികസന മുന്നേറ്റത്തിൻ്റെ ചാലകശക്തിയായി AI മാറുമെന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഉറച്ച് വിശ്വസിക്കാം. മറ്റ് കൂടുതൽ കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് കടക്കാതെ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനങ്ങൾ.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable CM, and we take this opportunity to present a memento on behalf of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. And to do the honor, may I request the Special Secretary of Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, Shri Siram Sambashivarao, IAS, to present a memento to the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan. Thank you. Moving on to the last phase of the valedictory ceremony, to propose the vote of thanks, may I invite the Director of Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS.
Good evening all. As we come towards the closure of Kerala AI FutureCon 2026, I am deeply honored to present vote of thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan sir. Under the able leadership of sir, Kerala IT has gone remarkable transformation in the last 10 years. And in the field of AI, under sir's guidance, we will keep on working and make use of AI in governance, in industry, in startup, everywhere. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. I also present my heartily thanks to our Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala, Sri Ram Sambashivarao, sir, IAS. He has been instrumental in organizing this program along the 5 pillars, and all the IT organization under his able leadership working in sync to make this program a success. Thank you very much, sir. We are deeply thankful to Kavita Bhatia, Madam's CEO, India AI, and the entire team who have come from India AI, who have worked with us, and we have shown collaboration between India AI and the Kerala IT, and we have been able to make it a successful program. Thank you very much from Kerala, from our side for this, all the support. CDIT has been instrumental in this program, and I heartily thank Director CDIT and entire team of CDIT who have worked over several nights to make sure all arrangements are in place. Thank you very much, Jairaj-ji. As the programs come to closure, I thank all the participants, all the delegates, all the speakers who have actually participated in the sessions, in the tech talks, in the panel discussions, and really made this event a great success. And we have lots of lessons, lots of policy suggestions that we will taking up in the coming time. Thank you all for your valuable input. I thank all the participants from media. We are joined by students, farmers, self-help groups, and all the section of society who joined us today, offline and online. I thank you all, and thank you very much for joining us today evening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shri Sandeep Kumar, IAS Director, Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, here we conclude the valedictory ceremony of the Kerala Regional AI Impact Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now resume with the cultural performance. Our dancers are waiting as we conclude with the valedictory ceremony. We will resume with the cultural performance. The dance performance Kerala Dance Fusion, Yugma. Requesting all of you to be kindly seated as we have the cultural performance. This will be a 20-minute dance performance. So we would appreciate if you could kindly remain seated and enjoy the dance performance, Yugma.
Om Sadgurubhyo Namaha. Jyoti Nair and Aravind R. is a meeting of two ancient movement traditions, Bharatanatyam, the sacred language of expression, and Kalaripayattu, the grammar of energy and discipline. Rooted in shared philosophies of breath, balance, rhythm, and awareness, the performance explores how martial art movement transforms into dance and how dance holds the strength of combat. Grace and power converse Stillness meets velocity, and the body becomes both instrument and offering. This presentation is not a fusion for spectacle, but a dialogue where Abhinaya and Meepaita, Lasya and Veera become together to reveal the unity of art, body and spirit. Today, we begin our performance with Rangapuja and Purvaranga, are general terms denoting a cluster of rites described in Natya Shastra. Rangapuja consisted of a complex series of rites, some of which could have begun days before the performance, while others would have taken place close to the beginning of the performance. They consisted of diversified puja practices addressing the god depicted on stage. In Natya Shastra, Ranga Puja is spiritually trying to protect actors. Ranga Puja is considered essential to purify the stage, invoking divine blessings and protection. It is a beautiful ritual that prepares the stage, the performers, and the audience for a meaningful and impactful experience.
Tannō Yama Prachodayāt श्रवणाय धनधान्याधिपतये धनधान्यसमृद्धिं मे देहि ददापाय स्वाहा। शिरस्ते रक्षतु ब्रह्मा सर्वैर्देवगणैः सह द्वितीयं तु हरपातु तृतीयं तु जनार्दन चतुर्थं च कुमारश्च पञ्चमं पन्नगोत्तमा नित्यं सर्वे विपान्तु त्वां पुनस्त्वं च शिवो भव शिवो भव। Baba ni sari mari mari sani sani ni re sani bama sari re bama baba ni sani bani sa sari mari mari sani sani ni re sani bama sari re bama baba ni sani bani sa ni sa mari sani sati baba sani bama panti sari baba ni sati ni sa mari sani sati baba sani bama panti sari baba ni sati ni sa mari sani sati baba sani bama panti sari baba ni sati sati sa Rizani, Sani Baba Rizari Ba, Re Baba, Sari Baba Rizari Sa, Rizani, Sani Baba Rizari Ba, Re Baba, Sari Baba Rizari Sa, Rizani, Sani Baba Rizari Ba, Sari Baba Baba Bani Rizari Sa, Bani Bani Rizari Sa, Rizani, Sani Baba Rizari Ba. राष्ट्रं प्रवर्धतां चैव रङ्गस्याश समृद्ध्यतु प्रेक्षकर्तुं मगान्धर्मो भवतु ब्रह्मभाविता काव्यकर्तुर्यशश्चास्तु धर्मश्चापि प्रवर्धता इज्जयाच्चानया नित्यं प्रियन्ता देवता इति त्वं महेन्द्रप्रहरण सर्वदा वसूदना निर्मित सर्वदेवैस्तु सर्वविघ्ननिबर्हणा नृपस्य विजयं शंस रिपुणां च पराजयम् गोब्राह्मणशिवं चैव नाट्यस्य च विवर्धनो नाट्यस्य च विवर्धनो नाट्यस्य च विवर्धनो रक्क रक्किट्ट रक्क रक्किट्ट रक्क रक्किट्ट तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम रक्क रक्किट्ट रक्क रक्किट्ट रक्क रक्किट्ट तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम रक्क रक्किट्ट तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम रक्क रक्किट्ट तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम तज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम तज्जुम रज्जुम किडतक तरिकिडतम किडतक तरिकिडतम किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम तक्किडतक तरिकिडतम तक्किडतक तरिकिडतम तक्किडतक तरिकिडतम तज्जुम तत्तक्किडतक तरिकिडतम तत्तक्किडतक तरिकिडतम तत्तक्किडतक तरिकिडतम ताम पादतनाकिद पादिद शैलम् शोभितभूत समग्र समुद्रम् ताण्डवनृत्तयितुं प्रलयन्ते पादु जगत्सुखदायिहरस्य पादु जगत्सुखदायिहरस्य पादु जगत्सुखदायिहरस्य ॐ सर्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यो नमः ॐ सर्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यो नमः ॐ सर्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यो नमः
With over 15 years of dedicated practice in Vadakan style Kalaripayattu, Aravind R is passionate about sharing the ancient wisdom, physical mastery, and holistic benefits of this traditional martial art. Aravind specializes in teaching body kinetics and dynamics through Kalaripayattu. Having conducted workshops for companies, schools, and colleges to improve posture, body awareness, movement efficiency, and overall fitness through traditional techniques. Today, Aravind R presents Kalaripayattu as a refined movement rather than a mere combat. Rooted in tradition and elevated through rhythm, breath, and expression, his practice transforms powerful techniques into graceful visual storytelling. Each movement becomes a verse, each stance a sculpture, and each performance a journey where discipline meets creativity. Through his art, Kalari evolved into a contemporary language of body, mind, and spirit.
Thank you, Ms. Jyoti Nair and Mr. Aravind, for that brilliant performance, the 20-minute long performance incorporating classical dance and Kerala's own martial art, Kalaripaita. Can we have the artists on stage, please? Ms. Jyoti Nair, Mr. Aravind, calling you on stage, and may I invite Mr. Shri Sandeep Kumar IAS, Director, Kerala State IT Mission, Government of Kerala, to kindly come over to the dais and present mementos to the artists. Shri Sandeep Kumar IAS to present mementos to the artists, Ms. Jyoti Nair and Mr. Aravind. Thank you, sir. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here we conclude today's event. Have a great evening. Thank you.